Okay. Good morning. Good morning, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, Commissioners, staff, and perhaps members of the public viewing. It is my pleasure to extend a welcome to you all. My name is Esther Johnson, and I am the Commission Assistant. Today is July 21, 2022, day one of our July Land Conservation and Development Commission meeting. As you can see on the screen, we will start with a friendly reminder of meeting expectations, directions on how to sign up for public comment, take roll call. Chair Halova will provide opening remarks. We will take a moment for our land acknowledgement statement, discuss any agenda modifications before approving the agenda. This meeting is being recorded and is being streamed on YouTube. Recordings of our meetings are now available through our YouTube channel, www.youtube.com/user/Oregon DLCD. If you intend to testify, please sign up using the public sign up form. If you are in person, we have sign up forms available on the side table. They're this green form that Chair Halova has in her hand. Okay. The link to sign up is available on our meeting materials page, and the link is also on the screen. Participants will be in listen-only mode until they are called on to testify. If you're on the phone and would like to testify, please press *9, and that will notify me and add you to the queue. Please note that the chair may set time limits for individual speakers. Once again, it is our desire to extend a gracious and inclusive welcome to all of you. Now that we've given an overview, let's welcome our new chair, Anyale Halova. We'll call this meeting to order.
Thank you. Thank you, Esther. I want to welcome everybody to the July 21st Land Conservation and Development Commission meeting. Esther, could you please do the roll call?
Yes, Chair Halova. Commissioner Sandoval.
Hi, right here.
Commissioner Boyer. Present. Commissioner Warren.
Here.
Commissioner Lazo.
Present.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Here.
Commissioner Jacobson is joining us virtually. Vice Chair Lilac.
Here.
Chair Halova.
Here.
Chair, you have a quorum and a full commission.
Thank you. Thank you, Esther. So I wanted to start off the meeting welcoming a new commissioner we have, Commissioner Lazo. And I wanted to say a few words about his past experience and then give him a chance to say a few words to us. So Commissioner Lazo, or Alan Lazo, is the Executive Director of the Fair Housing Council of Oregon, a statewide civil rights organization founded in 1990, whose mission is to end housing discrimination and ensure equal opportunity to housing. He's been a long time community advocate for civil rights and social justice, especially in the areas of housing, homelessness, and racial equity. A little bit about his past experience and current. He's on the City of Portland's Housing Bureau's Affordable Housing Bond Oversight Committee. He's also been on a variety of commissions and committees, including the City of Gresham Planning Commission and the City of Portland's Human Rights Commission. He has been an East Portland small business owner in the tax and finance service industry prior to his current role. And what we're excited about is that he brings our agency exceptional skills in financial management, organizational development, and staff leadership. He's a longtime resident of Portland. We look forward to hearing a couple words from Commissioner Lazo. And I also had the opportunity to serve on the housing RAC with him.
Thank you, Chair Holova. Yeah, I'm just delighted and honored to join you all here on the commission and the staff at DLCD. The work that I've had the honor of doing over the last 6 years at the Fair Housing Council of Oregon, and prior to that as a volunteer and community member around equitable community development, I think is just really fits well with the work that I've had an opportunity to do both with staff and with the commission here and the direction that you all are headed. So I'm really looking forward to this work. Like Chair Holova said, I did work with the Housing Rulemaking Committee, and that really, I think, gave me an insight into the direction that the department and the state is headed, and I couldn't be happier to be playing a role in that. So thank you all, and pleasure to be here.
Thank you. He's had a lot to catch up on getting prepared for this meeting, so we're grateful for that.
Yeah,
And so I just wanted to go through a couple housekeeping items. A reminder that Agenda 3 on our schedule, which is the Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities Rules for Permanent Adoption, written testimony was accepted through 11:59 p.m. on July 1st, 2022. So the record for that agenda item is currently closed. So we will not be taking public testimony today on that item. And then agenda item 7, which is the opportunity for the public to comment on any other issue that the public wants to bring, is actually scheduled for Friday at 9:30 a.m. And so, like I said, those are for topics not currently scheduled elsewhere on the agenda. And I wanted to say, obviously, because we're still in a pandemic situation, that everyone should feel free, if they want to wear masks the whole time, part of the time, you should feel free to do so. And so with that, I wanted to have Commissioner Boyer has agreed to read the land acknowledgement for today. And you can see that up on the screen.
I'd like to acknowledge the many tribes and bands who call Oregon their ancestral territory and honor the ongoing relationship between the land, plants, animals, and people indigenous to this place we now call Oregon. We recognize the continued sovereignty of the 9 federally recognized tribes who have ties to this place, and thank them for continuing to teach us how we might all be here together.
Thank you, Commissioner Boyer. And so I want to continue right now with the approval of the agenda and any with a specific agenda modification. So agenda item 8, which is the Master Plan Communities Middle Housing Rulemaking. The agenda states that the commission will be asked to take action on this item, and that was printed incorrectly, as this is not a public hearing. So there will be no action taken today on that particular item. And so if there's no objections, I would like Esther to take the roll call on the agenda with that modification. Yes, Deputy Director Green.
Thank you. Steve and I are just checking, but I think we are opening the first hearing on the Master Plan Communities today, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah.
But it's true that it is, the commission is, you're right.
Yeah, I should have said it is a public hearing.
Right. But we're not.
But
taking
it's
action.
opening today, and we're not taking action or voting on anything. Thank you. With that, Esther will take the roll call to approve the agenda with that modification.
Commissioner Lazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Sandoval, Commissioner Warren, Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobson,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lilac,
Aye.
Chair Holova.
Aye.
Your motion passes to approve the agenda.
Thank you, Esther. And so now we're going to turn to the next agenda item, which is item number 2, Director's Report, and Director Bateman will provide an update on recent matters concerning the department. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Chair. Can everybody hear me? All right. Thank you. Well, today's of special significance for commission and staff, and for audience members and viewers in particular who may be unaware. We're in a period of shock and mourning. at the news that DLCD's former director, Jim Rue, passed away at his home last Monday from a very fast moving 1 month fight with stage 4 cancer. I don't have many more details, and we will make sure to share those as we learn more about a service that may be coming and ways that you can help and provide some of your best memories and thoughts of Jim. We do have in the back corner here a memory book that you can sign and leave some thoughts. We'll also make some opportunities available virtually, or if you'd like to send anything to the department, either digitally or by mail, we have a box set up, and we have various ways that we can collect some of our memories and pass those along to his wife Mignon and the rest of his family. Before I comment further about Director Rue, I'm going to take care of some business while I still have some composure. So I'm going to come back to this piece. First, this morning, we have a number of celebrations as we have some folks who have joined the department and some folks who have announced their retirements and that we'd like to congratulate. So first, I'd like to note that Kelly Reed has joined us. I think she was going to be with us virtually this morning. I'll give folks a moment to see if she's on the screen. She's joined our community services division, and she's one of our new Metro regional representatives. I was in a meeting yesterday where she made one of her first appearances. She's already well known to our staff, and the joy and greetings that she received when she popped into our Zoom meeting was awesome. So she already comes with a great reputation, and we're so glad to have her here. She started last week as one of our 2 Metro regional representatives, and she comes to us with extensive experience as a planner for the city of Oregon City, where she's served for the past 9 years. So she's on the screen now, and I just like to invite you, Kelly, if you'd like to take a moment to further introduce yourself and say hello, you're welcome to do that.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Director Bateman. I'm really thrilled to be part of DLCD, and I look forward to working with you all.
Very good. Can you tell us a little bit about the regional coverage, the geographic coverage that you'll have, since we have 2 representatives?
Absolutely. I am covering Multnomah and Clackamas counties, including the city of Portland, while Laura Kelly is serving Washington counties and Metro.
Very good. Thank you. Welcome. We're glad to have you here. We have 2 other staff members who are also joining us, and they happen to be in the room with us this morning. So first, I'm going to call up Brett Estes, if you don't mind. He's our North Coast Regional Representative in our coastal program, and he's been with us since July 5th, most recently serving as the City Manager and Community Development Director of the City of Astoria. He's also been a planner in a couple of cities, and we'd love to have you give us a little bit more detail.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for the welcome. Again, my name is Brett Estes, and I'm going to be serving the North Coast, which runs from Newport up to Astoria, where I reside, and then over to rural Columbia County. And I have been in Astoria for 15 years now, started as the Community Development Director, and then transitioned to the city manager for the last 8 years. I moved to Oregon in 2003 and started my planning career, at least in Oregon, for the city of Hillsborough. So I look forward to working with all of you and working with all the communities along the coastal area.
Very good. Thank you, Brett. Welcome. And next we have here in the room with us, Jeff Burright. He's also with our coastal program, serving as our state and federal relations coordinator. He started last week and comes to us from Oregon Department of Energy, where he served as a nuclear waste remediation specialist for the past 5 years. And I believe he was also previously here as an intern way back, working on the Rocky Habitat portion of the Territorial Sea Plan. So please, welcome.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you for the welcome. I am very excited to be back with DLCD in the coastal program. I was an intern here 5 years ago, and then found this opportunity over in energy to represent Oregon's interests in the cleanup of the Hanford site, which has a lot of dimensions related to how the state and the federal government work together. And this wonderful opportunity came to have a lot of those skills transfer back into the coastal space. And in my current role, I am responsible for implementing the federal consistency portion of the Coastal Zone Management Act, ensuring that any federal actions on the coast are consistent with the state's enforceable policies. And there's a lot of people work that goes on along with that too, that I'm excited to get in touch with folks. And so, thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Jeff. Welcome. And we'll be referring back to Jeff's comments a little bit later in my report as we give you some additional coastal updates. So try to keep his thoughts in mind. And finally, with regard to staff transitions and congratulations, we'd like to turn the spotlight onto our coastal manager, Patty Snow, who has announced her retirement that will be effective September 1st. She's our Ocean and Coastal Services Division Manager, and she's served the state of Oregon for the past 40 years. She began her state service here at DLCD as a coastal implementation specialist for about 7 years, and then moved over to ODF&W, serving in various roles for 22 years. She finally came home to DLCD, and she's been with us here for 11 years, managing our coastal program. She's built strong relationships with local, state, and federal partners in this capacity, for which we are immensely grateful. And under her tenure, just a couple of highlights. I asked her, what her claim to fame is, what we should make sure that to underline and highlight. Under her tenure, Oregon adopted the first marine spatial plan on the West Coast, and was the first on the West Coast to be granted the authority to review marine renewable energy proposals in federal waters. She's also completed the first tsunami land use guide. So we're going to continue to celebrate Patty and her successes throughout the next month, culminating in August during our all staff meeting. But we'd like to take a moment here as well while she's in the room, and we are too, to wish her well and thank her for her service. Thank you, Patty. We'd like to give you a moment to rebut anything that I've said if you would like.
Thank you, Director. Commissioners, definitely have to go into work mode here, as my husband would say. It's been an honor of a lifetime to work for the state, to work for the coastal program. And I have to caveat all those accomplishments by saying, when I sent the message back to our director and deputy director, I said, staff did all the work. So, so I hate to take the credit for it, but I think we've done amazing things in the last 10 years. That the tsunami planning, we really, we were the first to, we looked worldwide to see if we could find any other guidance, and we had to develop it ourselves with help from Kirsten's consulting firm at the time. And offshore wind, you'll probably be hearing a lot more about that. Something that's really coming up. And Jeff, fortunately, we have a great person at the mantle now that will be helping us as we review right now. I'll just get to that right now because I think that some questions about offshore wind might come up. But we do have the authority to review federal activities in federal waters as it relates to marine renewable energy, something that we did several years ago that still no other West Coast state has done, and I think they all want to now, and a number of the East Coast states have. But ultimately, we will have the authority to review those offshore leases and operation plans, and that will be, I think a big challenge for the agency, but I think we're in good hands. And I did want to say, I think we have fabulous staff. So I feel really good. You just met two fabulous staff that we have that just started, and it just complements the rest of our coastal staff. Territorial Sea Plan, you've heard a lot about that in the last several years. We've, we're going to be continually updating it. We've updated it for Rocky Shores. We've updated it for marine renewable energy. Coming to you next year will be part 4, which has to do with submerged cables, which has become an even bigger issue than it has been in the past. So, and another thing I think really exciting that's coming up is for the first time in over 10 years, we're going to have the opportunity to do some major habitat restoration and acquisition on the coast with the federal infrastructure bill that passed. We just yesterday got 4 proposals for some really incredible work on the coast. We'll be submitting letters of intent to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and we'll see if they nibble on one or more of those. And if so, then we'll be submitting proposals for some really fabulous work on the coast, which one of them I have to identify has been identified as a restoration site on the Quina Bay for over 40 years in their estuary plan. So if we're able to do that, it's just a culmination of decades of work. So anyway, just want to really thank the commission and our staff and director and deputy director for the opportunity to be here. It's been fabulous, and I'm sure we have another great 50 years coming. Thank you.
Patty, I just want to congratulate you for the team that you've built and for the leadership that you've provided, not only here to your team and to the programs, but to your peers across the United States. As you've mentioned, we've really led the way in some policy and program documents that folks are starting to emulate, and you've done well. Thank you so much.
And I was going to comment that we'll miss your positive and cheerful, informative spirit that you bring. So.
On that note, we have a recruitment open right now for our coastal manager. So I believe that'll be open for a bit longer. Taylor, the 24th of July is when that'll close. And so we've got a couple more days. If anyone's interested, you can get your materials in online. Thank you. So I've got a couple of issue updates as well. These are things that have been in front of the commission in previous meetings, but do not have an agenda item during this meeting. So we just wanted to bring you some brief updates so that they stay on your radar and don't fall through the gaps. And a couple of things that we'd like to boast on. So we just wanted to mention those here. The first piece is around the middle housing development codes. As you may recall, the deadline for adoption of middle housing development codes was the end of June. And that was based on rules that this commission adopted back in November of 2020. It had to do with the siting and design of middle housing within urban growth boundaries. And so there were 2 categories of compliance there. One was for medium cities. And if you'll recall, that was to construct codes that would allow duplexes on lots that are currently zoned for single family dwellings. All of the medium cities have complied, and they did that by the deadline. So we're very excited about that. And then in the large city category, they have the same wording with regard to duplexes, and they also must allow triplexes, quads, townhouses, and cottage clusters in all areas that are zoned for single family dwellings currently. And of that group, 35 of the 37 large cities have complied by the deadline. The other 2 cities, City of Fairview and Grants Pass, are working on it. And until they adopt their own codes, they'll fall under the state's middle housing model codes. So we've got them covered, and they're working on their pieces as well. And then one additional note there, of the large cities that have adopted, there is one adoption, Eugene's, that has been appealed to LUBA. So we're tracking that. We'll keep you apprised of how that goes. But a really good record overall. We've been so pleased with the responsiveness and the work that the cities have done in that area. I think I'll pause there, see if there are any questions, and staff are also in the room and available to help with questions on that if you have any. Okay, good. The second update that I have is on the topic of offshore wind, and Patty spoke to that just now, and then you also heard from Jeff a little bit earlier. So recall in your May meeting, you received information from the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management about their process to identify locations off the Oregon coast to site wind energy projects. The state of Oregon and then 4 specific agencies, ours, Department of Energy, Department of Fish and Wildlife, and Business Oregon, all submitted letters back to the Bureau through the governor's office, via the governor's office on June 27th. And we included those letters in your packet. Our comments, of course, focused on depth and distance of the actual sites, and the other agencies covered items and concerns that were within their purview. But we also requested or reminded the Bureau of the need for continued coordination and consultation with the state and with our federally recognized tribes. So there's no particular role in this issue for the commission, but DLCD through its Ocean and Coastal Management Program is responsible for reviewing the proposed leases and any related operations to ensure federal consistency with our coastal program. So we have a very important role to play here. And as it's likely to become high profile and possibly make its way into the news, we wanted to make sure that you were all briefed and aware of the process as it involves. So we'll continue to bring updates as we hear about them. And again, we're happy to take any further questions on the commission's role or staff's role if you have them. Commissioner.
Thank you, Director Bateman. And that was my question, was what role does the commission have and when might that role, we play that role? When would those leases or when would those issues come before us? I'm certainly aware of the department's involvement and the state's involvement, but we're not like the California Coastal Commission, we're the Land Conservation and Development Commission. So that's why I was just curious about what, as a commission, our role is in this. The letters are certainly thoughtful, informative. I appreciated the update in May, but I was just curious. So do we have a sense of when any of these decisions might be forthcoming to the commission, or is this still some time in the future?
Commissioner Lilac, so the commission will not have a decision-making role. Nothing will be brought to the commission for action. It's more of an informational and up-to-date. In case you get questions as you're out and about, that the role is actually delegated to DLCD and more specifically our coastal program, which is imbued with that authority to review federal projects for consistency. So more than anything, it was informational in nature. Patty, do you have any additional details that you'd like to add there? If you want to come forward. Yeah, come on.
Not like boom.
Get into bad habits. For the record, Patty Snow, Ocean and Coastal Services Division Manager, DLCD, Chair Halova and Commissioner Lilac. So we are anticipating, at least according to BOEM's last timeframe that we saw, that which is pretty aggressive, that they are anticipating issuing leases offshore Oregon in the fourth quarter of 2023. So at that point, that is when we would have, 60 days to review, because that's considered a federal action. And ultimately, for any operations plans, we would have 6 months to review those, but that wouldn't be coming until several years after the proposed leases. So conceivably, if BOEM follows their trajectory, then we might see leases as early as the end of next year, proposed leases.
I'll just say thank you. That's very helpful. I recall the orientation we had a couple of years ago and the territorial sea plan, and I was just not certain about, especially with all this information. So I really appreciate the updates and having an understanding of what the department and the coastal program is working on, even though we don't have that role. So, and since you're here, I've got to say thank you for your 40 years of service. I've certainly enjoyed working with you at the local government level in both agencies that you've served. So thank you very much.
Thank you. My pleasure.
And I would like to grab Patty for a minute too, because I didn't get to say this earlier, but thank you for all of your work for the coast, Patty. And you and I have worked together a really long time. And I sort of can't think about going through offshore wind and some other stuff on the horizon without you. I just don't know how we're going to do that. But thank you so much for all of your time and getting through the amendment to the territorial sea plan together for marine renewable energy. And so thank you so much. And I really hope you enjoy your retirement. You deserve it.
Thank you so much.
Well done. Thank you, Patty. I was reminded as Patty came up to the microphone and introduced herself so formally that, for the record, my name is Brenda Bateman and I'm the director of DLCD. My apologies to you in the record, Esther. Thank you.
Director, I had a question that it took me a while to think about it, maybe for housing staff. If you don't know, it was talking about adoption of the middle housing. And I was curious, out of the folks that have already adopted, which ones chose to do their own version or versus the model code? And it's like a pop quiz. I don't know if there's anybody who can answer that question. If not, we will get it later.
Hello, I'm Gordon Howard, Community Services Division Manager. Chair Holova, there were two cities of the small cities that chose the model code, Canby, and I'm not remembering the other one off the top of my head, but they chose to use the model code. They didn't just not adopt. And then the two cities that are large cities that Director Bateman mentioned, Grants Pass and Fairview, are planning to adopt their own codes, but they didn't get it done in time, and therefore they'll be using the model code until they do adopt their own version of the middle housing rules.
Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair Holova. Director Bayman. I also want to follow up, and I also was slow on the uptake. I just flew back from the East Coast, and so I'm still processing on the housing PC. But I was also going to ask about whether or not there might be in the works evaluations of what was adopted by the smaller and middle-sized cities, especially with regard to, we had a lot of conversations about equity considerations and barriers that might be either implemented or removed in codes to middle housing. And so, I know on the advocacy side, there's been some efforts to look at that, and I don't know what the results of that are at this point. But is that happening inside the department? And is that something that we might get later from the housing team as far as any evaluations of what was adopted in the cities?
Commissioner Lazo, yes, I'll talk to Ethan Stuckmeyer about that, and we can get that information. I believe we've reviewed all of the codes that have come forward, because they've come forward as post-acknowledgement plan amendments for our review. So we could get that information together for you and present it at a subsequent meeting.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Gordon. As terms of the final updates that I have, I just wanted to spend a few minutes reporting back to the commission on my activities of the past 2 months since we were last together. You may recall that as part of my process to enter the agency, I made a commitment to connect with as many partners and stakeholders as I could, both to learn about what their concerns are and what they believe is working well, and just to start to build those relationships, particularly post-COVID, now that we're out and about again. So I just wanted to report in a little bit about where I've been and what kind of experiences I've had, so that you can rest assured that I'm out there and I'm putting on my exterior personality. So I spent some time and I've been traveling a lot with Emma Land, who is our legislative and policy coordinator. We spent some time in Eastern Oregon, Hermiston area at the Eastern Oregon Economic Development Summit at the end of June, I believe it was. And we were really surprised and pleased to see how many elected officials from across the state actually made their way over to Hermiston. We had quite a few folks from the coast and actually statewide. So it was really time well spent in terms of connecting with folks. And one of the things that struck me at that summit, I wish there'd been a little bit more media coverage, but perhaps if there had been, this wouldn't have happened. But the stage was full of electeds, representatives and senators from across the state who were very adamant about some of the work they are doing to connect with each other, to cross-pollinate, to visit each other's districts, to get to know each other, to spend some time socially, maybe a little bit of karaoke. I was just so struck by how collegial and cordial and friendly they were, and how they were very clear that is one thing and business is another thing, but there's a professional courtesy and a respect there that they have for each other. And I told a couple of folks afterwards, I really wish that had been more covered, because you don't hear about that. And I walked away with more optimism than I had 15 minutes or 30 minutes prior to that. It was really nice to see, and I thought they were pretty brave to say it out loud in front of a whole crowd full of people. So I just wanted to share that with you, that there are some good things going on a individual and a personal level that we can hang on to. I hope it translates to the next legislative session. We'll see, but I was very surprised and very gratified to see that. And then also, I think it was last week, time is a warp. Spent some time in Central Oregon with our staff, Angela Brewer and John Jennings. They toured me around to get to meet some folks, met with your staff as well, Commissioner Lilac. And that was in preface to the Central Oregon Planners Conference, where then we spent 2 days with the practitioners who were getting some credits through Oregon APA. And that was in the Bend area. We get a chance to tour around and see quite a bit of the landscape and the actual examples of what folks are talking about and what they're working on. So that was also time well spent. And then just a few days ago, I just find this amazing that this happened. We hosted a delegation from Indonesia. And there were 3 gentlemen that were here from their national planning department. And they were here specifically in the United States because I don't know if you've seen in the news, the country of Indonesia is planning to move its capital from the island of Java to the island of East Kalimantan. And so they are wondering, if you get a chance to start fresh, what should you be thinking about? And they had done their homework. So that was also very fun to sit down with them. They said, we want to know about, what is this thing you call the urban growth boundary? What is this thing that you call protection of resources of farm and forest? And then they were going to go from here to Portland to visit Forest Park. They said, we are building a new capitol in the middle of a rainforest. They said, don't panic. It's already been deforested. So it's not like it's virgin forest. So we're going to plop it down in the middle of a forest that we are working to rebuild, reforest. And in the middle of our capital city, we would also like to have a forest. So they said, what does it mean to provide recreation and job opportunities and education that is walkable and livable and, that you're able to access without a car? Oh my goodness. We had so much fun with them and they had really done their homework. So we did invite them to drop in today. I don't think they're here. I think they're very busy touring the Pacific Northwest, but just wanted to let you know, folks have heard of the work that you're doing. They're coming from far away to learn more about it. Our managers were kind enough to spend some time with them in the room. Gordon and Patty and Matt all spent some time helping them think through some of these items. And then this morning at 9:30, I apologize, but I will step out for just a few minutes to address the Oregon Legislative BIPOC Caucus, who has invited us to say a few words, and I didn't want to miss that opportunity. So I'll step out for a few minutes there, but I'm doing my best to connect with partners and stakeholders and staff and electeds, as well as our legislators. And we're planning to, I mentioned this because if you have folks that you would like us to drop in and see, please let me know or let Emma know, but we're planning to be in Burns in early August. We'll be in Southern Oregon late September as part of the Southern Oregon Planners Conference. There are a number of these regional conferences, and we're also looking at the North Coast for trips this summer. We're trying to fit as much in as we can before legislative session when we'll be confined to Salem. And so I believe it's during commission business, or maybe it's now, but it's worth mentioning. We've got commission meetings planned in September to visit John Day, and in November to visit Lincoln City. So we'll also attach some meetings to those visits, and we'll have more opportunity to make or remake some of those connections. Also in November, the commission meeting will be split, and your second day will be a retreat. And so we want to actually do some workshopping and get more heavily into our diversity, equity, inclusion work and racial equity. So we'll hold a workshop that will be facilitated by Anita Yap, who we've brought on as a consultant and who has great experience in this area, not only with DEI, but also land use. So she'll be able to marry those concepts for us and with us quite nicely. And we'll also do a bit of a workshop around our strategic plan. So I may call on Kirsten here in a second to give a little bit more detail, but just wanted to let you know, we're coming to the end of our formal strategic plan and starting to think about next version, next iteration. And we're marrying that with the fact that it's our 50th anniversary coming up in the next calendar year. So we want to be thinking, what kind of successes should we be celebrating, but also what kinds of things are we finding challenging? Should we be doing differently? And what assumptions have changed since all of this was put in place 50 years ago? And so generally the types of themes that are shaping up, I think this is a carryover from previous as well, is a look at our internal operations, specifically staff care, but also a lot around data equity, data management, data governance. What are we doing with our information? Are we keeping it safe and are we using it as efficiently as we can. But then also resiliency, community resiliency, resource protection, and economic development. So those are the big themes that are shaping up, and we'd like to carry that conversation into your November commission meeting as well. Kirsten, more details or anything that I've missed there?
I was scribbling because I was afraid you were going to call me to mention our 4 or 5 areas, but you hit them. Chair, hello, Vice Chair Lelak and Director. Thank you. I'm Kirsten Green, and you hit it, the Deputy Director. I've talked to the commission a little bit about last fall about the strategic plan, and it was really interesting at that time. I think it was prior Commissioner Boyers, you joining us, and then also Commissioner Lazo. Welcome. Thank you for your service here with us. We talked a little bit about the strategic plan and sort of the depth of it, and moving a little bit more into a framework, rather than like, okay, we're going to do this widget here and there and this, over kind of manage it. So we've called it sort of internally and informally, and you might remember this, an equity centered strategic framework. And it's a shout back to then Vice Chair Piermine, who really advised that and I just thought it was brilliant, because we really rely on our existing strategic plan to inform the legislature of our activities and report back. And I want to thank Carol Bobette for very carefully always working that into our agency request budget. So it's a very, very important document that operationally under the hood, I think would benefit. I think the director agrees that from a more nimble framework, so that we can be more responsive and agile to what the governor and the legislature gives us every 2 years, and then allow for things like a global pandemic. We don't expect anything like that kind of disruption this next 8 years, right? You're gonna have to keep calm and carry on, but it'll be fun to have just a more sort of light framework. But we're just working on the staff engagement now. We'll survey community members. Please be watching and ready to give us some feedback out there in September. And then just sort of watch and wait and see what the legislature provides for us and wants us to do. And then as Director said, weave that into the kickoff for the next 50th years of the land use planning program. So it's a really exciting time. Thank you. I hope that helps. Cheers.
Any questions on that piece?
Director Bateman, just since you mentioned your tour around the state, I just want to share with you that as soon as the commissioners returned from Hermiston, they let me know that the new director of DLCD was there and how much they enjoyed meeting you. So it really matters. And then as soon as you attended the Planners Network, I heard from our staff, the new director was here. And so really, really positive comments, and clearly your presence in the community and connecting with people matters, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. I was hoping the hours on the road were worth it and noticed. I have to say, I received an incredible welcome. Folks have been so kind, and they promised they'd give me at least another couple weeks before they pile on me. So it was time well spent, and really good to start those relationships. And I know that that's an ongoing thing. One time visit isn't going to do it. This will have to be continual. And as I mentioned before, if there are folks in particular that I haven't connected with yet that I need to, and it's urgent, let me know, or let Emma know, and we're happy to get on a Zoom call or actually make our way over to various parts of the state. Kirsten mentioned a moment ago the agency request budget, and so that is the other big thing that's been consuming our time the past couple of weeks. And I want to thank Carol and her staff for helping us pull that together. Of course, our managers and staff have been writing the pieces of it that roll into the agency request budget, but we're an early reporting agency, so ours is due August 1st. And then all of the agencies and the big deadline is September 1st for any of those who have missed the deadline or those who are late reporters. And so we are putting together all of our narrative and numbers right now, waiting on DAS for final audited numbers that we can quote with some certainty. And we're very excited about it. I think it'll probably be one of the largest requests that this department has ever made. And part of our philosophy there is we've got to document what we need. And we may not get all of it. In fact, I'm sure we won't get all of it. But if we don't state what we need in order to properly support and roll out these programs and be there in partnership with our local partners, then it won't ever happen. So we're trying to do that both on the programmatic side as well as the administrative side. That the programs can't be successful if we don't have the foundation of HR and IT and contracts and communications under them and supporting them fully. So you'll hear more about that this afternoon, and I can chime in again as to our philosophy in the budget build. But just wanted to let you know that that's been all consuming on top of everything else in the past 2 weeks, and that we're very, very proud of the budget request we've put together. So that brings me to my final comments that I've been avoiding this whole time. I just wanted to say how proud I am to be part of this team. You're going to hear about some incredible work this morning and over the next 2 days. The team that has put together some of the pieces that they'll bring to you, particularly this morning under CFAC, that the team has proven its patience and its thoughtfulness and its expertise. They're bringing to you proposed rules that are flexible and that are responsive to what we've heard from the communities and from the folks who are going to need to implement. We're quite proud of the work that they've done over the past year, but even more broadly, honestly, reaching back further than that in order to get to today. So great teamwork that we're very proud of. And, we don't do this work in a vacuum. Got my tissues here. Brought a giant box with me this morning. We stand on the shoulders of the folks who've come before us. Jim Rue was one of those. He was a visionary. He was humble. He was kind. He was a champion of staff. He was a bright light for those in public service. He was my friend. I will miss him very much. With that, I'm going to take a 9:30 call. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Raymond, for your touching words. I think there'll be another opportunity. I think that I'll be saying some remarks with some tissue boxes too. Yeah. Yes.
If you don't mind.
Yes,
Thank you.
please, Deputy Director.
Just going to leave the room real quick, but Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, I want to just commend Dr. Bateman on her courage in stepping into this role and also her sensitivity and care for staff and her acknowledgement of Director Wu's legacy. It's not easy to have this moment for any of us. I know, very difficult for all staff. And at DLCD, under Director Wu's leadership, we really practice putting grief on the table. So I just want to, provide, just acknowledge the necessity and the propriety of that space. Giant legacy, as you all know. The papers covered it. We miss them. We'll continue to miss him. And as Director Bateman so thoughtfully organized, there is a book at the memory table for Director Wu, and we really do encourage people to just spend time with that and be present because it is worthy. I know that you all admire Director Wu so much and joined this commission in part because of his leadership, and the staff who've come to DLCD have come here because of Director Wu's leadership and his encouragement. So it's a very, very difficult time, but Director Bateman, we just applaud you for taking on the leadership and thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Director. Director Bateman is leaving, which is fine. But I wanted to say that I look forward to hearing more about her travels in the next meeting and onward, because I think every time we go to any place in the state, we learned so much through that process, and I'm really excited to see what she brings back as take homes. Sorry, I want to say something from my phone and I went into sleep mode. Okay. So our next agenda item is item number 3, which is the climate friendly and equitable communities rulemaking. And the commission
Oh, my phone decides to go to sleep mode twice, sorry. Just bear with me. Okay. The commission is resuming the consideration of the adoption, amendment, and repeal of rules in Division 8, 12, and 44. At our direction, staff has accepted public comment through July 1st. And during this time from our last meeting has met with local government partners and prepared the report and materials for us, which are under agenda item 3. So this will be a staff presentation, but we will not be taking additional comments today. And so I want to turn it over to our panel of staff. I think we're going to be beginning with Matt Kroll, who's the Planning Service Division Manager. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Halova, members of the commission. I am Matt Kroll, Planning Services Division Manager here at the Department of Land Conservation Development. And yeah, I'll try to frame this up a little bit and maybe try to get us, it may feel a little off kilter. We're in part 3 of a 2-part hearing. And so, as you mentioned, went a little differently. You opened the hearing in March, got a lot of good testimony there. And then at the May meeting, wrestled with some really heavy and some important policy issues. And you worked through those and considered those, and then made those policy decisions and adopted those rules. Those rules took effect on June 1st, and our staff has been working on implementing them. We've been working on contracting with studies to start the plan being processed for the climate-friendly areas and for a new level of equitable engagement. And we've been working on contracts for those too. But of course, at that hearing, you heard a lot of concerns. You heard some concerns about points of ambiguity and maybe some of the misunderstandings in the rules. And so you elected to adopt those as temporary rules, and you directed the staff to go out and spend some more time identifying what those points of ambiguity were or where the confusion was. You added another 6 weeks to the hearing to allow for additional written testimony to come in for another 6 weeks. And so we received a lot of testimony during that time. And we also had meetings with cities, with interest groups, with the local government. So just trying to find out more about that. A lot of that testimony was, some of that testimony was in general in nature, generally supportive or generally opposed, but we also got a lot of good testimony about specific areas. It's about specific questions about, well, I read this and I'm not quite sure what it means, or I think it means this. Can you confirm that? And so what you'll be seeing, or what you've seen in your packet, and what you'll be hearing about today is quite a few of those clarifications where we tried to work those out and get that. So as soon as I'm wrapping up here, staff will give some general background on the whole process, but a lot of this then we'll be talking about those specific sections and reviewing some of those, looking at some of the changes and looking what's in there. My suggestion to you is that as you're doing it, subject to how the chair would like to organize this, that at each section you stop and have some questions and maybe even deliberations or discussions on the sections, because we do have such a wide range of sections here that it may be more useful to tackle each of those section by section rather than waiting for all of that for the end. So that's most what I have to say to try to frame up where we are and what we're doing here today. And I believe that Steve Shipsey, did you have anything? Nope, nothing further from him today. Okay. So with that, I think we're ready to go on.
That sounds good. That the plan of stopping through the sections. I think we've done that before, and I've found that helpful given the variety of topics.
Then I will hand it off to the staff who have been working on this so much for the last 2 months.
Right. Good morning, Chair Halova, commissioners. I'm Kevin Young, Senior Urban Planner with DLCD. Yeah, actually, I wanted to go back to that. So this is just kind of an overview of how we are planning to spend our time with you today. We'll spend, I don't know, roughly an hour with an introduction and overview of the proposed rules. We'll go into detail on the changes you've seen since the May draft, entertain questions, what have you. Talk about our engagement process over the course of this work, our plans for implementation. The one very clear question we have for you is timing options, which have been provided to you in the staff report. And then we should have ample time for discussion, deliberations, questions of staff at that time. So without further ado, I will start into our introduction and overview of the proposed rules. And so that's a little challenging, but Yeah, so essentially in this section, we'll be providing an overview of the scope of the rules. We'll be talking about how the rules have changed since the May draft. And we will also go over specifically the changes from the corrections memo from July 14th. You received that as a supplemental packet. I believe there's only 3 changes there. But we want to make those explicit to you and also note that there are revised motions in that memo, which would incorporate those corrections should you choose to follow them. So stepping back in terms of the context for the work that we've done, this graphic really does a nice job of showing the work that we're doing in relation to the work of others. And essentially the work that we are doing is contained within that dark blue box there. So really 2 components to our work: regional scenario planning. We've talked about that a little bit. Cody will kind of remind us what that's about and talk through the changes since the May draft. And then the other side of the work that we're doing is rules that address requirements for local transportation system plans, development codes, and comprehensive plans. That all sits within a larger effort, which is reducing climate pollution from the transportation sector. As you can see, this was informed from our statewide transportation strategy, and we are working in coordination with other agencies who are working on other actions, things like cleaner fuels, transit prioritization, pricing, all of those tools, getting at that 30% of climate pollution and making those reductions in that way. The sidebar off to the right is acknowledgement too that other agencies are working in other sectors. So outside of the transportation sector, we have DEQ rules, we have building efficiency requirements that other agencies are working on, power sources as well. But the piece that we're working on has to do with transportation, and really to put a finer point on it, it is the light duty vehicle transportation sector. So we're not talking about freight, we're talking about the cars and trucks that people use on their day-to-day in their day-to-day lives. The package of rules that we're considering apply in Oregon's 8 metropolitan areas. Those are shown here. So Portland Metro, Salem-Keizer, Albany, Corvallis, the Central Lane districts, Eugene, Springfield, Bend, Middle Rogue, centered in Grants Pass, and then Rogue Valley, centered in Medford, but containing, I believe, 7 other cities, including Ashland, Central Point, and so on. Cumulatively, those areas contain over 60% of Oregon's population and 70% of Oregon's jobs. So in terms of bang for the buck, this is getting at a lot of climate pollution in our state. So there's, as we've said, there are 2 categories of the rulemaking. The first is the regional plans that achieve pollution reduction targets. Again, Cody will be speaking about that shortly. And then the next batch are the land use and transportation rules that are designed to both reduce climate pollution and promote equitable outcomes. What informed the changes to the temporary rules? So you adopted temporary rules in May, and I think we heard from you, I believe Chair Halova, you said you thought the rules were about 98% there. We took that to the bank. But I think you also acknowledged we received a lot of testimony, both written and verbal, at our May hearing, and you directed staff to review that written testimony and engage with interested parties to make sure that our rules are clear and consistent. And we've done that. We, since that time, have held implementation meetings for all 8 regions. We have reviewed all submitted testimony received up through July 1st. We have also, I have to be honest with you, on climate-friendly area standards, a few of the recommendations there came out of implementation guide work. So we are working with Lane Council of Governments to develop an implementation guide, and their staff gave that section a very close reading and provided some good ideas for necessary clarifications. You'll see those addressed in the proposals. And then lastly, we met with realtors and industry representatives to discuss a number of concerns that were expressed. And I think that was a very open and earnest conversation. We have made some adjustments to the rules based on that conversation. And I think that point, I turn the clicker over to Cody.
Thank you, Kevin. Good morning, Chair Halova and Commissioners. Cody Meyer, Land Use and Transportation Planner with the department. Just a real one slide overview of what we're doing in Division 44, of course, is our greenhouse gas reduction targets and associated scenario planning. So what we've done throughout this rulemaking is really taken the direction to make local transportation plans meet the target. We've identified two different pathways to do that. One, of course, we have our regional scenario planning process, which Portland Metro has been required to do and has been implementing for 7 or 8 years now. So we, consistent with the charge that you provided us, we rolled those requirements down to the next largest metropolitan areas, which are Eugene, Springfield, Salem, Kaiser. Have a very similar process the Portland Metro goes through, minus a regional governing body that can adopt the scenario. So what we are proposing is that they submit that scenario to you and you approve it. And then they do local implementation through their comp plan and TSP transportation system plans to adopt that those actions consistent with that target. For our smaller metropolitan areas, we've come up with this performance monitoring approach where we take what we know are the values that our targets are built on. It's a default scenario is a way of thinking of it. And we use those to kind of calibrate the performance targets for local actions towards implementation. And so that was, we're calling it a regional assessment. So there's no agreement really that has to happen. It doesn't come into you. It is really over in Division 44 when folks are doing a transportation system plan or doing monitoring and reporting. They're doing so to calibrate those local performance targets based on the level of ambition that we know we need to get to. So we had just very small changes. So in your agenda packet, we have attachment F is Division 44. And on page 5, we've added a clarification that allows the director to grant a whole or partial exemption to the requirements within this division, Division 44, to a local government that's 5,000 or less in population, or a local government who's been added to a metropolitan area who's, not prepared for this. We just got in and these rules are now applying to us. And this was done just to be consistent with what's already in Division 12, which is really the implementing rules for the scenario planning work. So we want to just be consistent. If smaller governments don't want to participate, don't have the capacity to participate, there's a pathway for them to request exemptions. So that's the one minor change we made to that division. And I take comments, questions, or we can move on.
Commissioners, do you have any questions? Can continue. Yep. Commissioner Lazo.
Thanks, Charles. Cody, I'm curious about what you said about if I'm following the pathway correctly about the regional plan, assessment plan, going here to us rather than to a regional body down for Eugene Springfield. So why wouldn't it go to LCOG? And this is probably just I think it's probably just an understanding I don't have of the way those jurisdictions work, but
sure.
It wouldn't be similar to the way Metro works in the Metro region area?
Commissioner Lazo, we don't have land use authority at the regional bodies, which are the Metropolitan Planning Organization or a council of governments. They don't make land use decisions, and your authority is within land use decisions by cities and counties within the state. And so we cannot direct a Metropolitan Planning Organization to adopt something because they're really a federal entity that's adopting a federally required plan. Very simple, similar. So in Metro, we have the governing body, which is in statute that says, they have land use authority for decisions. And so that's the distinction that we've made is it would be simpler to do that, but we don't have a body that can adopt that plan.
Thanks. It was my understanding that.
Yeah, no, we've talked a lot about this in the past couple of years, actually. So,
Okay.
yeah.
I should have been paying attention.
Yes, Deputy Director Green.
You. I just want to sort of affirm, Commissioner Lazo's question is spot on. That is one of the first questions we asked ourselves. And so your question is right on. How many times did we ask? Several, early and often, because certainly, the whole setup of the state planning program is a partnership between local governments and regional governments, and far better to do it local when you know the communities and the regions, and we defer, at all times, to local knowledge and strategy and, intense community discussion, community engagements, all politics are local, all planning is also local and within the state's guidelines, of course, but so that would have been the Chair MacArthur, former Chair MacArthur really was striving for that as well. It would have taken a sort of a governor's action or a statutory change to kind of get there, to emulate the authorities that Portland Metro has. So really an excellent question on your first day. Thank you. Cheers.
And I will say, Commissioner Lazo, that we've really tried our best to make sure that the rules are complementary and the timing is aligned. And so if governments would like to do it through their MPO, then the rules aren't going to make that onerous to do. So we really said we want to make sure that we're supporting that work and making it, a viable avenue to pursue, but not requiring it.
Great question. I was like, this sounds familiar. That's what I was thinking when you said it. It was my first commission hearing that this topic came up, so 4 years ago.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and dive into the other half of the work that we've done, which are the updated land use and transportation rules. We're gonna kind of step through those with you this morning. Those are the 6 items listed here. So first of all, on the land use construction side of things, requirements to designate walkable, climate-friendly areas, reform parking to support electric vehicle charging. And on the transportation side, planning for high-quality pedestrian, bike, and transit infrastructure, moving beyond a sole focus on motor vehicle congestion standards and prioritizing and selecting projects that meet climate and equity goals. First of all, on climate-friendly areas, just a reminder, what is a climate-friendly area? It's a walkable mixed-use area, an area with a mix of residential, office, retail, services, public uses, an area that is well-served by high-quality pedestrian, bicycle, and transit service, an area with well-managed parking. And cumulatively, what these areas accomplish is a significant reduction in climate pollution because people are able to live and work in a way that is less dependent on automobiles, transportation by automobiles. To that end, the rules require local governments, so with population over 10,000, to establish zoned capacity in downtown areas and neighborhood centers. Those are the areas we're anticipating would be designated as climate-friendly areas. That decision will be made by the local government. So allowing for zone capacity in those areas to accommodate at least 30% of community housing needs. And of course, along with those employment and service uses that we've talked about. Again, we're trying to get a mix. The metric that we're using is housing, but understand we are also wanting to accomplish employment growth in those areas as well as service growth to get that synergy of actions in these climate-friendly areas. So I'm sorry. We're not. I'll get to that. So so what's changed in our climate-friendly area rules? I've got a couple of slides on this. So these are the changes since the May draft. The first thing that we've done, actually, a few of these bullets really are clarifying pieces that were in the rule, but we were seeing that there's still a little bit of confusion, and so we have tried to put clearer language in the rules to make it clear. Number one, the relationship of housing capacity to UGB expansion areas, so that we are actually, with designation of climate-friendly areas, we're providing additional housing opportunities above and beyond what would be accomplished through a UGB expansion. Additionally, we're providing additional employment opportunities. And I would note too, with the climate-friendly area requirements, with adoption of these measures, there's no obligation for the local government to complete a housing capacity analysis or an economic opportunities analysis in order to designate these lands. So again, we're providing additional capacity for employment, residential uses. The second change we made, because we were still seeing confusion on what happens in Portland Metro, was to just really clarify Portland Metro and jurisdictions within that region are not subject to CFA requirements, the climate friendly area requirements. Instead, the requirements that we put into the rule basically bolster the existing program in Metro, the Region 2040 growth concept, and they require those local governments that have yet to adopt town and regional centers to do so on a certain timeline. But essentially, the requirement in Metro is to get on board with Metro's existing program, which we think is a good program and has made a lot of great strides. Oh yeah, and I should note, as you're following along, if you wish to look at the specific changes, the notes here on the slide will tell you which pages to look at on attachment G, which is the attachment that shows the actual areas where the rules we're proposing changes to the rules. The next change we made was to a recognition that we might have contiguous climate-friendly areas. And there's no reason that those shouldn't cumulatively qualify to meet dimensional standards. And what I mean by contiguous climate-friendly areas is that a local government, for example, in a downtown area might choose in the center of that downtown to have a really intensive CFA with very tall building heights and fairly high minimum residential densities. They may wish to buffer around the edges of that area and adopt a CFA or a climate-friendly area standards that would have a reduced building height, reduced minimum densities, sort of a step down, if you will. If those are all contiguous, they basically create one large climate-friendly area, and that area should qualify per dimensional and area standards. Lastly, we've also clarified a question that we saw in testimony about housing needs and the planning period for determining housing needs in terms of, what do we calculate the 30% capacity on, are established by the most recent acknowledged housing capacity analysis. There is not a tie to the transportation system plan. There's a little confusion because this is housed in Division 12, which is our transportation planning rule. But in this specific instance, we've cited specifically to the housing capacity analysis. Before I move on from this slide, there's a lot of content here. Are there any questions on any of these pieces?
Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Warren?
I don't have any questions, but just wanted to make a few comments. So you made a really important distinction with the 30% zone capacity, which I think is something we've heard a lot about and a lot of probably misinformation about. So I just wanted to make sure we're kind of drilling down on that a little bit. So all we're saying is that the cities have to zone for the capacity. We're not saying that they have to build 30% of the housing in these areas. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you for the question, Commissioner Warren. That is exactly correct. So we are not and really cannot require development to occur in climate-friendly areas. What we are doing with these rules is what I've called setting the table. We're providing an optimal environment for this development to occur. But I think it's really important also to note that what we're not doing in that way is allocating housing to climate-friendly areas. So the extent to which climate-friendly areas will pull from other residential land needs is only the extent to which actual development, residential development occurs in climate-friendly areas. And I'll speak to that change, I think, on the next slide. There's some discussion of that as well. But thank you for the question.
And just I have one more comment too. And I really like the contiguous climate-friendly area concept. I think that makes a lot of sense, especially when we start thinking about heat island mitigation. So thank you for making that change.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair Holloway. Mine, I think, is also more a comment that really follows up from the work session that we had and the realization about the bullet point number 2 you have there, Kevin, about the Portland Metros not being subject to these CFA requirements, but acknowledging that they're already doing that work in the Region 2040 growth concepts. So it also prompted me to remember that in those growth concepts, we actually have some examples of developments that are already occurring, where that's being applied in places like Rockwood Town Center, Gresham Town Center, Pleasant Valley. And so what we know is those concepts will work in a way. I don't know the details of how well they work, but we have examples of that. And I think when I think about those areas, I think we tend to see those bring in new development, bring in new housing, new job centers. And so I think the piece to me that seems important because we're going to get those pieces and will be the housing affordability pieces and those considerations of tying that back to that housing production strategy to ensure that we're meeting the housing needs of communities as those new developments move forward, because that tends not to happen in communities. So I don't know the specifics of whether or not that's occurring in those places, but I think we have some examples to look to. So this isn't, completely new, as you recognize with the bullet point two there. But again, I don't know an analysis of it, but I think those are the kinds of things we'd want to watch out for as this moves forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Lazo. I think that's an excellent point. And I can say that I've reviewed some recent development data in the city of Portland, which is quite extraordinary in terms of the residential units produced in some of these mixed use areas. So yes, in some areas, this has been very successful. It's been successful in smaller towns too. I worked in Corvallis for many years, and I know there's mixed use development happening in there downtown. So there is a market for this. But the other point you made is critical, and I want to speak to that a little bit, which is that we don't leave people behind in designating climate-friendly areas, which is why we also have that concurrent analysis of the potential for displacement of underserved populations and the identification and selection of mitigation where that is warranted, concurrent with the zoning, so that the local governments aren't playing catch up in terms of negative impacts that might occur. They're thinking proactively about, making sure we have housing opportunities for everyone in these areas.
Thank you, Kevin. And thank you for that last point, because that's huge, right? That's like the one thing in all of these zone in planning and in zoning, the piece that's been missing up to this point. It's sort of pro development when people want it, but then not thinking about the people that live there initially. And I just wanted to put a point also on what you said, just to continue to clarify that the 30%, I'm trying to get to that page, zoned capacity in the climate friendly areas is an increase in overall residential capacity in a city, not a decrease in some areas and an increase in others. It's an overall increase in capacity, and it would all just, what happens after that increased capacity is based on the market and providing that increased capacity.
Yes, thank you for the question, Chair Halova. And I think that point was maybe it's a nuance that's hard to explain. And for that reason, this first change that we made really kind of what we're trying to do is speak to that issue exactly. And I'll just read it. I'm sorry, but maybe it's too detailed, but identified housing needs that would otherwise necessitate an urban growth boundary expansion shall only be accommodated in climate-friendly areas to the extent that the production of needed housing types within the climate-friendly areas may be anticipated consistent with ORS 197296, Section 5. What that statute says is that essentially you have to look at that recent housing production information when you're forecasting the amount of housing you're thinking an area is going to absorb. And so when I say that we're only pulling housing capacity into climate-friendly areas, we're only allocating housing into those areas to the extent that it occurs, to the extent that it's realized by the market, or in some cases, maybe some public sector actors as well. But essentially, it's only the actual development. We're creating that zone capacity. We're identifying what our target is. We're using housing production strategies and other tools to really try to increase that development. But at the end of the day, it's the market generally that will make an impact in those areas.
Vice Chair.
Thank you. This really gets to one of our desired outcomes of the rulemaking as I go to that page, which is 3. I'll just support affordable, healthy living by developing actions that reduce, the first part is transportation costs, and increase housing choice and supply. And I think the continued refinements, the continued clarification clearly demonstrate that this is a pro-housing supply, anti-displacement package of rules that are absolutely essential to meeting Oregon's housing needs in our metropolitan areas. So I very much support the changes and the revisions, the refinements that you've made. I think we have really benefited by adopting temporary rules and now considering final rules. So to provide the time to make these final adjustments. So to the entire team and to everybody that's participated, thank you for helping make this section, this section of the rules clearly a pro housing supply package of rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Chair.
Continue. Oh, Commissioner Sandoval.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think a lot of the critiques that we've gotten have been based on the assumption that the housing market's going to keep increasing, but that's not guaranteed. In fact, things are not looking, I mean, the market can change, right? So what I like about the rules is that there's that flexibility there. We're not dictating anything. We're leaving it pretty flexible.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. And thanks for taking the extra time. I know that's one of the main areas of confusion and or need for clarification. So thank you for taking.
Happy to do so. All right. Let's see. I'll move on to the next slide. I'm sorry. I shouldn't. Hopefully, this won't. Take as much time. Some of the other changes we made, clarifying how parks and open space areas are calculated. We know we want to include those in climate-friendly areas. They need to abut. And so what the revisions say is, yes, those areas should count as part of a climate-friendly area towards those dimensional requirements. But obviously, we can't allocate residential or employment, into those areas. But yes, absolutely, in terms of helping local governments to meet those, those CFA kind of dimensional standards, they have a place there, and they should count towards to be a part of a climate-friendly area. A clarification on community engagement plans. There was a little bit of confusion about whether we were requiring, this is the community engagement plan that is to be submitted with the study of climate-friendly areas, which would now be required by the end of December 2023. And so this is just clarifying that community engagement plan is not saying, here's what we did. It is saying both, here's the community engagement we had as we were doing our climate-friendly area studies, and here is our plan for community engagement as we move into the next phase, which is decisions and zoning for climate-friendly areas. So that clarification. We also, on the third bullet, apologies here, we recognize that there was some discrepancies in terms of the population thresholds for climate-friendly areas. So we've streamlined that, and this is very important because what's very fundamental here is that we line this up with the similar requirement for cities population over 10,000 to update their housing capacity analyses and adopt housing production strategies. And so we've made this clarification so those line up perfectly. And so those cities that are required to do that work will have the information they need to do this work. And then lastly, I think we also got comments that we have now an alternative methodology option. So if a local government wishes to say, hey, we have a different way for determining residential building capacity, we're making that eligible, whether the local government is using the prescriptive or outcome-oriented approach to climate-friendly areas. All right, so that's it for the, and these, there are some other changes in the rules, but these are kind of the key ones that we've outlined for you. I'll pause for if there are any questions on those.
Commissioners? No questions. Deputy Director Green.
Thank you, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, and team. I just wanted to note for the community that we do post these PowerPoints. Esther, she specific post these PowerPoints, and so these have some great notations for listening public of where to find some of these changes in the rules. So those will be up by the end of the first week in August, if not sooner. And if folks want them earlier, definitely email staff or Esther, and for next week, you'll be directed to me, and we'll help get those PowerPoints to you. Thank you.
All right, I'm just going to move on and briefly sort of touch on how these rules have evolved over the span of the work that we've done. So not just since the last draft, but just kind of noting some of the key changes that we've made in these rules over time, because I do think it's important to revisit sort of what we've heard and what we've done to adjust the rules based on the input that we've received. So first of all, one of the big things is, if you recall our first draft on climate friendly areas, I think there was a strong reaction that, wow, those are really prescriptive. We'd really like more flexibility. At that point, we came back and we developed the outcome oriented approach, allowing a local government to prove up on, or if they have a set of development standards that would accomplish the same results, why not allow for that? So creating that flexibility. Another really important issue that was identified early on was the impact of CFA requirements on residential land needs. And that was a very important consideration, especially as it tied to UGB expansion. So we made some significant changes there. And as we've talked about already, added additional residential and employment capacity in climate friendly areas, not taken capacity away from other residential needs for those local governments. Important clarification on Portland Metro. We weren't sure how climate friendly areas should apply there. Our first draft was maybe not as clear on that point as it needed to be. We've tightened that up, and we've essentially said, look, the Region 2040 plan is a good one. Let's stick with that in terms of town and regional centers, and continue to, I think we'll continue to see that the region make progress in that regard. We made a change to allow for abutting high intensity residential employment uses within CFAs as well. I think that was an important point, that, hey, it doesn't necessarily have to be mixed use to support a mixed use core. And so that piece is in there as well. And I just note this last change, I think at the direction of the commission, was to allow more time for climate friendly area studies. So our prior deadline was end of June 2023. Our deadline now is December, so a year and 6 months. And I think, is that my last slide? Oh, no, I got one more. Okay. So the rules have evolved over time. Also want to speak briefly about section 0330. So these are land use rules, not for climate friendly areas, but these are land use rules that apply throughout jurisdictions. Although there are some zones, industrial zones, are exempted from. So what we're talking about here are pedestrian friendly site design requirements. And so that the first change was an issue that we heard from a number of folks, that we really don't want to create a process to exempt development from those pedestrian friendly site design requirements on a case-by-case basis. There may be some situations where we want to make that change legislatively. So, incorporate in our code, hey, there are some types of uses that should be exempt from this. I mean, one example I think we heard was, the emergency, vehicle access for a hospital. Well, okay, we get that, you need direct connection. And so we have now made it clear that this can be done through a legislative process. It doesn't need to be on a case-by-case basis. Another change we made to the pedestrian friendly site design requirements was to remove a prohibition on vehicle display areas. So what these standards are trying to accomplish is bringing buildings to the street and enhancing pedestrian accessibility into the buildings. And when you have vehicle circulation between the building and the street, it really does impede pedestrian access. That includes transit users, bicyclists too, in many cases. And so we're trying to enhance that access to those buildings. And so vehicle circulation in those areas is something that we're trying to discourage, but understand that vehicle display is a different animal. Those vehicles generally aren't moving. They're not a hazard. And so we understand there's an important sector of car dealers that need to continue to stay in business. And so we've made that adjustment as well. And I think that's it for my section, and I'll pause for any additional questions.
Commissioners, any additional questions? I think we're good to go to the next section on parking.
Right. Thank you. For the record, Evan Manville, Climate Mitigation Planner. My pronouns are he and him. So a couple of slides just reviewing what the parking reforms are in the rules. the first big step in these rules is repealing parking mandates near frequent transit. And that is a core element because the data have shown that's most effective as far as people who want to build less parking often want to locate there. And it changes how people get around. It's also the most intuitive as we talk to people around in local governments and the general public. People very much make that connection. So it's an easier thing for people to understand. And it supports the sort of developments that we want. We want more developed near places that have robust transportation choices. So lots of reasons for that big first bullet point. A second core piece of the parking reforms is saying, hey, there are some real equity needs that we have out there. We need shelters. We need small housing units, affordable housing units. Let's take the red tape of parking mandates away from those. Also multifamily, let's reduce those down to a cap of 1 space per unit. That's in line with what middle housing reforms did and kind of expands it out. So those are kind of some core elements. And then we provide communities with this 3-part choice that we've gone over a few times. The first is to get out of the parking mandate business entirely. The second is to do kind of a policy-based approach of saying, hey, let's nudge people and reward people who don't drive by unbundling parking from the cost of units or having a flexible commute benefit if you don't use parking at work, that sort of thing. And the third is not to remove all parking mandates, but to do additional reforms of parking mandates for various types of development. The second pieces of parking mandate, the parking reforms, are just kind of bringing in best practices from around Oregon codes and other places, repealing garage requirements, facilitating shared parking, having a few incentives for car shares and accessible housing units, that sort of thing. The last piece is looking at Oregon's 7 largest cities and saying, hey, if you're going to keep mandating a bunch of parking, you need to manage at least a little bit of your on-street parking in a way that shows that it has value. So that's the parking reform in a nutshell. We didn't make any significant changes since the May rules. We kind of added some clarification so people are reminded, hey, you don't have to do this part if you have repealed mandates, and these are the cities that it applies to, that sort of thing. But content-wise, it's pretty much as is. There are a fair number of changes we made since first rolling these out. It's kind of fun looking back a year ago. It's like, oh, that changed and that changed and that changed and that changed. So we did improve the shared parking stuff. We did create this incentive for people building housing units that are accessible to people with disabilities. Did a little more out on bundling, that sort of thing. And we also listened to our local government partners that said some of the stuff we were dreaming of was too much. And so we took a lot of those less critical details out and more prescriptive things out. We said, okay, we're not going to think about pedestrian screening. Like, we'll provide some sample codes if you want to do it, that sort of thing. You can switch between the options, the 3 options, that sort of thing. We'll make some things easier. We'll give you some more time. So we did do a fair amount to try to make this a little bit easier. We know it's can be a difficult local conversation. So those are my slides. Any questions on those? Well, I guess I've got the next slides too, but on EV. But
Commissioners, Commissioner Warren.
I'm just interested to know if you have a sense of which 3 of the reform options cities will choose. Is there one that seems to be favorable over another?
I've tried to ask I've asked the local governments that, and they're saying we have to talk to council about it. It's likely that the city of Portland may go with option A because they're 90% there, but others are like, okay, we're gonna share this with councils and we'll see what they think. I think that a lot of the people we're working with are planners, not policy people. So that policy option is a little bit confusing. but we're providing resources for folks on other cities that have done that and want to handhold for people who want to really get their brains around that second option. But no one's been super committal thus far.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, did you, was there any feedback by cities saying, oh, you know, where we would rather the state make this decision for us? Like, we bring it to the local level, we're gonna get this, you know, it's gonna become very politicized and so forth. Was there any of that?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question, Commissioner. Yeah, we certainly heard that in some closed door meetings and in this commission meeting. I think at last November, Talent Council President came up and said, please do this. And, you know, very much we want to be a resource. If we're like, hey, if you want to blame us, like we can do that dynamic because it is. But yes, definitely heard that a fair amount that people were wanting the state to step in because it's the local conversations are hard and it's easier when the state comes and provides that guidance. Yeah.
So I wanted to comment that what was interesting about this process. I think we went pretty deep into the removal of parking mandates in the housing rulemaking that went on, and it was quite robust conversation. And I think it helped lead into this conversation, which I thought was a good thing because all of these rules are starting to work together. And I just wanted to reiterate, you know, and more for folks that are listening that just because it says no parking mandates near frequent transit doesn't mean that a developer will not choose to go ahead and provide parking when it's not mandated. So there is an element of the market and what works at a specific time for one development also could change over time as ridership or more bus lines, you know, then decisions would be made differently over time. So I applaud the flexibility that this provides to the private sector to really provide the parking for the type of use that's being proposed / when it's most needed. And maybe just for a point of clarification, in the cities may choose these three approaches. Do they choose them for the whole city, parts of the city? Maybe you can talk about the geographic distribution of these choices.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the key point, Chair, and for the question. So these are so around frequent transit, that just applies. And the three options are for those areas outside frequent transit. And there's a little bit of a nuance around climate friendly areas, which is often overlaps with where the frequent transit is regardless. So the frequent transit is the main guide geographically, but the three options are for the areas outside the frequent transit area. Yeah.
And I just also wanted to mention a lot of the work we're doing now is not, it's not just centered on zoning, because I think we know that it takes more than zoning. It's zoning and policy making and incentives and financing and these different things. So I appreciate the idea of parking policies because they play in heavily, not just zoning.
Wonderful.
It's kind of one tool.
Yeah. So this is a super brief section, the electric vehicle charging. As you all heard in the work session, this is just saying for new residential development with 5 more units, we're going to have 40% conduit to serve 40% of the parking spaces. It's in line with the building codes is adopted at the 20% level. So that's what the policy does. That changed over time, mainly because we talked to council, but building codes and our council, and realized, we can't touch counties, it has to be the cities and all these other things. We can't do all these nuances and definitions and all that. We just have to follow along. So we're following along. So that's pretty much it. We did clarify in response that parking spaces that have chargers count as parking spaces towards mandates, which is something that sometimes local governments try to not count those. No, that counts. So, any questions about that?
Any commissioners? And I wanted to also make sure that Commissioner Jacobson, if she had any questions, that we're responding to her questions also.
I don't, but thank you so much for remembering I'm here. I appreciate that.
All right. Feel free to interject at any point.
Thank you, Chair Holova, Commissioners. Bill Holmstrom, agency's Land Use and Transportation Planning Coordinator. Thank you again for having us here again to speak with you today. I'm going to talk really quickly about transportation system planning. Just a few slides, really high level overview. Obviously, this is a big chunk of the rules, but I just wanted to hit the high notes here. We're changing these rules within the metropolitan areas to make sure that our local governments are doing stronger planning for our pedestrian, bicycle, and transit networks within our communities. This is not something that obviously we've been doing this transportation system planning for 30 years now in Oregon, and we've got local jurisdictions that have done a great job doing this work across the state, but we know that we need to raise the bar in order to meet our targets. So we're trying to do that with these rules. Just because we're focusing on these in particular doesn't mean we're not, we're anti-car, that people can't drive their cars anymore, anything like that. Obviously, we've spent a lot of time and effort over the last century building out an excellent network to get from A to B if you're driving your car. What we haven't done is a really good job of making sure that we've filled all the gaps and that we have a complete network for all those other ways of getting around. So that's really what we're trying to focus on here. We want to make sure that we have connected, safe, and complete networks that are open and welcoming to people of all ages and abilities to be able to use those networks to be able to get around and meet their daily needs without necessarily having to get into a car, which is unfortunately the case in many of our communities. For many of our trips today, there aren't a lot of good alternatives. In particular, we are prioritizing climate-friendly areas to make sure those are places where people realistically can be able to meet many of their daily needs without having to drive a car. We want to make sure that we're paying particular attention to neighborhoods with underserved populations. These are places where there's been a lack of investment over the decades. There's maybe been investments that have been harmful to those communities. We want to make sure that communities are paying attention to those places, that they are listening to the people that live and work there, and that they're really meeting the needs of those communities and making investments that are going to be beneficial and helpful to people that live there. And of course, we want to make sure that we're providing access to key destinations in those communities so that people can get to those places, whether that's work, employment, whether that's shopping, medical appointments, meeting those just daily needs every day, that be able to get around and get to those places. So I don't have the laundry list that Evan did for the parking rules in terms of what has changed over the last 10 versions of this rule that we've published since August of 2021. And not to mention all the internal things in between. So we've made a number of changes, and I'll just talk about a couple themes real quick. We've made substantial changes. A lot of it, you'll hear this theme a lot, of course, about flexibility and making sure that we're providing local governments a lot of different choices of being able to get to our objectives. I put focus on objectives here, and what I'm trying to get at here is, we put out at the beginning a set of rules. We were told to be ambitious, and we tried to do that. And we heard from folks, hey, why did you do that? What's that trying to do? Well, we're trying to get at this. Well, what if you did it this way? Well, that might work just as well. So we were really trying to focus on where we're trying to get at and not to be so defensive about our initial ways of trying to do that. And so we've made some changes. We'll probably make things work better than what we originally proposed, because there's people out there, a lot of great minds thinking about these things. And I think we're pretty smart too, but we don't necessarily come with the right way of doing things at the first bat. So that was great conversations we had with folks all around the state on that. One thing about this process is it's really taught me, and I have local government experience and I've been doing this job for 15 years, but how many different ways of doing different things around the state there are within our overall program. It's really interesting how many different, obviously we know our communities are very different and have different situations, different demographics, different land use, different transportation systems, but how they handle those, the planning, the underlying, kind of framework for how they do things, lots of variations out there. And there's no right or wrong way in a lot of different communities. So we just want to make sure that we are responsive to that and have rules that accommodated a lot of those different ways of doing things, as again, we're trying to get to our objectives, but understanding there's different ways to get from point A to point B. And then again, we want to make sure that, as we're moving forward into implementation, that we're thinking about that. What are the smart ways of doing these things? Are we requiring things that are, when we're making a requirement, are we making sure that there's not excessive costs or time associated with that when we're going to implement those? So we put a lot of time and effort into thinking about that and making sure that we're considering that implementation phase. We do have made a few specific changes since May, and oops, I got to click 2 buttons here. And I'll just highlight those 2 kind of key areas. First of all, in pedestrian and bicycle system inventories, rereading those, we were pretty specific about specific areas where we wanted those inventories to happen. And it was not super clear that we weren't precluding anyone from doing inventories outside of those areas. And those in particular are along collectors and arterials. So those higher order streets and roads and highways that have a lot of traffic, making sure that we're inventorying the pedestrian bicycle systems on those facilities. We are requiring inventories, I believe, within a quarter mile of every school and within climate friendly areas. I think that's the list. So it's too much to ask our local governments to inventory at the level of detail that we're asking everything. That would be great. I think everyone would like to have that. And part of the funding from ODOT will be to support doing some of this inventory work across the state. But we couldn't say do everything. But we did add some clarification that you should look at doing as much as you can of everywhere else. You don't necessarily have to meet all of the standards that we're looking at adopting for making sure you've got everything. But is there a sidewalk there? There's a lot of jurisdictions that don't have that information right now at that level of detail, which is another thing that's kind of surprising, but we're hopefully going to be able to get there about be able to identify what's there now, what's there today, so that we can make smart choices about investments for the future. Now, this other change that we made was in Rule 830 in the Division 12, which is around kind of an enhanced review of certain larger street and highway projects. The objective of this rule is really to have local governments take a step back and say, is this something we really need to do? And if we do this, are there other ways of trying to meet what we're trying to get at here other than doing this project or doing this project to the scale that we're thinking of? That's really just what this is about. We made some clarifications based on some comments that we heard, particularly in the last few meetings that we've held with local governments in these last few months. One about, we had something about bridges, and someone said, well, does that include pedestrian bridges? If you read the rule together, it's pretty clear it doesn't, but we did want to be clearer about that. So we did make a change about that we actually, in your corrections memo, made a further tweak to that. And then another thing we added, and I just want to talk about this real quick, we clarified how projects in existing plans can be reviewed, or when they should be reviewed. And this is not inconsistent with what we've been saying all along to local governments and a way of interpreting the rule, but it was clear that it was unclear that when we had a couple of meetings in these last few months with local governments, they said, well, when do we have to do this? And we think it's, when you do the major TSP update, but it doesn't say that clearly. So we put that in there. Just to put it out there, local governments have existing acknowledged transportation system plans with projects on the books that are in that plan. Those are there. They're ready to go. They have acknowledged plans. They can do that work. We're not saying anything otherwise, and we've been consistent about that. If they choose to do one of those projects to implement it, to do it, go into project development phase on that, there's there's a point at which the decision is made under the existing transportation planning, transportation system plan to do that. There's the land use decision. And that's the point at which you need to have that in your plan. If it's under an existing acknowledged plan, then you're good. What happens at the time that the local government does their major TSP update, which is to basically bring their TSP up to all the updated standards, we're asking them to do this enhanced review at that point. They might choose not to do that enhanced review of some of these projects. They might look at some of these projects and say, do we really need to do this? That's the point of the rules, to say, is this something we really need to do? They might choose to move forward on some of those. That's why this rule is here, is to let them move forward. It doesn't say don't do the project. We probably could have written a rule, not politically, but we could have written a rule that said, don't do big highway projects anymore. We couldn't do that, obviously. But we wanted to make sure people were really looking at the alternatives. I want to be clear, this is not at the scale of, say, a NEPA environmental impact statement, something like that. Nowhere close to that level of alternatives review. It's a smaller scale project than that. So I think there's been some confusion about that, and that's going to be one of our objectives in the next couple of months and into the next year is putting out guidance about what do these look like. No one's done one yet. It's a new thing, so we got to figure that out and do some hand holding with folks that are going to be doing these. So I just want to put that out there because I know there have been some questions about that.
Vice Chair Leland.
Thank you. And Bill, I appreciate you raising that question. I recall one of our rule-making advisory committee meetings when the Salem Public Works Director, Julie Warnicki, is that her last name? I remember she and I both raised this very issue of what happens if a city has been collecting, for example, SDCs, system development charges, for an identified project, and then they're getting close, but they also happen to be doing a transportation system, major transportation system plan update, and they have to review it. So I appreciate the clarification. It sounds like it's a review. It's not a requirement that the project is removed. They just have to review it. Point number one. And point number two is I really hope as the team goes forward and begins to develop the implementation, is that you do work with those public works directors and others around the state, just so that there's a clear, consistent understanding of what does this review look like, so they don't all of a sudden get to that hearing and they have failed to achieve what our intent is of what that review looks like and what the outcome is. So I just really encourage us to continue to involve Julie Warnicki and her colleagues around the state as we move forward with implementation guidelines. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Commissioners. Commissioner Lazo.
Thanks, Chair Holden, Vice Chair Lelak. Bill, I just can you clarify the sort of the cadence for TSP updates, and particularly in light of the table, because I think we're going to talk about the timing stuff next. So, is there a general cadence for when communities update their TSPs for requirements?
Yeah, Chair Holova, Commissioner Lazo, not really. There's again, communities approach these in different ways. I would say the Portland metropolitan area is a little bit different because they have regular regional transportation plan updates, which necessitate updates of local TSPs. So those probably get updated slightly more regularly in general. Okay. And then as you go into the other parts of the state, they're really opportunistic, I would say. They're when they can, funds are available, when there's grants available to do that work, generally is when those major plan updates will happen. But lots of small little updates happen frequently with these plans to bring projects in and out and to change things as projects are completed, to bring them off the plan, things like that. So it really depends. And moving into the next few years here, we've really been trying to work closely with ODOT and local government partners to really figure out, okay, how are we going to do this update work? You know, we've had advocates come speak with you to say, let's make sure all the TSPs are updated in the next 2 years. That would be extraordinarily difficult to pull off with the resources that we have available, with the amount of consulting capacity we have available in the state of Oregon, there's no way to really do everything in 2 years. So we've got to kind of spread it out over time. When those are going to happen is really going to be dependent on those specific jurisdictions, their capacity, what other projects they've got going on. And Cody and Evan are going to be continuing to have those conversations along with our colleagues at ODOT to make sure that we're scheduling those out, that the state's able to provide support for those local governments to adopt those along the way, that's happening in a process across the state where we are able to provide those resources, but also within each of those communities that's happening in a way that makes sense for them.
Okay, so it really, the updates is not driven by a different requirement, but really by the rules that are being adopted here and the timelines that are shown for that, for the updates to the TSPs.
Well, yeah, Chair
And
Holova,
what we're
Commissioner
talking about.
Lazo, I would say that, if these rules hadn't been adopted at all, or, prior to these rules being adopted, local governments were doing regular updates of transportation system plans anyway, just as a necessary part of trying to make sure that they've got funding and projects and support to continue to build their transportation networks, right? So we're replacing some of the existing requirements with new requirements. They're enhanced, we're raising the bar on those, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's not as much of a sea change as in some ways, because you're still going to be doing transportation system plans. They have them now. You're still going to be doing transportation system plan updates. Well, we do that now. We have over the next 7 years an accelerated time frame for some of these jurisdictions potentially that maybe wouldn't have done it in these next few years, maybe because they have a relatively new TSP, something like that. But other than that, it's that we're not looking to change the cadence or how often these are updated. I will say, the existing rules are written at a time when no one had a TSP, and so they're kind of written in the way that, like, when you do your TSP, you're going to do it like this, and we've tried to add provisions to talk about updates, right? Because now basically everyone has a TSP. There's a few smaller jurisdictions that don't around the state, but and so what do major or minor updates look like, and what are the different? So it's a little bit different that way, but trying to bring it into not the 90s anymore, basically. Yeah.
And you said 7 years. Is that that looks like it's the option B horizon rather than the option A horizon? Looks like it's 5 years, June 30, 2027 for it's incremental TSP updates over transition period ending date.
Oh, yeah. So Chair Holova, Commissioner Lazo, I don't have, let me bring that in front of me just real quick. So I have, do you have a staff report? Someone have a staff report? Thank you. All right. Just so I can go line by line here, and I numbered the lines because of this. All right, so you're looking at line 2, correct?
Correct.
All right, so what line 2 is saying is if you are doing minor updates on your existing transportation system plan that was adopted under the existing or the previous rules, you can make those incremental updates without having to do a full-blown update, just as long as the part that you're touching is meeting the updated rules. Okay. So that's what we've heard is, there are jurisdictions that do incremental updates kind of all the time. And if the first time they touch their TSP have to do with a full-blown update, there's no way to really make that work over the next few years. Realistically, it doesn't make sense. So the really one you want to look is line 6.
Yeah.
That's where the deadline comes in for when we expect the larger jurisdictions outside the Portland metropolitan area to have their TSP update that meets the updated rules. That's 2029.
Thank you.
So
yeah, so Division 44 has some different provisions for Eugene, Springfield, and Salem Kaiser because they are doing their scenario planning work, and so there's connection to the transportation system planning there as well. They will be setting out a work program for themselves to figure out when those happen, and we expect other jurisdictions to go early too, just because they'll want to. Yeah. So.
Okay. And I can't remember if you're on to the corrections memo. Are we on to that slide yet, or?
I have not got there yet.
Okay,
but that's the
okay. I
next-
was gonna say after that, before getting to the engagement process, I think we'll take a break.
Great. So commissioners, on Chair Harlova, commissioners, on last week, you received a corrections memo with just a few minor corrections that, upon review of some of the rules, we've since the full packet went out, that we needed to make some tweaks. In Rule 430, there was a question about how the minimum parking requirements apply to, say, like a subdivision it has multiple housing units. Just the way it was written was a little bit confusing. So we clarified that. We're really talking about multifamily dwellings and not single family dwellings, which jurisdictions will be able to make a decision about. Did I get that correct?
Yes, you got it correct, how it's written, like they're subject to parking reform if they're within a frequent transit corridor. But
Of course.
yeah,
Yeah.
anyway, yeah.
Yeah. And then in Rule 830 again, we just had a few clarifications, and some of these came from ODOT, just to make sure that we were kind of using the right terminology here about the bridges again, just to make sure we were using the right terminology there. And then a few changes to, and this is a little bit different than what we were just talking about, but when folks have a project that they have reviewed already, they get to keep that review. They don't have to go and update it unless that project significantly changes. And that provision has been in that rule. But we just made a little bit of tweaks about what that means, just to be clear about that.
So commissioners, I wanted to see if you had any questions on this section. Transportation system planning. Commissioner Boyer.
So Bill, I just wanted to acknowledge and appreciate your mentioning that there are different methods to all this. And I appreciate the flexibility given and just everybody wanting the same outcomes, but there is going to be different ways to get there. So I appreciate that. Thanks.
Okay, with no other questions, we're going to take a 15-minute break. And so I think we'll start back up at 10:47 and the next part will be on the engagement process. Deputy Director Green.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just wanted to note that Ms. Esther Johnson has already put the PowerPoint up on the agency commission page for today's meeting. So if folks want to be following along at their desk, it's there. Thank you, Esther. Thanks, Chair.
I didn't use this at the beginning.
Put his
Hmm?
Put his
Have we started? Not yet. You'll say it. You'll say it.
Okay, folks, welcome back from our morning break. The time is 10:49 a.m. and we will continue with our climate-friendly, equitable communities rulemaking.
Thank you, Esther.
Yes, that's all I was gonna say was thank you, Esther.
Awesome.
You can continue on.
Yes, let us all praise Esther. Okay, engagement process. So we had a pretty extensive engagement process through this rulemaking. This picture is, of course, from not this rulemaking, it's a pre-COVID engagement, but we very much believed in engagement and did a lot of work on that. Let's see.
Just one moment. I'm sorry, what slide were we on?
Yeah, 27 is good.
27.
Okay, perfect.
I'm sorry. There's a little bit of delay. I need to share our screen in order for our YouTube streaming to be able to see the PowerPoints. Okay, here we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. So back before all this engagement, I had hair. It's been a lot of engagement. Before we kicked off the rulemaking, we spent 5 or 6 months scoping it out, and we had interviews with scores of people. We had an equity training from Verde. We did a lot of work even before we launched the rulemaking. As we launched the rulemaking, we developed the largest and most diverse rulemaking advisory committee in department history, we believe. It was full of such quality individuals. We've hired 2 of them since. Really amazing set of folks. We worked hard to make it represent Oregon overall in all sorts of different dimensions of diversity, including representing all 8 metro areas we're impacting, but people with disabilities, renters, people of color, people representing tribal folks, people representing people experiencing homelessness. It was a very robust effort to get a rulemaking advisory committee. And we spent a lot of effort on that, and that paid off in big dividends. So they helped us take a big picture, like let's look at our outcomes, our equitable outcomes, our climate outcomes. And then they spent many, many hours over the last year plus engaging with us, as Commissioners Lulak and Warren know. 12 meetings, sometimes 3-4 hour meetings, really robust. Along with that, we had a lot of regional workshops. So we went to each of the regions and had virtual workshops with folks. As we developed some details of the rules, we had regional practitioner meetings where we met with local governments and led them through the proposed rules and got their input and ideas. We had specific work group meetings where we said, hey, let's get together and talk about the parking reform things or the scenario planning or the, so we went on issues, on regions. And all along we had additional meetings with staff and electeds and other folks who were interested groups. We said, all right, let's have a special meeting for you. Yes, we want to hear from you. So it's been pretty robust, over 200 meetings and consultations with folks. And you see the end product. It's a much more polished product. As Bill said, we learned from others and we built that into the product. A couple last things. We did pay for a disability analysis from an international disability expert and had a disability focus group to look at the rules. And we had some interviews with people after the process to say, hey, particularly the community benefit organizations, how did this work for you? How can we improve this in the future? Because we're learning how to do equity engagement. We're not experts at it yet, but we're growing and learning as we go. So from here on out, we believe additional engagement is critical. We have funded, we're taking a lot of the funding that we got from the legislature and dedicating it to community engagement and saying, hey, we want to help local governments engage their communities as they figure out how to implement these rules locally. And we'll continue to engage with our partners to say, how do we further sand some things off the rules and things that we need to change going forward. Excuse me. Okay. That's that slide. I will pass it to Cody.
Thank you, Evan. Cody Meyer with the department. Just want to kind of walk through kind of some summary of the engagement process here. So on this slide, we're showing we really identified two levels of partners in the rulemaking. And so clearly local government partners and the cities and counties within each metropolitan area, we engage them. And just want to take a second to acknowledge that the process that we went through wasn't just, we walked into it and we just decided to do it. Is really under the leadership and vision of Jim Rue, who really said, we're going to do this different. And prior to this effort, I think this agency has absolutely had the government partners at the table. And also wanted to really give a shout out to Deputy Director Green, who we did these interviews. She said, hey, I want you to interview these equity leaders. And by the way, Jim and Robin, they're going to go to this interview. And they asked him, how do we do this work? We're hearing the protests, we're all this, what do we do? And this gentleman said, well, you need to give folks a seat at the table. And that's what they want. They don't want to be interviewed or surveyed. You need to expand your decision-making. And that's what he did. He just that was one of the greatest things about Jim is he just saw, he's like, okay, that's what we're doing. Done. You guys are doing that now. So we really expanded this bottom row here to say, we're bringing community partners in our rulemaking effort and to give them a seat at the decision-making table. So our rules have a pretty profound effect on the governments that we're working with. They have to implement the rules and they're responsible to do it in the right way. But this program really is going to have a profound effect on the lives of the Oregonians who live and work in these areas or visit and play in these areas. And so it has been a really amazing learning experience and a process to pick up and talk administrative rule to ordinary Oregonians and try to get to the outcomes that they want, and just really appreciate the leadership and the guidance and tutelage of Deputy Director Green of, challenging us to, step up to the plate and kind of use our skills to translate what we're hearing into administrative rule language into a way that could be implementable. So these were just a snapshot of the key partners, and obviously doesn't include everyone that came to all the public meetings and workshops and conversations that we held. It's just hundreds of people. Okay, so just again, we've had over 200 unique meetings. That doesn't count all the individual phone calls and emails we've been doing, but here's kind of a roadmap of what we've been doing. The first year, 2020, we started with 34 interviews. We had a survey. We did a webinar on the potential rulemaking. We were really intentional in our rack selection and expanding the table to folks. We clearly went through the RAC, what was it, 11 RAC meetings. We checked in with you all throughout the process. We've been working with practitioners, holding regional workshops. We've working with our 4 agency partners on the EMC, stands for Every Mile Counts. That's the ODOT, DLCD, Department of Environmental Quality and Energy, of which this rulemaking effort is a part of this larger coordinated effort. So we did 2 standalone workshops just focused on equitable outcomes that we're all working towards. Then, of course, we did some community conversations in the spring and then again later in the fall. Then in the past year, of course, we had draft rules coming out. Bill's going to talk a little bit about the version history of the rules and how it got through all these dots. We've done some webinars. We've had numerous technical meetings, technical work groups. When we had a complete set of draft rules out there, we did another round of community conversations, open houses that are open to the public and staff and elected leaders in each region. And we continued to engage our RAC and towards the end of the rulemaking process, looking towards implementation and budget build. We'll talk about that on the next item. We did 3 specific outreach efforts there, and those were to interview our CBO partners, our community benefit organization partners on the RAC to look about course correcting on our process. This is the first time we really put a significant effort into this, and we want to make sure that as an agency, we're able to adjust and correct. As Evan said, we're learning as we're going. And we heard a lot of great insight there about what we can do better and what worked well. We also did a survey of local governments to talk about implementation and what they need and what their preferred kind of schedule would look like, so we can try to deliver the resources to support them. And then we did a community needs forum that really just invited folks from across the spectrum of the general public to staff and electeds to come and talk about what does it mean to implement the rules and meaningful engagement to implement the rules, and what do we need to think about as we go through that process to support the local government partners. So I'm going to pass it over to Bill unless anyone has any question on some of the process.
I don't have a question, but I just wanted to note kind of the different types of engagement and also the distribution over time and commend you guys, especially the ability to look back and see, that it was early and often and to multiple stakeholders. And so I think Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I think it'd be a good idea if we develop some sort of study or report that kind of outlined the process, but also really spoke to like the lessons learned and especially the difficulties that we kind of ran into. And if we could tie that to the Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee and the work that we're doing in that committee to update Goal 1, I think a lot of the lessons learned from this process could really benefit that area of the agency's work. So it's a suggestion.
Commissioner Sandoval, I do want to point out that we do have attachment B is just the summary of engagement, not so much a report, just kind of the high points of the engagement. But then also on your next agenda item, I don't remember the attachment number off the top of my head, but we have the outreach and engagement support for the budget build and includes some of the summary of the RAC interviews. So that's in your packet as well.
Yeah, great. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm thinking, I guess, more of a kind of a qualitative, kind of reflexive piece of the process. Not necessarily like the number of meetings and where and so forth, but more of like I guess, yeah, kind of the lessons learned and stuff. But
Deputy Director Green.
Chair, hello, Vice Chair Lila.
Your mic.
Oh,
yeah.
Chair Helova, thank you. Vice Chair Lilek and Commissioner Sandoval, thank you. Would you be willing to help guide us in that review, please? It's been a while since I've been in qualitative methods and would really appreciate your guidance for us.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Thank you. Sure. Thank you. It has truly been an incredible process. And I just want to thank Cody for giving our director a shout out, our then director a shout out. I know Director Bateman has provided additional, the same level of air under our wings, and we're grateful. But that there is a lot to learn here. And I think that there's this really important piece as we transition to the local governments, because we're all learning together. And this is just, if it had been easy, it would have been done. If it had been normal, it would have been done. And it also at the local governments, well, I know I'm speaking to the expert here, you know, a professor and an expert in community engagement, but I just, you know, thank you for calling in the Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee as well. And the learning on this, it just sort of taking airspace here for just a moment to say how important this is of using this moment, this opportunity to learn and reflect, and including with the local government partners, because it's such an important transition point about to happen. So I think the more honest and candid we are with each other, and they have been with us over the budget development, I think the better. But if you wouldn't mind staying with us, and thank you for being our liaison to the CIAC. So hopefully we can reconnect on that kind of, and as we design, and Commissioner Warren as well, thank you, as we design kind of what a look back, look forward, and an honest accounting of challenges. We'd really appreciate both of your guidance. Thank you.
And Commissioner Jacobson.
Yeah, thank you. I had actually just a very similar comment and question to Commissioner Sandoval, and just wanted to say, I think it's really important to capture not just the outcomes of the process and, you know, how many meetings there were and how many people attended and et cetera, et cetera. Those are certainly important things, but also the impact of that and the internal impact. And, you know, I want to make sure that it wasn't just captured, like I said, in the meeting outcome, but also in terms of the staff that worked on that, because there may be different staff at some point. You are all wonderful, but there may be different staff at some point working on this, or new staff, et cetera. And I think taking the time and opportunity to take what all of you learned in that process and, you know, make sure that other staff understand, you know, how that worked is really important. And that's how kind of systematic change happens inside process. So I'm glad to see that you're thinking about doing that, because I think it's really important that this isn't just a one-time thing, but we take full advantage of this one-time thing and make sure that we're using it to create change within the agency and within communities on how we engage people. So thanks for the work you did, and hopefully we can take as much advantage of that as possible.
Yes, Evan.
Yeah, just real briefly to that, Commissioner Jacobson. The Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Committee that I've been involved in has said that's one of our top 5 priorities, is making sure that we're doing best practices as far as advisory committees and processes and looking at that. So it's on our to-do list. We very much want to capture that beyond this rulemaking.
And I was going to comment, you know, at the beginning of the process, there was a lot of work done on the equitable outcome statement. And I think we've been a lot, especially the climate activists have been waiting for a long time for the start of this work to happen. And I think it was really hard from what I recall at the beginning to be like, okay, we're spending quite a few, you know, meetings on this equitable outcomes. And I remember it also being very robust in the sense that, you know, I'm 100% for it, but I was like, wow, there's some things on that list I don't know that that's in our in our rulemaking to actually address, but it was very important for the members there to put it on paper, whether it was for us or for somebody else in the future. And so it'd be nice to I know there was a I can't remember what crosswalk that showed that statement and then where we're at now and what was achieved and what wasn't achieved. But it'd be interesting in the same way that crosswalk in the sense of the public the participation part and what was achieved in theory, what we wanted to achieve and what was actually achieved. And, you know, I think this is the best probably in the United States with regard to a major planning process and statewide in terms of engagement. But at the same time, it's the start, you know, as if we've done it. It's the first time in some ways. So it's like, I want to congratulate us all and be like, this is amazing, because it is. But also with that idea that it's the start, I think that this document that we're talking about is going to then say, how do we make this a normal practice? How do we make this a normal practice for cities and counties? And anything we do, I think, can make other people's job easier. You know, it's sort of like you're the first, and then going through that process makes it easier for other folks if we can properly translate that. And I know what's specific about this rulemaking and public participation at this level is how technical it is. Where I feel like some other rulemaking we've done is not as technical on people and more singular of an issue where people can really dive in. And so I'd love to see some lessons learned on how to achieve, you know, there's a lot of jargon and a lot of technicality, and what can we do in an equally complicated situation next time? Any other commissioners?
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
want to say thank you for all of your patience through this process, because I know that was challenging often for you all. And also just to give a big shout out to Sylvia and our consultant through that for facilitating that process. I thought they did a fantastic job and had a big lift to undertake and stayed there right by us the whole time. So.
And I wanted to thank Commissioner Warren and Vice Chair Lilac, because all those dots, those rack dots. There should have been there is I see the LCDC, but I don't know if they have dots for the two of them that participated in that. And then, you know, I just wanted to reiterate, because I think there were some comments that I feel like were not genuine and quite misleading in all of the more recent public testimony about this rulemaking not being on the equitable outcomes side. I think, and I know that this process, like I said, has set a standard and a process that no other rulemaking has done before. I think housing is you know, housing in this rulemaking. And when you start off with such clear intention, you know, and work toward that and bring the right partners in, obviously we can see the outcomes are very different. So I just kind of wanted to say that because I feel like there's a lot of misinformation about specifically to equity in this process. And like I said, I think we're on the forefront of that movement, and we have a long way to go. But I wanted to just say that for the record. Thank you. I think we're continuing it on.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Bill Holmstrom again. Just one slide real quick, and this is, there's a lot here, but you can kind of get a sense of, this talks about the number of changes and revisions that we've made to the draft rules throughout the process. That top line there are the months starting in 18 months ago in January of 2021 through this month. And then that second line there is which event, either an advisory committee meeting or an LCDC meeting or temporary filing. And then each of the three divisions and all the different revisions we went through throughout the process. We started off with the Cody show. We did Division 44 first and got some of that out of the way before we moved into Divisions 8 and 12 as part of the process. And as you can see there, we've made a lot of changes and revisions over the time. So this is just kind of a sense of that process and that timeline and how many different versions there have been along the way. And that's it. I mean, yeah, certainly, Commissioner Sandoval.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for doing this. It's very powerful, you know, to show how we've actually been inclusive and open to change. So, thanks.
Any other? Trying to see what the next slide is. Any other commissioner comments on this slide specifically? I find it, as you know, I'm a visual person, so I find these things extremely helpful because one could say this, but seeing it, it's way more understandable. And it's almost like I wanted to see this at the beginning of the process in the sense that I remember when we launched into, I think it was Division 44, it was just like, well, what about all the other, pieces? And now we get to see when those came in. And so it's
I knew it was going to look like this at the beginning of the process. I'm not sure.
Right. And you can see even here what I was saying with the rack 1 and 2 not being on this chart, because that was very much focused on the equity outcome statement.
Yes.
So sort of after that was established, then these were launched into. I think we're on to the next item, implementation.
Head over to Cody.
Thank you, Bill. Again, Cody Meyer. Just talking about implementation here of the rule package. So after this, we'll do timing options and deliberations. I think you know this, we're working really closely with our local partners to implement the rules and try to make sure that we're supporting them. We do have funding available in the near term. We have funding coming online that will be on its way. And we're also seeking additional funding as well. So we are looking at next steps. So really talking about climate friendly area study, which is not a land use decision. It's just a study. We have funding for that right now, and then doing some of the parking reform. So that's some of our, and of course, all leading with community engagement. So that's kind of our first steps. Yeah, so as we pivot from this venue, we really know that we are pivoting to the local venues, and the local government partners are going to be critical to success and implementation of the rules to get to those outcomes that we all want to see. Right now, we have about $19 million secured in support, largely on ODOT funds from the IIJA package. It's pretty substantial. Really talking about transportation system plans, multimodal inventories, scenario planning, some of the performance measures and target setting work that we're going to need to set up locally. So they really just kind of, that's in the transportation wheelhouse. So that's just clarify that, this agency doesn't typically pay for a transportation system plan update. That usually comes through ODOT. So we do have the next agenda item here. We're talking about the budget request, but we are asking for a $12 million request for the next biennium. And that really is 10 million of that is direct assistance to local government. So grants, support for consultant procurement, those kind of things. A very small sliver of that would be for the agency to develop guidance and model code. So it wouldn't be a sliver of that 10, it'd be a sliver of the 12. So it'd be 10 million direct to local governments. And then I think it's about $500,000 for the agency to develop some tools and guidance. And then there's going to be obviously some significant staffing support to help support something of that magnitude. We've showed this before. It has not changed. So the implementation timeline in the rules, we're really looking at hitting the ground running in Salem, Kaiser, Eugene, Springfield, doing their scenario planning. And then they'll be, they have the deadlines in 24, 25, I believe, for the TSPs to be updated and consistent with that. So we are working closely with them. Metro is ongoing work. They're updating their regional transportation plan now, which includes a new look at climate smart communities. So you should see that within a year, I believe it's the end of 2023. So a little bit over the year. Then clearly we're doing the climate friendly areas study that is ongoing, and you extended the deadline to December 2023. We have funding up to June 2023 now. Evan and I are working really closely with 15 local governments, and each and every one of them affected by the rules is working with us to get the study up and going. We have contracts started right now, and we're closing in on getting the rest of those signed and to Director Bateman for her signature. ODOT will be looking at multimodal inventories to really support the outcomes of the rules and what transportation system plans in the 21st century look like. We need to have a really good snapshot of what the existing built environment looks like to help them envision what the gaps are and what their full system build out will be. Those inventories are also going to be crucial for helping set targets for implementing the actions to get to kind of the outcome we want to see, which is a safe, well-connected multimodal network. In the near term, also parking reform and some of the EV conduit reform there. And then over time, this isn't something that's going away. As Bill talked about, we're going to have transportation system plan updates. So as those come along, we will be updating each to the new standards in the rules. So that will just be ongoing.
I didn't know if maybe I should ask if anybody has questions on that, the timeline chart.
Is this the time where we want to talk about kind of option A or B, or do we want to wait?
That is
we're gonna get there.
We're gonna get Commissioner Lazo.
Thanks, Chair. Cody, and I don't know if this is the right time to talk about it. My question is actually about the dollars. And I really appreciate this reminder that some of the funding for things like TSP falls on the ODOT side and flows in a different way than just the POPs that we're going to be talking about. And I think that's particularly important from the comments that we saw in so many places from the jurisdictions about the need for that funding to do this work. And so, I think there's been some sort of total numbers thrown around, but I think would have to include the money from ODOT for TSP updates and other things. And so that's not flowing only to DLCD, is that right? So again, I don't know if this is the time to talk about it or not, but I just want to make sure that, again, that there's a comfort level for cities and counties with the numbers that are being thrown around. And again, it's a good reminder that it's not just one pool of money. So again, I don't know if this is the point we talk about it, but
Yeah, I think because we had numbers on the, you could talk about it.
Chair Halova, Commissioner Lazo, you're exactly right. We do have kind of a joint program in the state to do transportation system planning. Largely, I would say that this body adopts the rules and guidance to how to do transportation system planning at the local level. The Department of Transportation is partner in that to help implement that. So they have TSP guidelines. They do a lot of the modeling and development to support those planning efforts, and as well as funding the transportation system plans through various different funding streams that aren't going away. So the money that we've shown up here with the $15 million from ODOT to implement this rule package is on top of the existing funding streams that they have. So this is just to get the metro areas to this new standard. And so those existing funding streams will be ongoing. And that will, and after, TSPs are updated, they will again have to be updated at some point on a regular cadence, as Bill spoke of earlier.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, could you remind me what the reason is for not asking for more funds than the 12 million? From the feedback that I've read from cities, it seems like they would want a lot more. So what's limiting us, or what's from asking for more?
Chair.
Deputy Director Green.
Thank you, Chair Halova and Commissioner Sandoval. Sorry to just intercept, but I didn't know, Cody, if you'd already mentioned the survey that's underway. So we are still trying to understand more about local government's implementations, concepts and needs. And there's a lot of dialogue in that. This team has already been undertaking a lot of dialogue, and to get to the kind of the $10 million ask, like with almost everything, we're not sure we're going to get it exactly right at this first one, but I just turn it back over, if that's all right, Chair, to staff. But just wanted to make sure that we had talked about kind of that ongoing survey and interpolation of where we ultimately land with the governor's recommended budget. But in our ARB, we're advancing the 10, which we feel is pretty solid. Back to you, Chair. And Cody.
If I could it's way above my pay grade, but I will say two maybe points to offer here are that the rules are flexible in the dates of implementation. So not everyone is going to proceed through the deadlines as written in the rule, so they can propose alternatives. So very difficult for us to understand. We tried to pull that out through the survey work to understand where different jurisdictions were thinking about coming in. And then just remember, our budget as an agency is a 2-year budget, and that money does disappear on midnight at the end of the biennium. So it's just, I'm not going to give a reason why the number is the number, but I just want to throw out that it is a challenge to try to scope that and understand, are you asking for enough or too little? And then, of course, we have ODOT funding as well to spend to get to the same place.
Deputy Director.
Thank you. Chair Halova and Commissioner Sandoval, one thing about the 10 million, I hope we get it. And I hope that we spend every dime. That is our sort of two challenges is to get it and then make sure it's still correctly, make sure local governments can actually receive it. That's a lot of money for local governments to receive and process as well in a 2-year period. So it's the biggest number I think ever for our agency in a policy option package. So we want to make sure we both do it right, but also responsive to local governments, what they're saying and leading in that. And we're still really listening on that. I just can't emphasize that enough. Thank you.
Director Bateman.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. And just to put a finer point on that, so when we talk about a budget build and we look at, it helps to have multiple agency and multiple year experience on this. We're going to try to build a pipeline, right? So this is this biennium only. And then depending on how that goes, we assume it'll be oversubscribed. We'll need to build that case. We'll document it. That's so we'll ask for more in the next round. So this is the first step.
And I was going to mention, because this topic was the first one in my first hearing in this kind of governmental setting, let's say, I saw a lot of leadership from our department and just wondered, why don't we just go do this? Like we have the ideas, why don't we just do this? And it was actually Director Rue that kept on saying, no, we can't do this properly without the other departments together, and he spent a lot of time with the other department heads talking about this. And really, when you think about climate change work, it doesn't exist in a silo, right? It affects everything, everyone and everything. And in order to get it right, it requires those partnerships. So that took a lot of patience, I feel like, on my side to accept that, partly because of the urgency of climate change, right? And I think I said at one meeting, I was like, climate change doesn't care, how long we take or process or any of that stuff. But, he had a lot of wisdom, obviously, in that regard, and not just the wisdom about it, like he actually put the work in to do it, which is, it's nice to watch from the outside. Oh, somebody can do that, right? Where they have this vision and they talk to people and get it done. So in that regard, I was going to say local governments are really critical partners in moving this effort forward, not just on the work and the policy side, but also on the asks for resources and then the ability to spend it. And we were even talking earlier about like the capacity of consultants in our state. And so it's exciting that we're taking this as an approach. And this is our first step, which is quite large. And so I just wanted to kind of tie that with a bow in the sense that it's exciting actually to see now we have, these different departments, OHCS, ODOT, we're all working together on this. And I think there's a lot, in general, right? There's a lot more transportation dollars in general. So tying it to our land use work, I think is important. Can continue on.
Okay, thank you, Chair and Commissioners. So we've been talking a lot about funding, but I also want to, reiterate something that you already know, which is that we're not going away after these rules are adopted. We will be implementing the rules, and we fully intend to do that. One of the things that we are planning to do, following what we've learned with our housing team and their work in implementation of House Bills 2001 and 2003, is that holding something we call regular office hours has been really useful for local governments who are looking at implementing newly adopted rules, and we intend to do that. We have our first 2 sessions scheduled, the first August 15th, and then the next one on September 12th. We've already had very, very constructive dialogues with local government staff, and we expect that to continue after the rules are adopted. But that's not where our support ends. I know we're all going to be there working on climate-friendly area studies. We'll be working to support parking reform. I think we're very excited to get started because this is where the real work really begins. And, we're not going to be successful if local governments aren't successful. Also a commitment from us, and I think a desire from the commission, that we continue to check in with you on a regular basis to let you know how things are going. And, if down the road, we find that maybe there's a need for a tweak in the rules, I understand the commission is open to that. And that is certainly something we wouldn't hesitate to bring to your attention.
Vice Chair Leland.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't know whether to make the comments now or to wait until we have our deliberations, but I really appreciate the attention to the implementation schedule as we discussed a couple of months ago. We can talk about the financial resources later, but that is absolutely essential to support our local government partners. But I also want to recognize how, and the team has started to discuss this, but the technical expertise that you're going to need to be providing to them, not just at these two meetings, but on an ongoing basis. This is going to be a multiple full-time FTE commitment for years. You know, it could very well be the future of the agency, given the nature of the program and where it's going to go. And I, for one, am wide open to listening to what those rule interpretations may be, to the rule revisions, to the amendments, because it's only going to work. We're only going to achieve our intended outcomes if local governments are able to implement the program. In addition to local governments, though, I do want to make sure that our team and our team being staff and the commission and all of our successors listen to the people that are, to make sure that the processes are equitable, that we're really, just as you've done everything in your power to make sure this is an equitable process, that we need to make sure that the processes that we're seeing and experiencing across our state are also equitable. So I hope our community-based organizations, people continue to share their perspectives with you and with us as we have public comments at future meetings. That's going to be really, really important. I also hope that, and as I mentioned housing earlier, which is so incredibly important to me, in addition to the climate and the equitable pieces here, is that our partners, and it was listed as our partners, even though there's been disagreements or not misunderstandings, but just disagreements in different perspectives on what the rules may or may not do from many organizations. And I'll just highlight a couple. The Oregon Realtors Association, we've had chambers of commerce that have really expressed genuine concerns. And I think our team has really tried to respond to those comments by stating that's not our intent. And so I hope those conversations continue for weeks, months, years ahead. If we're not achieving those housing choice, supply, anti-displacement, home ownership issues, that they will continue to raise those to us, to you, and we have those ongoing conversations so we can also make those rule adjustments, because we won't be achieving our intended outcomes by just listening to one or another element of our community partners. It really is everybody going forward. And I know all of us have the commitment to that in this room, and I heard it earlier, but it's also all of our successors. So I just really want that to be on the record. It's really, really important that everybody may not be on the same page today, but we're all going to be partners in implementing this into the future. And we just really need to be open to all perspectives to make sure we're collectively achieving the intended outcomes. Thank you.
Yep, I can continue on. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. I think we all agree with you. I agree with you.
So thank you, Chair. I'm going to talk real briefly about the timing options that you have in front of you. And that's the last little bit we have before you have your chance to start having your deliberations on adopting the rules. You asked us to bring you two options to you. Like we brought two options to you in May, and as part of the temporary rules, you did adopt one of those options, but you asked us to do that again, to bring us two options again ahead of the permanent rules to take another bite of that apple to take a look. I want to be real clear. Each of those options, you asked us to make sure that we included dates for each item. Some of those options, the first version of option B, we kind of left some things open. So you asked us to include dates for each item. We've done that. To allow flexibility for some items, we'll continue to do that. The shaded items on that table in your staff report continue to be dates that we allow local governments to ask us for alternative dates. And you asked us to make sure that we consider the implementation, and we just talked about that. Each of these options will work with the implementation dates and schedules and financing that we have available to us now, and that we're looking at implementing in the future. And again, I'll point you at that table that we looked at earlier. It's on pages 13 through 16 of your staff report. It's very detailed. It talks about every single little piece that we have a date attached to and what it looks like. So option A is the more urgent timeline. This is our staff recommendation to you. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm pushing two different buttons here. I apologize. So that's our staff recommendation to you. They're the most like the temporary rules. In fact, in that table, we just say it's the same as temporary rules. The table lists what the date is in the temporary rules in that second column, and the third column is option A. We added time in one instance for requesting the alternative dates, and that had been December 1st of this year. And we just kept hearing from folks like, that's going to be here before you know it. The other piece is, we did the temporary adoption. You adopted the rules temporarily 2 months ago, but the permanent adoption is 2 months later than we expected it to be. So we didn't feel that there would be any harm in pushing that date back a few months. So we've pushed that back to I think January 31st of 2023. So that's when the deadline is to request the alternative dates. The request for itself is minimal. We really cut back on what that is. It's really just the dates, and we expect to be in conversation with each of those jurisdictions ahead of time, just to figure out, are you going to ask for alternative dates? I might even be part of the survey. I can't remember. Are you going to look for alternative dates? What do those look like? And make sure that they're going to work with the availability of state resources as well. And then option B does provide some more time for local governments. In most cases, but not every case, that shifts the option, the dates back from what the option A version is. Sometimes that's 6 months, sometimes it's 3 months, sometimes it's a year. And again, it includes a date with each of those items. So that's all we have on the timing options. I'm happy to answer any questions on that.
Commissioners, any questions? And Commissioner Jacobson, I just wanted to see if you had any questions first.
Thank you. I don't have any questions right now.
Vice Chair Leela.
Thank you, Chair. My only question is, as I've gone through our packet, I've seen a lot of support for option A, or I've seen suggestions to either not adopt the rules or to delay. But I don't recall, and I've tried to see, was there any support for option B in the most recent packet? And if so, I'm sorry that I missed that, but I just don't recall.
Chair Harlova, Vice Chair Lilac, I'll let any of my colleagues jump in here if they've seen that, but I don't believe specifically, no, it's been, in terms of timing, folks want this either done as ASAP, or they would rather push things off as much as possible. And option B may not be as far off as those folks might like. So that might be the case. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Commissioner Lazo.
Thanks, Chair. I have a new guy question. Actually, it's about the request for an alternative date. And I guess I'm just wondering who's the arbiter of that, and what are the circumstances under which alternative dates would be granted? And my sense is you probably have had long discussions about this already.
Yeah. So Chair Harlova, Commissioner Lazo, actually, this is something that the commission discussed in the May meeting and made a change on the fly in the May meeting. It had been in the draft rules before that the commission would the department would receive the proposed dates and then make a recommendation to the commission. The commission would approve that. At your meeting, you decided didn't you need to go that far that the director could make that decision on her own. So that's in the temporary rules. We made that change. So that's the effective rule right now. And we haven't made any changes to that. So that would continue to be the case unless you want to make changes again. But that the director would make that call. There are a few criteria in the rule to look at that have to do with, I don't have them in front of me, but it's availability of there we go. There's 5 criteria that the alternative dates ensure urgent action. They coordinate actions across jurisdictions within the metropolitan area so that they're talking to each other regionally. It used to be that earlier drafts asked for like one set of alternative dates for the entire region. Folks thought that might have been too difficult, so we just want to make sure that they're talking. Coordinates with work required in Division 44, especially for those jurisdictions in the Salem, Kaiser, and Eugene Springfield areas. That it sequences elements into a logical progression, and that may include work that's outside the scope of these rules, but other work that's happening. And we've heard from jurisdictions like, we got other stuff going on. How are we going to fit this into it? And we want to make sure that we make sense there. And then considers the availability of funding and other resources to complete the work. So those are the things that the department and the director will be looking at when we make our decision to adopt those alternative rules or dates. Excuse
me. Commissioner Warren.
And just to kind of piggyback off of that question. So in the staff report, you state that staff thinks that most jurisdictions will probably go for alternative dates. And I'm just wondering what staff is thinking as far as comparing the alternative dates to option B. So if the commission chooses to go with option A, and then jurisdictions say, okay, we're going to go for alternative dates, do you think those will align well with option B timelines, or do you have any sense of that at this point?
Commissioner Warren, I honestly don't know how closely this would line up with option B. I think it's going to be dependent on jurisdictions. I think in some places, again, they're going to be sequencing things in a certain way where maybe they'll want to do some things earlier than we might have otherwise prescribed, and they can do that, but the alternative dates lets them maybe move some other things out further. So it's just really going to depend. I don't know how well it lines up with option B, honestly. Yeah. Okay.
So I think that's it for questions on this. And so thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
And I also, I had earlier thanked Commissioner Warren and Vice Chair Lilac for their participation in this process. And I had mentioned former Director Jim Rue, but I didn't want to fail not to mention somebody who is very participatory in all of this and really leading from the commission side, which is former Chair Robin MacArthur. And I think she's on Zoom, so hopefully she hears us in that regard. But I think she went above and beyond, I would say, definitely in the commission role with participating in a lot of these meetings throughout this, and given her experience in planning in Metro, and was very valuable in terms of her knowledge and input and passion and drive and energy. So I wanted to point that out. So I think we're moving on to deliberations now. So thank you, staff. I think you hang out here. Do you hang out here? Don't leave the room. Yeah. So I guess I'll open it up to conversation. We've had completely different topics that we've covered. Obviously, we had I think we had a robust conversation last time on the rules, and from what I know, we've obviously gathered all the public input, had conversation on that past. I kind of wanted to go over maybe more on the public side, just these points that were made. Just layman's language for a second. So obviously there's a lot of economic and personal toll and urgency to the climate change issues. And, even though, we're talking about this at a regional and state level, really, this needs to be at a federal government level, but we know there's some challenges in that regard. So I think it's really important that we're doing all we can as a state, especially given some of those more immediate effects that we are seeing in the case of fires and lack of water and so on and so forth, heat domes. And so I just was really appreciating these simple bullets in that, like, what are we doing? Why are we here? Yeah. And in the sense of increasing development in climate friendly locations, improving facilities for walking, bicycling, carpooling, and transit, so people can reach their destinations, without depending on a car or single occupancy vehicle, managing parking to avoid overbuilding parking, being smart about where parking is required or not, and then refocusing transportation planning away from vehicle congestion. Like I think we said, we've had many decades of thinking about the car and thinking more about people and places that lead toward equitable and climate friendly transportation options. So I thought it would be good just to say that kind of overview, which is in our packet. I added a couple words there, all under the umbrella of greenhouse gas emission reduction also. And so with that, I'm trying to think of how we would launch into that, but I see Commissioner Jacobson might want to start. And so, yes, please.
I actually wasn't going to start. I was going to kind of ask you, do you want to take these kind of one at a time, or kind of what's the
deal?
Yeah. What's the deal?
What is the deal? I think usually we would take it one at a time. But I feel like we sort of asked our questions one at a time in those sections. I'm looking back at the presentation just to see what would be our topics. So I'm sort of leaning toward opening it up just in general, just because it appears that our major decision making is, do we collectively take all of these changes, and a lot of them are clarifications. And then it seems like if there was a major decision, it would be, well, obviously to pass or not pass a permanent rule. And then the other one being this more urgent or more time. I don't know if everybody else feels the same, or whether you want to go through each area.
I'm personally comfortable with the changes that have been made. I think that they are spot on personally.
Yeah. Okay, so then I'll just open it up to the general. I think the general changes in general, and how do you feel about the overall changes? And then we'll specifically talk about the more urgent or more time option. Deputy Director Green.
Chair Halova, Vice Chair Leland.
Can you move your mic close?
Yeah. Chair Halova and Vice Chair Leland, thank you. Kirsten here. I just did want to represent that there was testimony in terms of the more time options. There was testimony for B that we heard in May. Your printed packets included sort of what was received from just after May. So probably when you were looking for us this time, but there had been testimony, both written and verbal, that some jurisdictions had requested B, option B. I just wanted to represent that. Thanks, and can't take credit, but did receive a little note on my phone to share that on the record. Thank you.
So I was going to open it up to commissioners. I think we'll talk about the urgent or more time, but before that, to see if we have agreement on or not on all the different changes. If there was anything specific that we wanted to change from your notes. Yeah, Vice Chair Leland.
Well, Chair Halava, I guess what I would say, I appreciate our Deputy Director Green's comments about option B, given that some of the changes continue to provide more flexibility with time and et cetera. That certainly helps inform my decision on option A or B. So thank you for the clarification. And I do support, I'm in alignment with, I agree with Commissioner Warren. I support the changes, the clarifications, the corrections, however we're categorizing those that have been proposed by staff. Thank you.
And I have similar thoughts to Commissioner Lilac as well.
Okay, I sort of wanted everyone to say like a little word, just so. Just small word.
I would agree.
Or a big word.
Yeah, I think that, that, as you said, Chair, you all felt like the rules were 98% there. I don't have any issues with the 2% that has gotten us there. And I think also, I that there can be a sense that if they feel like there's work to be done still, that these aren't done, or that we shouldn't pass them because they're not quite exactly perfect. But I think this is a moment where there's flexibility there. There's an implementation plan. There's plans to go back to engage folks. So I don't feel like we're at a place where this isn't done, and that would be a reason for us to pause. We are at a place where it's done, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't monitor it and monitor the implementation. So that to me is different than being at a place where we're ready to move forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, I feel comfortable with the changes that staff provide. So thank you.
Commissioner Boyer.
Yes, I too support the changes before us today. And I'm ready to hit the implementation button.
They gave me a gavel, but they didn't give me a implementation. That would be nice. That'd be nice. So maybe we'll move on to I haven't said I'm also in agreement. I think we've been on this for 2 years, and we've either, at the commission hearings and or in different various, with you, very participatory, given our comments. So I think this is reflective of the process up to this point, with all the nuances. And I can appreciate, jurisdictions that are like, this date doesn't match this date and this line. I would be like that on the other side also. And so I actually really like the last 2 months, and that just tightening up language and letter, so that there isn't any confusion, and then us actually talking to folks about it. So that, to me, that's been a great benefit of the temporary rules. And so I think the next part is sorry, I'm trying to get to that agenda item. The staff has recommended option A with regard to the timing to have a more urgent option. And I've really appreciated how the refinement of the chart actually about the dates and the shading to quickly visually understand what parts are flexible and can go for alternative dates and what other parts are fixed. So maybe I'll just start. I think that the parts that have been really great with regard to flexibility is, I don't remember what it was called, but is it the climate friendly area study that got an extension early on, understanding that, and then understanding that this has had a delay in passing. So reflecting that, because sometimes I think people would just say like, it doesn't matter that we took longer, we need to stick to these dates. And then also this shading to show that it's really hard to predict. I think you've demonstrated like maybe one person will extend one of these, line number 12, but not line number 13, and to guess everybody's. So I'm sort of the opinion, and I didn't know honestly last time which way I would go on this. I'm sort of the opinion of the more urgent, given all of the flexibility, and then kind of let the more time happen by individual jurisdictions, understanding where they need more time. Rather than, if you have a delayed deadline, at least me, I wait till the last minute. And so the urgency of the climate change is real. And on top of it, this is long range planning too. So it's like the things that we see that we want as a final result are actually long time final results. So the climate activist of me is, it's like, wow, that is a really long time. But as far as planning processes and money and funding and time to do the work, it seems like the more urgent is within our reach, and we should strive for that. So I'm just decided to say my opinion first. Commissioners, I think we should talk about it. Commissioner Warren looks like he wants to.
I guess I can go next.
You've been more intimate. Right.
And thank you for saying that, Chair. I think you hit it spot on. I'm definitely leaning more towards option A myself. I do have a couple concerns with a few of the dates, so maybe you could just help me think through that. So line item 18 is the transportation modeling and analysis. From my recollection, ODOT's going to be doing a lot of that work. I'm sorry, that's on page 16.
So Commissioner Warren, you're asking, why have we delayed that?
No, I'm just wondering. So if we were to go option B and provide another year, just wondering, from my recollection, ODOT was going to be doing a lot of that work for local jurisdictions. Is that correct?
Chair Holova, Commissioner Warren, yes, the Department of Transportation is going to need to develop a lot of the tools necessary for local governments to make these decisions under that rule. We know that's going to take time. We don't have them now. And so that's why we've built in a few years of breathing room to make sure that we're able to develop those tools in time. If it gets close to 2024 and it seems like we're going to need more time, we absolutely would come to the commission and have that discussion with you about maybe making some changes to the rules. Or you could choose option B and just give another year. I don't know if Cody, you have anything else to add to this, but I think it's been useful, working with our agency partners, to have, some expectations with them, of course, about what we expect in terms of when we would like to have all these things available for local governments as well.
Okay, and then my next question, line 20, designate CFAs when city is big enough. That's just so when a city becomes large enough, they have to start implementing CFAs, correct?
Correct. Yeah, we Chair Alova, Commissioner Warren, that basically is if a city hits that threshold after that date, then they would have to start that CFA process. It's really getting into the weeds there is this, but we threw every date we could find in the rules into this table. So,
well, you know how I like weeds,
yeah,
I'm sure by this point. So I'm just diving right in. And then my last question is really on line 22, the implement parking requirements. It looks like we're giving them 6 to 8 months to accomplish that task under option A. Do you think that's enough time?
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Commissioner Warren. They do not need to take action. They do not need to change their codes to do that. And a lot of our local governments had said that's fine, like that they plan to just directly apply the state law instead of updating their codes. Also did have a conversation with an affordable housing developer who said, wow, like right now I'm doing, asking for a variance for my thing. And if I don't get it, like, it'd be great to be able to come back in January and apply that. So having those move quickly may have real world effects. But my sense is, since they don't have to do technical stuff, they just have to tell their development review staff to do something that feels a doable task.
Okay, I don't have any more questions. So I'm definitely in favor of going with option
A. Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd be in favor of going with option A.
Commissioner Boyer.
Yes, I'm definitely in favor of option A, as science is dictating that we need to be acting now on the climate part. I'm still learning the housing part from you guys, but the climate part, yes.
Commissioner Lazo.
Yeah, I'm in support of option A also. I think there's support for it. I think that the way we address some of the issues around time and capacity for jurisdictions is through money. And so that's the next part of the conversation, frankly, and I think needs to stay in the forefront. I don't think we can solve it with these two options. So it's a different question to me.
And I can't remember Commissioner Jacobson. You talked earlier, but I don't know about the timing part.
Yeah, I haven't spoken about timing. I'm really sensitive to local jurisdictions and local governments, having been commissioner of one. And I guess I will say that I think time is an interesting thing because there's always this notion that it will be easier if we had more time. Like right now, we're really busy. Right now, we're dealing with X, Y, and Z, and later on, we won't have those things. But invariably, at least in my experience, there's different things that come up later on. So I'm a fan of option A. I think the other thing, at least on the climate piece, that's not really talked about is that, there very well could be a mitigation benefit in doing some of this planning sooner that then relieves local governments of impacts and stuff later. And that's not a piece that I think is easy to see, but I think it's very well possible that doing some of this now helps us later on with some other stuff. So I'm a fan of going along with option A.
So it seems like we're ready for someone to make a motion. And I don't know if Esther, if you're going to have that on there. And so I think there's a two-part motion. One is to adopt the permanent rules. And then the second part would be to repeal the temporary rules, since the temporary rules are currently in place.
Chair,
Yes. Did
if
I
I
miss
if
something?
I may, Bill Holmstrom again, there is an updated version of the motion
Yes.
in the July 14th memo.
Yes, and I've assumed that the updated version might be on the slide. Okay.
Right, Chair Holoba, Steve wanted to add anything at this juncture?
Yeah, and I also didn't know how we add this option A part to
Yeah,
this.
Thank you, Chair. Steve Shipsey, Oregon Department of Justice. Perhaps that's more clear. So I would just say that in the motion, let's add that you're selecting option A. And then it doesn't necessarily have to be in the motion, but you could direct staff that as we're preparing the filing of the rules, because there were some new rules in your packet today, if there's any type of Scrivener's errors that I catch, that I'm authorized to make those changes before the Secretary of State filing, not substantive changes, just changes that are, if we have a citation that's off or something of that nature. It doesn't have to be in the motion, and just can be a direction to staff to do that. I was terrifying Esther. She's like, how do I get that on the screen? So sorry about that.
And what I didn't remember is, do I read this or does somebody else read this? That's what
No, you ask for a motion.
I asked for a motion.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to ask for a motion.
I'll move.
Commissioner Warren,
I move that the Land Conservation Development Commission adopt, amend, and repeal rules in Oregon Administrative Rule, Chapter 660, Division 8, Division 12, and Division 44 as drafted, attachment D, E, and F of Agenda Item 3, and is amended consistent with the July 14th, 2022 rule corrections memo from staff with option A for timeline. Additionally, allowing Steve Shipsey to make minor edits.
I would like to get a second to that motion.
A second.
And then I think, should we do the temporary rule now or wait till
Vote on
it's,
this one.
okay. Esther would like to do the roll call and any further discussion? No further discussion. We will get Esther to do is it called roll call or what is it called at this point? Voting, the vote.
Thank you. Commissioner Sandoval,
Yes.
Commissioner Lazo,
Yes.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobson,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lilac,
Aye.
Chair Halova.
Aye.
Your motion passes.
I was clapping in my head, but I didn't know if you could do that out loud. We'd like to go to motion 2, which is repealing the temporary rules now that we have the permanent rules in place. Now I understand why one has to pass before the other. Who would like to make this motion? To repeal?
I can make the motion.
Vice Chair Lilac.
I move that the Land Conservation and Development Commission adopt I know this is repeal. I move the Land Conservation and Development Commission direct Department of Land Conservation and Development to repeal the temporary rules in Oregon Administrative Rule, Chapter 660, Division 8, Division 12, and Division 44 upon the filing and effective date of the permanent rules.
Would somebody like to second that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Commissioner Jacobson seconds. And Esther, can you please call the roll call for the vote?
Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Sandoval,
Yes.
Commissioner Lazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobson,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lilac.
Aye.
Chair Halova.
Aye.
Your motion passes.
Yay. No transition. Yeah. So we're transitioning. I'm glad we've gone through that. It's been for me 4 years, for others longer, maybe 15 for some of you, and for some of you 2, and some of you one. So thank you for that. I wanted to transition to some words that I wanted to say in thinking about the potential of this passing today. I had prepared a statement to talk about Director Jim Rue. And so I was going to go through the statement. I think we're going to have a couple other statements after me. And then I was going to open it up. I didn't know if the commissioners knew, but I was going to open it up to if anyone on the commission side wants to say any statements. So I'm going to read this. I'd like to take a moment to say a few words about our beloved colleague, friend, and former director, Jim Rue, who passed away this week. We'd like to send our condolences to his wife, Mignon, their children and grandchildren. On behalf of the Department of the Land Conservation and Development Commission, we send them comfort and peace during this difficult time. I think at this moment, we are all grieving Jim, yet want to celebrate him for the rich life that he led. It makes us reflect and wonder, what type of legacy will we leave? For Jim, it was a legacy in the hearts of family and friends, a legacy of work finished and work started, the work we must carry on. A few years ago, I had a loss in my family, and I visited Ghana to celebrate the life of my aunt and learned about the tradition of wearing black and red cloth when mourning the loss of a younger member of society, and in wearing white and celebrating the life and legacy of an elder member of the community, someone who had crossed over the age of 70, because they had lived a long and good life. That's why I'm wearing white today. A long and good life. Jim is an example of what I believe we all want in life, a life of meaning and purpose, respect from colleagues, friends, family, and community members, to have fought the good fight and completed good work, and in the process gotten into some good trouble, and to be surrounded by and showered with love from family and friends in our last days. Jim's legacy and his passions will continue. He cared deeply for Oregon and its people. He believed in the land use system and how it could make a difference in the lives of everyday Oregonians. And he had the ability to bring people together, as I mentioned earlier, statewide, from different walks of life, to form unlikely partnerships to achieve the greater good. As many of you witnessed firsthand, Jim had a new sense of energy, vitality, and urgency in his last 2 years of work. In observing this change about a year ago during his yearly review, I asked him, what has changed? Why so much energy? I said it more dramatic than that, but and he told us that he felt like a new person, and that this last push toward addressing climate change and equity gave him a new purpose in the years leading up to his retirement. Jim personally championed the climate-friendly and equitable communities rulemaking. He saw these rules as his last great act in public service. And today we are proud to realize his dream. The last conversation I had with Jim was about, he pulled me aside and said, the next time he wanted to talk to me about how he could start his retirement, how he could continue. He wanted to know ideas about how he can continue to give his contribution to public service. This is how dedicated he was to giving back. For all his work, we are eternally grateful. Thank you. I almost made it. And Governor Brown is on the line and would like to say some words as follow-up.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Madam Chair, Vice Chair Lilac, Commissioners Sandoval, Jacobson, Warren, Boyer, and Lazo. Thank you so much for letting me join you today. Obviously, this morning, very bittersweet I do first want to offer my congratulations and deep appreciation for all the work that you have done to complete the climate-friendly and equitable communities rules. The work is truly remarkable. It's groundbreaking, and I believe it will set Oregon on a path for sustainable and equitable development and help us build resilient communities into the future. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We know a number of states are tackling climate policy, but only in Oregon do we have a land use system that supports reducing our climate footprint. This work is the cornerstone of Executive Order 2004 to help guide our state in mitigating and adapting to climate change and reducing carbon emissions so that Oregon can continue to lead the way in taking climate action. So I am really grateful for your leadership. And as the chair so eloquently did as well, I wanted to take a moment this morning to recognize the life of our friend and colleague, Director Jim Rue. I was shocked to hear of his passing this week. I am still processing that loss. I know you are too. I know we will all miss him and his passionate vision for a better Oregon for everyone. He truly had an accomplished tenure at DLCD and served the agency and the state with thoughtfulness, with humor, and with deep dedication to Oregon's land use system. He had an incredible love of Oregon, its people and places. As most of you know, he was a fifth-generation farmer. He would usually prefer spending time out in the field than in the office, which I'm sure contributed to his deep appreciation for our landscapes. Jim was also an incredible relationship builder and networker and connector. He truly believed that our land use system is a partnership between the state, local governments, and individuals. Knowing that financial support is needed, every biennium, Jim prioritized funding for local government participation in our land use processes. He brought, as the chair mentioned, equity and climate action to the forefront of DLCD's work. He expected and mentored fellow state agency directors to do the same. And I can't think of a better way to memorialize his work through the actions you took today by centering climate and equity in the collaboration of these CFAC rules. So again, I want to say thank you. I just also wanted to touch this morning on Jim's commitment to the team at DLCD. Throughout the pandemic, he kept in close touch with the staff and the commission. He exemplified the empathy that we value in leaders, that we need in our leaders, and that honestly we remember in our leaders. He was also always offering to do one more special assignment, to come back to the state for one more project to lead, one more collaborative effort. Literally, my team was talking to him just a couple of weeks ago. That's really who Jim Rue was, and we're proud of his work. We're proud of his legacy. I'm going to miss him. My heart goes out to all of you, to his family, and certainly my heart aches for Oregon's loss.
Thank you, Governor, for your words. I think I have the ability to open it up to our commissioners if they have any words, and also our commissioner on Zoom. And I don't know if I have the ability to open it up to former Chair Robin MacArthur or not, but I would like to open that up to her also. And there's no expectation that you have to say anything also. I think that's important to point out, but I'll just look in case anybody does. Commissioner Boyer.
So I just wanted to say that Jim is the very reason I sit here today. He was a champion for me when I joined the solar rack. And it was my first rack I sat on, and it may be my last. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But he's the very reason I sit here today. And of course, Governor Brown's signature on the Senate approval. So, but I just, I will honor him every time I sit in this seat and every time I walk my farm. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, when I think of Jim, I think of two things. One is his gray hair. I mean, when wonderful set of hair. When I'm his age, I wish I'll still have that. But on a more serious note, I kind of think of him as kind of a symbolic figure in terms of how Oregon is changing. He was, I guess, fifth generation Oregonian. His family owned that beautiful farmhouse out in the country. He studied at an Ivy League school, but came back and wanted to contribute to his state. But he also, so he kind of represented that old guard, but at the same time, he really understood that Oregon was changing, changing demographically and politically and so forth. And I think he really tried to, be a part of those changes and really lead in that front. So when I think about Jim, I think about that. I think he kind of represents what Oregon was and where Oregon is and where Oregon is going.
Thank you. Okay. I mean, we had one benefit that most don't get in life, where he was here. It was a couple months ago, and we told him everything we thought about him. We told him wonderful things. And then we dined with him, and so you don't get that, a lot of times in life. So I'm very grateful for that time and the pictures I took. And I think the hard part, and one of the reasons I broke down at the end, was he was supposed to be here, right? To see this go through. Did you want to? Sounded like you wanted to say something.
Well, I'm trying, but
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 months ago, when I showed the video of Metolius.
Yeah.
And he was to be there this week.
Mhm.
And we'd already made plans for me to stop by on my return. I knew the cabin, the location. So as Governor Brown stated, and as Kirsten, some of you saw the other night, I'm still really, really struggling to process the loss. I've worked with Jim in multiple capacities for a long time, and he's the leader I strive to be every day.
Thank you. Made me want to go to the play. They were talking about the place, the river, and all this stuff. Yeah, made me want to go. Thank you. Okay. With that, I don't know what. Robin, yes, she is here. Thank you. Former Director Robin MacArthur. Thank you. You mute.
There we go. Thank you. That's always was my problem when I was on the commission too. Well, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. And there's really nothing I can add in terms of the eloquent words of the governor and Anila, you and others on the commission, and Dr. Bateman. And I won't try to do that, but I do want to say that this is a wonderful opportunity to honor him. Thank you for giving the space. I want to really thank DLCD staff right now as well, because Jim's desire was to have this rule passed. He was passionate and excited about it and worked really hard with other agencies. And I really want to honor DLCD staff, the CFEC team members in particular, former Director Rue, Deputy Director Green, as well as current Director Dr. Bateman. This work couldn't have been done without Jim's leadership and without the commission and the great leadership of Commissioners Levack and Morin as well. But you team members, I saw up close and personal what you folks went through, and it was an amazing amount of work. I'm thankful to local jurisdictions for all their work, and as for the Rules Advisory Committee and everyone. But I think it's just really appropriate and amazing that the timing worked, that you made this happen, the commission made this happen, and this is his legacy. So thank you for the chance to speak today.
Thank you, Robin. So I think with that, looking around, we're going to go to lunch. And we're going to go to lunch till 1, but at 12:55, we want to get the commissioners and the CFAC team together for pictures. So we'll see you here at 12:55. Thank you. And do I say meeting adjourned? No, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to be just convening for lunch. No meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, folks, welcome back. Welcome back from our lunch. We did go over just a little. I try to keep our PowerPoint updated with approximate times. So thank you for your patience. We have item 4. We have item 4, 2023-25, final policy option packages with Emma Land, Legislative and Policy Coordinator, and Palmer Mason, Senior Policy Advisor. They will present the final policy option packages to be included in the agency request budget. Emma.
Hey, how do I sound? Do I need to bring this any closer? Closer? How about this? Better? All right. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Emma Land. I am the Legislative and Policy Coordinator here at DLCD. It's been quite some time since I've seen you in person, so this is fun. I'm going to give Esther a minute to get the PowerPoint pulled up. But as you know, we're here today to basically talk to you about our final policy option packages that we have been developing for quite some time now. These are budget requests that will be included in our next biennial budget requests. They are typically requests that are either expanding current work or asking for new work. So we've presented on these in the past. There's some new ones that we're going to talk about. So I can go ahead and get us started. Right. So on this slide, you'll see we have 12 policy option packages that we are putting forward in our agency request budget. I've attempted to categorize these POPs into a couple different categories. So they're color coded here. We'll go through them. I want to get us started with equity. Alrighty. So POP 201 is our equitable community engagement POP. This POP represents our agency's commitment to strengthen our diversity, equity, and inclusion capacity within the department, as well as our equitable engagement best practices for internal and external partnerships with cities and counties and state and local governments. We are asking for 2 positions within this POP, one of which is going to be kind of focused more on internal support for our human resources manager. And that includes DEI work that's occurring internally within the department, as well as externally with our local partners, as well as other state agencies and the larger enterprise work. And then the other position is someone who would support kind of a larger program externally facing. It actually kind of leads into the other pieces that are in this POP request. So I'd like to call out that this includes funding that would support policy engagement with historically underserved community members who historically have not otherwise been able to participate. This is a direct result from feedback that we received during our community-based organizations and partners during the engagement process that we've been going through, not just with our budget requests, but through the climate friendly and equitable communities rulemaking. We've also heard these kinds of requests coming and echoed through the wildfires work. And this would, be a very kind of relational fellowship-based model that we're trying to create. It also includes a project within kind of this larger programmatic request to update Goal 1, citizen involvement. As a reminder, Goal 1 essentially calls for the opportunity for all community members to be involved in all stages of the decision-making process for land use planning. And so the department has kind of landed on taking a rulemaking approach for the current goal language as our route that we'd like to take for updating this Goal 1 to address equity. We went with this because in the context of we are going to have kind of a robust policymaking agenda in the next biennium. And doing a rulemaking with current goal language would really allow for the advancement of some serious improvements to the goal. In terms of this project, it would likely begin towards the end or the latter half of 2023. And of course, that would involve, a vast community engagement process to stand up the rulemaking. And then any sort of implementation that might come out of that would occur in the future biennium. So I thought maybe since we've got a lot of pops, we can take questions, talk about each one as we wrap up instead of holding towards the end, if that sounds good.
That sounds good. Commissioners? Commissioner Boyer?
So excuse me. Did I hear you say that you wouldn't start this process if funded till the end of 2023?
Yeah, so when we get our 2023-25 biennial budget approved by the legislature, that goes into effect in June of 2023. So in terms of recruiting for these positions and kind of getting just the rulemaking advisory committee set up, it would likely happen after that.
Okay, so you think that would take 6 months to get that all together?
I would say probably closer. I'm guessing September, October of 2023, it would be ready to get going.
Just because when you lose that, that 6 months of, funding, to be able to spend that. That's why I asked.
Deputy Director Green?
Thank you, Chair Halova and Commissioner Boyer. Thank you. If I could just chime in here, this is Kirsten Green. I also just wanted to remind commissioners, incoming and longer serving, that after the session is over, we'll be bringing to you the policy agenda in full. So this hopefully will be one item, but we'll be asking you to consider and help us prioritize wildfire housing. Did I say housing? Wildfire housing, housing and wildfire, community engagement, anything else that comes out of the legislature. So I would just sort of say, just kind of hold that in stasis to know that this is obviously a super long time coming agency priority, and you'll probably want to consider the phasing of all of that work as we get going. Typically, actually posting to person in seat is 3 months. So we've learned from our last biennium and through actually direction of our CFO is, don't wait till the legislature, like we know enough earlier on. And so we can start to actually develop the position descriptions and prime the pump. There's a lot we can do kind of earliest, but we'd love to keep you informed the whole way through the budget process and just knowing what's coming and how we should be phasing it, and then bringing the full policy agenda back in September and November for your adoption. But thank you.
Commissioner Sandoval?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Did you have an opportunity to speak to our citizens advisory or citizen involvement advisory committee about this? And and if so, like what kind of input did they give to help you organize your thoughts around it?
Yeah, Commissioner Sandoval, thank you for the question. I do know that we have spoken with the Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee about this. It has been, from my understanding, even since before I've been with the agency, an update to Goal 1 has been a priority of this group. And so they're really interested in being involved in the process. I am pretty sure that they have a meeting next week. And so I think we're planning on kind of updating them again about, the finalization of this request and it moving forward. I'm not sure if,
Yes. Share again.
Deputy Director Green?
So sorry, this is thank you, Chair Halova. And I can't remember which commissioner asked this question. I'm so sorry, but Chair Halova, thank you. This is it Commissioner Sandoval? This I'm holding in my hand the letter from the CIAC that Sadie, I know, wanted to kind of bring forward. This was to commission back in May. You were considering a lot of things in May. But it was on our draft budget request, and the first paragraph is POP 201 support. The CIAC strongly supports this budget request, especially Goal 1 revision. Equitable community engagement is the highest priority of this committee, Implementing rules or a goal revision is work that CIAC has seen as necessary for many years. et cetera. So the CIC is eager to support the department in these efforts. So definitely they're on record as this is their top priority. Thank you. Thanks,
Perfect.
Chair.
Thanks.
Any other commissioners, Commissioner Jacobson or others? I have a question, but it's probably not actually related directly to this. I'm just trying to see if it is. I know that we're saying there's new forms of public participation that need to be incorporated that definitely have an equity lens. And I know it was like, as we're doing our work, we're providing almost like templates and how to do things for local jurisdictions. And so I was curious if any of this work is associated with making it easier, guidebooks and, these things that make it easier for somebody that they don't have to reinvent the wheel each time that they do public participation.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. That is absolutely something that could be a very tangible outcome of this process because when the goal was first written, is written before a time when the internet existed. And so communication in general is just a big aspect of, there are ways that we can really update the process. And, we've certainly talked about internally creating some sort of guidelines for, different ways that local jurisdictions can reach and engage with communities. So I think it's very much aligned with all of the work that we've been doing in these other rulemakings. So yeah.
And if I might, Chair Hulova, again, Palmer Mason, Senior Policy Advisor at DLCD. I would add too that when you think about the next biennium, so now we're talking 25, 27, that's when we go deeper into implementation. I think the tools like guidance and actual direct funding to local governments to support them updating their comprehensive plans and so forth under new rules for goal 1 will be key. So this is unfortunately a process that's going to roll out over time, much like CFIC rolled out over time. Government only moves so fast, but we got to start by asking the legislature for the money to update the goal. And then we can move in, wholeheartedly into implementation.
The exciting part is there's some jurisdictions that are already doing the good work, right? So
Yes.
that it won't be new for them. They might have some insight into making our process better.
But this would give us a statewide requirement
Right.
for all comprehensive plans. Yeah.
Thank you. Proceed.
Okay, I'll move on to the next pop. So this category is climate and natural hazards. I'm not sure if you remember from that very first slide that I showed you with all the color coded pops, but we actually have, out of the 12, 4 are under this category. So just think about that in terms of priorities for the department. So POP 202, this is our wildfire adapted communities POP. It continues the work that DLCD has received funding for through a previous POP for the 2021-23 budget, as well as work that we've been directed to do by the legislature through Senate Bill 762 in 2021. And as a reminder, so DLCD has been tasked to provide a report to the Wildfire Programs Advisory Council, the Wildfire Programs Director, and the legislature. And this report will include both legislative and budgetary recommendations on updates that we think could be made to the land use planning program, which are deemed necessary to really create a more wildfire adapted communities in Oregon. And so this POP is in anticipation of those recommendations. With that being said, this POP still, even though we do kind of have to finalize some budget amounts and positions, still a little bit of a placeholder since we are in the process of developing those recommendations, and we'll have that finalized by October 1st of this year. You'll get some more updates on that tomorrow. So our general fund request for this is just over $600,000. This would mainly be used to support community engagement and policy research. And we've been trying to think about this as we're standing up a wildfire program within the agency, something that hasn't existed before, but is going to really be necessary as we have a changing climate and more wildfires occur. Of these recommendations, we're expecting that some rulemaking could possibly occur. There will also be some technical assistance needs to local governments. Really, we're thinking any sort of implementation of these recommendations would happen in future biennia. Any questions, anything else you'd like to say?
Yeah, if I might add, I think Emma's right when she says we're really thinking about a new program, a whole new level of effort when it comes to wildfires. We do have staff that does work around wildfires, working through using federal funding and such to help with mitigation, hazard reduction. And so there is some work, but I think what Emma's saying, what we're saying is that we're now going into a space where we're probably going to have a whole new set of requirements on local governments about being more protective, at least in the high and extreme risk areas. And that, of course, are this set of recommendations, which you all will hear more about, I think, tomorrow, and then at future commission meetings, and then it goes to the legislature, and we'll see what comes out of the Capitol next summer. But it's likely we are going to be in a whole new place and a whole new set of requirements for local governments about managing. So that's why we have to sort of scale up in terms of having the staffing and the funding, both internally and the funding to help local governments with implementation.
Commissioners, any questions about this Prop 202?
Ready.
We'll move on to the next.
Okay, Prop 203. Very timely. Well, so this POP is our budget request to continue moving forward these monumental climate-friendly equitable communities rules that you just passed. So what I want to point out here, which I believe that team members have kind of mentioned earlier today, but wanted to just highlight that the total funding number has increased significantly since we last talked to you in May. Of course, we are still having conversations about what is needed for local governments to actually implement these rules. But it has increased significantly, and really most of this is $10 million that would go directly to local governments to implement. That's a big priority that we've received feedback from our partners, and we're listening, and we're planning to continue that conversation with the governor as this moves forward through the process where that gets moved into that realm. But there's also 6 positions that we are requesting along with this request. And of course, to stand up something this big, we need assistance to provide program direction, assist local governments in the implementation, and then of course, the actual distribution and management of those grants that you see on the screen. Oh yeah, and I also wanted to point out too, which was mentioned as well, it's going to be supplemented with the existing federal funding that is provided by our partner agency, Oregon Department of Transportation, focusing on those updates to the transportation system plans. So we've got a little bit of assistance there. But at this point, I guess I'll take some questions.
Yeah, I was going to start off with the first question. Were the grants in the general funds supposed to be additive? Is there, I'm a little confused if it's missing? Yeah.
No, thank you. I tried to just highlight of the total funding request. Yeah, you're right. Actually, I think that
It has an extra one.
So actually, I think what I did was I wanted to highlight that grants are specific, because I think there was a question in last commission about the divvying up of these total funding requests, like what is grants versus, supplies and services, that kind of thing. So that's why I called it out, but that was a little bit confusing.
So is the
it's
general
all
fund
general
numbers?
fund.
Oh, it's all, okay.
Yeah.
It's all general fund, but some of it goes to grants.
Right. The entire request would be general fund request from the legislature. And then calling out the 10 million, which is
It's like
specifically.
the grants is, one piece of the work, and we wanted to specifically highlight that since that's direct assistance to local government. And then the general fund is, where do the dollars come from? what type of dollars are they? They're general fund dollars. as
So it
opposed
might
to
have been,
federal.
I was trying to think of how, if we had changed it, it'd be general fund dash grants, and then it'd be like general fund other or something.
For FTEs
FTE.
and as
Yeah.
I think Cody Meyer mentioned in an earlier presentation to you all, the CFEC presentation discussion, some part of that was to develop model codes and things like that too. So, right, we try to keep this fairly high level. It's not a detailed breakdown. I'm happy to give you all that if you want that. A more.
No,
detailed
I was just
breakdown.
saying it could have been
The-
general fund dash grants with
Yeah.
the 10 million, and then general fund dash FTE with the 1,973,510.
Yeah. Apologies for the
No,
layout.
no.
I could have like tabbed
We're
it
getting,
over.
we're you're getting all the things that we want.
Yeah.
and It's getting better and better. So I'm grateful to see this level of information. It's high level, but tells us what we need to know. Does anybody have any? Commissioner Lazo?
Thank you, Chair Hall. But yeah, so this is what we were talking about earlier, obviously when the CFEC rules were going through. And so I'm curious about the table that accompanies this, that which is helpful, that categorizes the requests. So it's two pieces. So for instance, the biggest chunk of it totals to 10 million. So these must be all grants that are going out to local jurisdictions to provide technical assistance or no, for them to do the work in these areas. So the big one is the 2965 for parking reform and management. So is there an opportunity for that, for instance, to come from federal or ODOT funding? And the similar question to that is of the 6 FTEs, since some of those folks would be doing transportation work, is there a way to allocate some of that to ODOT funding otherwise? So this is probably stuff that you all have done in the background and figured, and I'm sure gone through all those kinds of pieces and analyzed, but do those opportunities exist, or how do you figure out what pool of money is used for what?
Right. So Chair Holova, Commissioner Lazo, I will do my best to answer those questions. They probably exceed what I know. But there may be some staff who are in the room who have a better idea. Let's start with the ODOT money. The roughly $18 million that ODOT has provided now. I think those dollars are fairly limited in how they can be used. I don't know that the money, at least my understanding, again, I could be corrected, that money could be used to say, hire a staff person at the city of Wilsonville to do the transportation related work. I don't believe it has to be more TSP related.
Okay.
So, so I don't think that's really a funding source. The beauty of general fund though, is it's very flexible, very fungible. You see in the staff report, how we kind of broke up the money. Generally, when the legislature allocates that money to us, they don't hold us hard and fast to these. So if we realize there are opportunities to get some federal funding to do some of the transportation and specifically the parking related work, we could spend more of the money on any of these other categories. So I think that's how we would approach it. Our goal with this POP though was to show the local governments that we're serious about putting some state money up to do the implementation. And we had heard from them, to Emma's earlier point, loud and clear, that we weren't talking about enough money. And I think you all heard that. So we took that to heart and tried to really raise this. Deputy Director Green mentioned earlier, we do have a memo and a survey out with actually a pretty detailed spreadsheet that's gone out to local governments. It went out a few weeks ago. I don't remember the exact date, maybe in June sometime. Asking for more detailed information kind of around these categories that you see in the staff report. And we have a deadline of getting back that information from local governments on the 15th of August. And that will help inform, is 10 million of direct assistance to local governments really enough? Or should, when we go to the governor's office and start talking about the recommended budget, does it need to be a different number? So we're trying to still collect that information, still trying to inform what the real dollar amount needs to be. And in that conversation, there may be an opportunity to look at some other sources, to your point.
If I could follow up, Chair.
Vice Chair?
I was just
you're
going
going on.
And I think in that conversation with local jurisdictions, it would be important to distinguish, because they may come back and say the where I need the most assistance is in TSP, and so that again can go in the ODOT pool potentially. And I just realized when I asked my question about parking that ODOT is probably more concerned about the movement of cars rather than cars sitting still, and so that opportunity probably doesn't exist. So they're worried about all those other things of cars moving and getting from place to place. So good, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really pleased to see the 10 million going to directly to local governments. And I appreciate, Palmy, your statement that we don't know if this is the right number or not going forward. And I expect this very well may be the minimum amount going forward. I see the letter from the city of Beaverton requesting additional funding for TSP, the Transportation System Plan updates, among others. And so I think we're going to learn a lot over the next year as the program begins to evolve and we begin to understand what it costs to do a lot of this work. I think a lot of this money is local governments are going to have to contract with consultants. I can tell you local governments are looking for staff all over the place. The great resignation, people moving, shifting, changing, and then to bring in new staff to try to implement CFAC, for example, is going to be a monumental undertaking. So I have a feeling a lot of this is going to go to consultants, and which isn't good, bad, or otherwise. It's just that we very well may need a lot more funding than this, but I'm really pleased to see where we're at today. And I've been really pleased to see some of the letters of support we have. City of Beaverton, if I recall correctly, posted online, 1,000 Friends of Oregon, Central Oregon Land Watch, and I think some other organizations have also indicated their support for this POP. So clearly this really demonstrates the seriousness of the program and the commitment to implementing it. So thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you, Commissioner. I mean, I think we really tried to lean into those conversations and listen closely. And it is a bit hard to predict, as you heard from the staff, the exact number, because there's so many opportunities within the rules that you just adopted about flexibility and different deadlines and stuff. But the central message was clear. We weren't asking for enough initially, and we needed to ask for more and direct assistance. And we'll see what we get back in the way of these survey results and this spreadsheet information, and have another conversation with the governor's office. So thank you.
Commissioner Warren.
And I just want to make a quick point of clarification. I think, you know, this point's maybe a little more nuanced than most people picked up on, but because of our implementation schedule with climate friendly rules, this is only for the 23 to 25 biennium. So then there is the possibility that in the 25 to 28 biennium, 27 biennium, that we're going to be asking for another chunk of money. So this is just the first, couple of years of implementation. And then when a lot of these bigger deadlines are coming into play, it might be a secondary request.
Continue.
Definitely. Okay. All right, so the next POP that's under our climate and natural hazards category is POP 209. This is for a floodplain and recovery planner. This is a new POP since we last met and discussed our potential budget requests in May. This POP is requesting position authority and a small share of general fund for a position that would support floodplain and recovery work for the department. So to give a bit of context, FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, currently provides DLCD with funding for basically to help cities and counties participate in the National Floodplain Insurance Program. And FEMA is increasing this amount of funding that DLCD can receive. So it could now cover a second position with, of course, like I mentioned, a small portion of that would be matched by the agency through general funds. And really, this position would deepen the support of DLCD's ability to ensure that communities can continue to receive that subsidized those insurance rates from the NFIP. And also, too, because when we see future wildfire impacts, this position would actually be able to pivot, and their focus of their work would directly be with those wildfire impacted communities and their needs related to floodplain and recovery efforts. Because as we know, one natural hazard doesn't just stay in its own lane. There's overlap. So any questions on this one?
I sort of feel like I had to remember, is the FEMA money guaranteed, or is that in the process? I feel like I missed that.
Yeah, I believe, we've basically been able to secure 80%, I think it is, that FEMA is going to cover. So this other portion that we're requesting would just be to match that.
Sorry if I missed that. Okay, you can continue.
Alrighty, and then so our next one, our last one in this category is POP 212, Climate Adaptation Coordinator. So this POP is requesting to permanently fund one of DLCD's existing positions that is currently funded through June of 2023. So essentially, this would convert the funding of this position from federal to general fund. And this position is or has been responsible for coordinating the 25 multi-agency effort through the Climate Adaptation Work Group, as they are in the process of implementing the state's climate adaptation framework that was recently updated in 2020. And of course, this position would, in addition to implementing that, would continue to represent the agency and coordinate adaptation planning with local governments and state and federal agencies.
Any commissioner, any questions? Sorry, I was looking at the 1,400 and thinking about that for a while. Any commissioners? Question? Okay, think on to the next.
So next category is housing. So here we have POP 204, the Regional Housing Needs Analysis and Housing Technical Assistance POP. So there are two funding pieces of this POP. I'll talk about the first one. As context, the department received funding in the 2021-23 budget for POP 110. We also got additional funding and budget notes from previous sessions in House Bills 5006 and 5202. All of this work has been centered around the Regional Housing Needs Analysis, which DLCD has been doing in partnership with Oregon Housing and Community Services. So we have been tasked to report back to the legislature by December of this year with legislative and budgetary recommendations that are needed to actually implement a regional housing needs analysis. And, really the outcome of this work would be better housing needs projections, having some tools and strategies to increase housing unit production, and kind of ultimately changing the way that we plan for housing in Oregon. So it's kind of a big deal. And in 2022, the legislature also tasked DLCD to convene a separate work group that would look at some specific questions around housing capacity and land supply. So that group is developing a set of recommendations that will also go to the legislature kind of around the urban growth boundary expansion process. With all of this work that is currently being done and still needs to be done, we are requesting this POP to provide additional funding and staff capacity for potential rulemakings that will come through these recommendations, as well as any sort of implementation. The second piece of this request is it addresses $2.5 million in housing grants. So during the 2021 legislative session, DLC received one-time funding of $2.5 million for local governments to implement House Bills 2001 and 2003. We were actually recently made aware that this funding was not ongoing, that it was one time. So we're going back to the legislature to request that this be made ongoing in our base budget, because as we all know, we need these continued funds to move forward all of the housing planning efforts.
And if I might, Chair, add, just to reiterate, I think Emma might have said this. This policy option package is still somewhat placeholder. We're going through the process of developing the recommendations that Emma was talking about. Those will be coming back to you all for more consideration and stuff. And so, when we move into the conversation with the governor's office, there may be further changes to what this POP, either the number of positions or the dollar amounts and the type of work that gets done. So. Stay tuned.
Thanks. Do any of the commissioners have questions? Vice Chair?
Thank you, Chair. The report due to the legislature, I guess we'll probably see that either in November or in January, I assume, before the session begins, because this does imply that there's also a locational element to housing. If we're also discussing the UGB process, it's not just confined. I'm just kind of wrapping my head around what when the recommendations will come out, what they'll address, and maybe that's more suited to the housing capacity committee that's working on that. Is that right? Or is there somebody else that's working on this piece of it?
Yeah, so our housing team is in the process of, working with these two separate work groups. I think that they should have draft recommendations mid-August. I would imagine that would be something that we would bring to you to review and consider, maybe in September.
And if I might add to, just maybe to give you some context, really, Commissioner Lilac, we've been working on this since 2019, when the legislature passed House Bill 2003. So here we are, now 3 years later, still working on it. A lot of great work is done. I mean, we out of House Bill 2003, we got the housing production strategies, which was more than just a land use look at the needs for housing. It was, what were the other strategies? Financial, regulatory relief, using surplus available public lands, sort of the all above strategy to get more units built. But another part of that bill was, of course, the regional housing needs analysis, which we're really now talking about more of an Oregon-wide approach, maybe not so much by regions, but asking all the communities, at least those of probably cities of 10,000 or larger, when they think about their housing projections, to really do a better job. When we were doing our housing projections, we were not considering underbuild. We weren't doing anything for those experiencing homelessness. And we weren't really breaking out the data in a way for different, racial groups and ethnicities. So we were really underserving our communities in multiple ways. So we now have a methodology that tries to correct all that, but we also now need the other pieces of that, not just housing projections, but where do we see the accountability fit in to help local governments build, provide the units? I mean, the marketplace builds the units, but they need to set the table for doing that. How are other agencies working with our agency and local governments to ensure that we have other parts of it? Building codes has a piece here, certainly housing community services. This is a big issue. And so to give you a little more context, that conversation has been going on for years. And then, as Emma was saying in this last session, we got specific direction to a budget note for the legislature to look at the question of housing capacity and land supply. And I think the legislature knew that, given the size of the housing crisis and the fact that it touches every corner of Oregon, there were going to be questions about the UGB. What do we do with UGB? Do we change it? Do we do away with it? So we got a set of questions from the legislature. They're actually fairly narrow in scope about looking at the UGB process. And so our staff took that on as an additional task to develop recommendations around those issues. And those will be coming out, as Emma said, in a few weeks here in August. And absolutely, they'll be coming back to the commission for your consideration and your input.
Thank you. It's really helpful, because I was certainly aware and understand the regional housing needs analysis and the technical assistance and how that would inform UGB expansions and processes, et cetera. What was just new, or maybe I hadn't thought through it enough or understood it well enough, were the narrow changes to the UGB process. And so that's where there was kind of a new element to it that I hadn't been thinking of. So thank you for the clarification. That's really helpful.
Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think the one thing I'd add is I think prior to what happened here earlier this morning with the CFAC rules, this work around housing really represented a pretty major shift in goal 10 work, right? And was really like, wow, that's a big deal for cities. It sort of pales in comparison to what happened this morning now all of a sudden, but this work is really important. And I think that cities are going to need to be as prepared to deal with this as they are with the climate pieces. And so, it's a little hard to be, have our hands out for everything, but both of these pieces are just critical in this moment.
Mm-hmm.
And they sort of work together, right? That's been the nice thing to see in these two pieces, is how closely they've worked together. So like I said, it sort of pales in comparison in scale, but it's nonetheless important to the work that's being done. And it just kind of barely preceded that climate work.
And I was going to add reminder, this is in my world, I keep on saying this, that buildings contribute to 40% of greenhouse gas emission. So a lot of times we focus on it's funny to see the charts with the 60 side, because I'm always talking about the 40% side. And so when we think about what are the new buildings that are going to be built in the future, hopefully a lot of them are going to be housing because of that housing shortage. And so while building those, right, it's about building them in the right places and then parts that our work doesn't cover that, always come up about the energy efficiency and the how to build the buildings, but they are a big part of climate, 40%. And people don't normally think about that. And then, what's interesting about this work, because I've been kind of keeping up to speed on this, is there was so much done, exciting stuff done on the housing policy side with House Bill 2001, 2003. Yet through that whole process, I think all of us who were involved identified a whole bunch of issues that were like, God, it'd be great if that was fixed. And that was, and they all sort of seem to come to regional. We need a regional approach to this. And so in some of those ways that we were talking about the CFAC of all, refining over time, this is how this one is a version of that, but for the housing. And so because also it's so fresh on everybody's mind because this housing work happened recently. It's really great to see, like, remember that problem that we were talking about there? And like, this could be a solution to all of those, wrapping those problems and solving them. So I'm super excited about this particular work and some of it touches on equity too, right? On distribution and accountability of that distribution. So it's an exciting time to be involved in planning. But they're totally linked. The climate and
you're
housing.
absolutely right, Chair. It really does touch on equity. And I think because of the analysis that was done through the methodology, we have better numbers and a better understanding. This is something that the housing staff can speak more eloquently than I can, but to the need for not only thinking about, are we serving all Oregonians with housing, but like, when we think about our communities, not maybe just to necessarily build in the same way that we've always built. So we were sort of, and this is not to denigrate the building community or the development community at all, but they build with what they're sort of familiar. And now we'll have new information saying, well, that may not be really represent the population that you're going to have.
Right.
And we need to start thinking about housing for that population as opposed to doing what we've always done. So you're right, exciting conversations to come. And this is one where we get a lot of questions from legislators. They're very impatient to start working on the housing problem because I think they hear it day in and out. We don't have enough housing. It's too expensive. It's too hard to find, et cetera, et cetera.
And what's good too, because I'm more intimately involved with this particular issue, is that staff isn't working in a vacuum making this. They're talking to folks all over the place right now. So I think that's important to note that the solution, there's a lot of people who have a piece of the information needed to solve this problem, and getting all of those that information together, I think, is important. We can move on to the next.
Okay, thank you. Right, let's move on to the coastal category. So we have POP 206, which is our Habitat Projects Coordinator. This POP is a POP that is actually just requesting for position authority, which means we are not requesting any sort of general fund from the legislature. The reason for this is that as a result of funding that was identified through the Federal Infrastructure Investments Act, NOAA, the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, got it, is providing a federally funded position for a Habitat Projects Coordinator who would help support organizations and partners on the Oregon coast to apply for infrastructure funding. And it would be in relation to projects that are related to habitat acquisition and restoration. And so this position would help facilitate that process and kind of act as a conduit for that funding to secure it and then pass it along to partners and organizations.
Any questions from commissioners? Jacobson.
None for me, thanks.
We'll move on to the next topic.
So our next coastal related POP is for offshore wind, which you heard some mention of earlier today. So the Federal Bureau of Ocean Energy Management is proposing the installation of floating offshore wind facilities off the Oregon coast. And this request would be for a position for DLCD to help coordinate those projects and proposals and the permitting that is necessary. We have some amazing staff who has been helping with this work so far, but we just need some more capacity with the need. And so this position would work with our federal partners. They would also serve to continue consultation with Oregon's federally recognized tribes, and of course would work with engaging and providing technical support for coastal communities as these projects unfold.
Any questions from commissioners?
Yeah, I'm glad to see this is in your policy option package, because I do anticipate if this moves forward, and it's highly contentious with a lot of stakeholder groups having major concerns, from the environmental community to tribes to the fishing industry, et cetera, local governments. I think we're all very concerned about the pace at which this is moving, and a lot of unanswered questions around resources and birds and all kinds of things. But anyways, I think it's going to be a very heavy lift for the state, including for DLCD, to do this work. So I'm happy to see that you have this in here. And I guess that my question I have is, how does this potential funding, if you got it, line up with the potential timeline, or the timeline that BOEM is saying that they have in terms of opening up those lease requests? Is that, you know, do you anticipate, if you got the funding, that this would be in time, or would we be early, or would we be late in getting the position in versus when the work is going to really hit your agency?
I think that's a great question. You kind of mentioned that it's moving pretty quickly now. I'm going to see, look at that. She anticipated it. Patty Snow. I knew she'd come in.
Well, this is Patty Snow, Ocean and Coastal Services Division Manager with DLCD. Chair Halova, members of the commission, and Commissioner Jacobson, thank you for the question. While sooner is always better when it comes to these things. As you know, Andy Lanier, who's our Marine Affairs Coordinator, has been working very hard on this and has many things on his plate. So, and we did talk with our counterparts in California who are a bit ahead of us, and they said, staff up, you're going to need it. So as we anticipate from BOEM, from the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, they anticipate leases by the end of next year. That's pretty, as I mentioned earlier today, pretty aggressive. And the state really think that's, you know, we're concerned that that's really not going to be enough time to do all the necessary environmental studies. So if that happens, and it would be, I think we would get funding starting July of next year for this. And so it would be pushing it to help us get ready for a consistency review. But if the leases come out in December, then we would have 2 months to review them at that point, because it would be considered a federal project. So it's not perfect timing, but you know, it's not bad. And then, but that's not the end of it. That's just the first of the consistency reviews. And then we also have so the proposed leases and then operation plans would come a year or two after that. So it's not going away anytime soon. So again, I think the timing wouldn't be too bad, and perhaps BOEM might be a bit optimistic in their projections for when any proposed leases would occur.
I think they're incredibly optimistic. So I don't think that timeline's going to hold. That's just Commissioner Jacobson's take on that. But you know, my hope is that not only do you get the funding for this position, but it comes in when it's needed and not too late, even though I think we'll be at this for a while. If anything actually substantially moves forward, as you know, Patty, we've been through this as a state before with offshore energy, and sometimes it's hard to tell if we're going through an exercise or if we're going to go through an exercise and end up with projects when we're done. But I do agree that I think staffing up in this case is needed.
And Patty, I was hoping you could answer a question for me. when I hear the word leases, I think of a certain thing. But maybe you could describe, what does that mean when you say release leases or leases?
Again, these would be leases offshore in federal waters. The proposed call areas that we're looking at right now start at 15 miles offshore and then go to, I believe, about 40 miles offshore. And we're pushing them to go as far off as possible to avoid conflicts with fisheries and also views. We don't really want, most of our coastal communities, the tribes, et cetera, are concerned about view shed as well as economic impacts. And the question you asked me, though, that wasn't the question.
What do you mean when you say lease?
Leases. Okay, so this is the first step in the Bureau of Energy Management is the federal entity that controls, the lands and the Outer Continental Shelf. And so this would give the companies the first right to look at those. And they're competitive. We've had a number of lease sales off the East Coast, for example, already. Martha's Vineyard, there's, a number of them that have occurred. And then where they would actually construct would probably be much smaller than those lease areas, but that's basically they're giving an exclusive right to that company at that point.
May I add something to that?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I would just add that there's actually kind of two different Bureau of Ocean Energy Management lease processes. And one is the unsolicited lease request, which we have done in Oregon for OSU's Pac Wave Energy project, where the developer comes and says, I would like this area, and they go through the process. What we're doing now is very different. And we haven't done in Oregon for, which is when BOEM determines area and puts it out for lease, and then various developers bid on that lease. And so those areas that are actually already out, you can go look at them. They're on the BOEM website. I encourage everybody to go do that just to get an idea of the types of space we're talking about. And then BOEM would go through a process to review the proposals that come in to lease those spaces. So while we do have some BOEM projects in Oregon, this particular process of a solicited lease request is new for us here.
Thank you. Okay, next item. Thank you. Or section. Thank you, Patty.
All right. So our next category is rural economic and community development. We have POP 205, which would continue work that has been funded for this biennium. We have a current staff person who's working with local communities, and these are all communities that are outside of the metropolitan areas. And this person is supporting efforts to engage transportation disadvantaged or traditionally underserved populations in transportation planning efforts. So this also includes assisting local governments in gaining access to state funding that would support transportation projects that improve equity. So far, we have seen a pretty strong level of interest and desire for participation in this funding, more than what we have available for this biennium. So that's why we are requesting to continue this work, along with making the grant funding for this work ongoing. We would also request that our current limited duration position be made permanent.
Any questions from commissioners? Next item.
All right, POP 207, industrial lands readiness. So POP 207 is a request that would work in partnership with Business Oregon and their industrial lands programs and tools that they currently have. This request is for grant dollars and a position to work with supporting local governments at a technical level regarding industrial development opportunities. And that includes both retention and expansion of existing industrial sites and the businesses and jobs that come along with it. Grants would be available to work with these local governments to do things like updating their inventories of industrial lands, or to pursue any sort of infrastructure development opportunities that may be necessary. So any questions on this one?
Questions, commissioners? No questions. I was thinking about the one before.
Yeah.
And that I would love to, we're just talking about getting money for it. I want to see like the results of that after it's finished. I'm just curious because we always talk about different transportation needs in rural areas versus urban areas. And I'm very fascinated by the housing version of that. And then also the transportation version of that. And then the coastal version of that would be interesting too. So I hope the funding comes and we get to see some results from that.
Sure.
Yes, Deputy Director.
Thank you,
Green.
Chair Halova. Kirsten, again here. Perhaps we could brief you in September and November so you don't have to wait that long.
Okay.
There's exciting work underway and communities across the state have applied. Maddie Phillips has been running that work. She's here with us today. And I know that there's just lots of really interesting nuance about those applications and the multi-agency partnership, multi-jurisdictional partnerships going on at these requests. So perhaps we could bring back in September or November as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Leela.
Thank you. I think about the industrial lands readiness and and I guess this is really the equivalent to a lot of the housing pops we're already requesting, because I almost think about we almost need a housing lands readiness. I think about, for example, the city of Redmond. I was a part of their team in 2006 when we adopted the urban growth boundary of 2,300 acres. And I asked their deputy their deputy city manager a couple of weeks ago, how much of that land is still available? 60%. Well, I mean, that's a lot of land. And we always hear that it's land supply for housing, but it seems like or the city of Bend, they adopted their urban growth boundary in 2016. 6+ years later, they barely have any of it under development. And in part because it's of infrastructure and all these other issues that are so critical, to industrial land so that they're ready, but the same is true for residential. So my hope is that the residential lands readiness is embedded in the other pops that we're already requesting in the housing capacity. So this is the equivalent. I just am kind of going off script here a little bit, but just thinking through this pop compared to the others.
And funny enough, it is. I'm looking at anything going, not in those terms though, that language. I kind of like the language part of it. In the sense of, we heard a lot about infrastructure, making, if you don't have the infrastructure, then it's not ready, right, to be developed into housing. So that I think there's, and hopefully I'm not giving too much away. I think there's some conversation on the housing production strategy side that it's not just some of the things we've thought of, a lot of things, but some of them dealing with this readiness part of it. It's kind of unlocking, in some ways, the land can't unlock its value. Even we're talking about, what do they call it? I should know, where you have irrigation to farmland or you don't have it. It
Water
kinda
rights.
makes it,
Yeah. Water rights.
yeah, it kind of makes a difference. And equivalent would be in this industrial lands and the residential land. So yes, interesting.
Yeah, I would just share, commissioners. Absolutely. I think the housing stat is talking about those concepts. You have the issue of housing supply, which seems to get maybe a disproportionate amount of the attention. And then you really have the development readiness potential of land that gets less attention. And honestly, it's a fundamentally harder problem to solve because it's infrastructure dollars. And where does the money come from? Who pays for it? How much are we talking about? And we're talking probably big numbers. So yes, we are talking about both of those things. And you're right, Commissioner Lilac, this is a similar idea in the industrial space. One thing I would say here, this isn't just about, say, industrial lands for semiconductors, although that's certainly an issue that's getting a lot of attention. This would be available for industrial readiness and other places for other industries. So yeah, we need to think more of it, not just is the land available, but are we really ready to use it, or can we use it?
On to the next item.
All right, here's our last category, agency capacity and technical corrections. 2 more pops. Thank you for hanging with us. So we've got POP 210. This is our Chief Information Officer request. So we are requesting a position that would essentially establish a Chief Information Officer, CIO, within the department. Based on our needs as we're growing in our responsibilities, the types of work, the projects that we're being tasked with and funded for, think housing, think wildfires, CFAC, there's a strong need for a CIO to lead our information technology and our geographic information system services, GIS services. So this would really allow us to build capacity to address our overall data governance needs, data transparency and security. And it would really establish the department at the level of professionalism and leadership that we really need in this area.
Any questions, Commissioners? Commissioner Lazo?
I'm glad this, thank you, Chair. I'm glad this category exists because it's kind of a question, I think, for Director Bateman. By my count, it looks like you're adding 19 positions to the agency. And so do some of those positions include like supervisors and other infrastructure that are, is that built into the POPs, or are they folks that are there to do the work and administer the grants? Or just a question, as we were going through, just thinking about the impact it would be on a agency of your size.
Right. Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, Chair and Commissioner, you're going to see a combination of operational type of folks in here, as well as this is the one supervisor position that's part of the POPs. We're happy to ask for more if you'd like to direct us to do so. It's and it does help to have come out of operational background to realize you'll have seen here in the requests as well, more capacity in HR, more capacity in contracts, now more capacity in IT, and just the rate at which we're growing and the rate at which we're being handed responsibility for very large public policy ideas. We need to make sure that we've got our footing under us. I'm very excited about this POP in particular for its twofold reason. One, that it does add a manager, because our span of control is, well, I've never seen an agency with such span of control before. And so we need the help in that area, but also this is going to be a thought leader inside our ranks, helping us put together a strategic IT plan and helping us figure out if we have the right kind of platforms, how and where we're keeping our data. Is it safe? Is it appropriate? How are we governing it? How are we managing it? There's so many questions that I walked in with, and this will help us get started to build a team. I think we build from here because it spreads into GIS and all manner of technology that we have currently scattered throughout the agency and have started building that team, but we're going to need more, particularly if patterns hold with the amount of responsibility the legislature is asking us to take on. Thank you for your question.
I had a question for you, Director. It seems also that some of the work for smaller cities and technical support deal with data, right?
Mhm.
Like they don't have to create the data if we have the data, and so it seems like the data is almost technical support.
It is, and it's interesting you mentioned that. I was fascinated and so gratified to find when I got here that there have been customized databases and platforms created specifically for local jurisdictions and how they interact with us and interact with the wider world on this topic. So as often happens when you're an early adopter or you create something from whole cloth, a little bit of time goes by and then you realize you need to leapfrog or you need to go to the next generation. So we have some very incredible customized databases that don't talk to each other and don't talk to other software platforms that have been built in the meantime. So we need to come around again and, really dive in and take it to the next generation so that each of those pieces that are very special now start to talk to each other. And that's okay. We're going to move on to the next iteration.
You can continue.
Yeah.
This is our final POP, which is technical corrections. So I would argue this is the most exciting one. So there's a couple technical requests that we are making. With that being said, there are no general fund requests that we're asking for associated with this POP. It truly is just corrections. And it's related to 4 positions that we currently have. There are details in the staff report about what these corrections are. I'm happy to ask Carol to come explain if you have questions. But
I just wanted to say, the chair and commissioners, Carol's done a really nice job of putting together a request for us that is revenue neutral. And so some of these have pluses, but we also have some minuses there. We've managed to get it to all even out. So we're hoping that this one will be well received.
It is. And for the record, Carol Bobette, Administrative Services Manager, and Chair Halova and Commissioners. Really what we're doing in this technical corrections request or budget request, if I would say it that way, is we're doing something that would take us a whole lot longer if we did it the administrative route. In essence, the adjustments that we're making to the funding behind some of our positions has existed for biennia, many biennia. And so essentially what we're doing is we're taking some of the categories of services and supplies that we have consistently had budget savings in those areas, and we're basically shifting those to being position funded, That kind of, it sounds so simple when I say it, but if you try to do that through the normal administrative process, it can take actually years. So by doing this technical corrections pop, it'll put us really in good stead with the current positions that we have and kind of clean up some old problems. So.
Vice Chair.
I just have to ask the question. We're asking for a lot of pops, a lot of money in a highly competitive environment. And are the people reviewing it, they're going to say technical corrections? I mean, is there something, strategic initiatives? I mean, I don't know I don't mean to get into marketing, but is there something that's going to capture their attention that's going to be more likely? Okay, technical corrections. We're going to do all this other stuff, but not the stuff that, anyway.
Chair, Vice Chair, they're going to say technical corrections, revenue neutral, go for it. Yeah. I think this will be one that they're excited about.
Okay, good.
Yeah. It's not really a traditional ask. There's like really no money involved with it. So yeah. They'll be excited.
Yes, I would add, though, this is a very common thing for agencies to do, to just kind of roll up all those little technical corrections into one little policy option package by itself. So, I'm sure it won't be a surprise.
Nice. So I just have one final note. We have received some written testimony, and that I believe all of those have been included in the commission materials. But just wanted to point out that we have received that, and that we're planning to make sure that we acknowledge these comments as we continue the budget process, because once we submit it in August, then it rolls into other people's lanes. But we will be working with the governor's office in the governor requested budget or recommended budget. So just wanted to highlight that for everyone. And the final questions and comments, I do believe we have to do public testimony first before any sort of motion, but I'm going to look to Esther.
So we have one person signed up to testify that I know of, Ariel Nelson from League of Oregon Cities. So I'm going to give her 5 minutes to testify. We know she represents multiple jurisdictions.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? I just switched over to panelist mode.
Yes.
I'm gonna turn off my AC one quick. So thank you, Chair Halova and commissioners, for this opportunity. For the record, I am Ariel Nelson here on behalf of the League of Oregon Cities. My feedback is really specifically directed on POP 203 for the climate friendly and equitable communities. But as the commission has noted, and as I'll remark, there are connections to all of the work anticipated in the funding memo. So I'll start by just kind of setting the table of where we're coming from at this point. To be frank, your local government partners remain deeply frustrated. They feel unheard and dismissed by the department, despite the numerous meetings, submitting pages of technical feedback and constructive suggestions. And I appreciate the commission's questions about some potential qualitative analysis of the rulemaking outreach, which we would support. You've heard and seen the reports from staff showing, the breadth of the outreach or the number of meetings, I should say, on these rules. However, if you listen to your local government partners, the gap between the department's portrayal of the rulemaking process and what cities experienced is vast. And we unfortunately have a similar, very wide gap on our understanding of the estimated funding that's going to be necessary to implement these rules. Cities absolutely share your deep commitment to pursuing bold, swift climate action. They deal firsthand with the ongoing climate emergency facing their communities on the ground. Our infrastructure systems are outdated and wholly inadequate to respond to the extreme weather events and devastating wildfires that Oregon has experienced in recent years, and that we know are going to continue to come. We must act on climate. And at the same time, Oregon is deep in a housing crisis, as you well know, and must take meaningful action to build out of the current housing shortage. Climate action and housing supply should not be in conflict, but when funding is limited and our already overburdened cities are forced to make impossible decisions on where to prioritize staff, scarce resources, and where to cut services. As you know, cities recently completed the work of implementing House Bill 2001, a landmark progress for housing choice, and they're now deeply engaged or just beginning the new housing production strategy work of House Bill 2003, which, as Commissioner Lazo noted, it's an effort that these efforts pale in comparison to the work. I had the same word in my notes in the CFEC rules. And of course, we anticipate those additional new requirements that are going to come out of the pretty exciting conversations going on around regional housing, Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Work Group, the Housing Capacity Work Group, and wildfire rulemaking currently ongoing. And the scope and breadth of work involved in implementing CFEC is unprecedented in that it's the most significant change in our land use regulations since our system was implemented. And today you approved the more urgent implementation timelines. So today I'm urging you on behalf of your local implementation partners to fully fund this effort. We do appreciate that DLCD has increased the initial funding proposal considerably, and that includes critical direct funding to local governments. And I really have appreciated the comments so far. Commissioner Lelak's comment, the current POP is absolutely the minimum for these rules. Based on the estimate from cities so far, it sounds like we're looking at closer to a $30 million price tag for the next biennium for the impacted jurisdictions. And they're basing this estimate on real project costs for prior transportation and planning work. I'm asking you to believe and trust your local implementation partners, the planning professionals, when they tell you that this is the true cost of the work. And that it may be higher than that because the record closed before the staff report or final rules were published. And we anticipate that there may be increased costs due to the new language, additional costs, the new rulemaking language that applies heightened review to already adopted and acknowledged transportation projects and an existing acknowledged TSP. This means that in order to remain in the TSP at the time of major TSP update, cities and counties must subject these projects to public engagement and alternatives analysis, regardless of the amount of review and engagement that's already been conducted during original adoption. And I need to note that many of these projects may likely include local voter-approved bond initiatives or legislative direction and significant investment. And the new rule language seems in direct conflict with these already committed local project lists. Given the amount of time that went into developing these local efforts, developing trust with local stakeholders and voters, and investing in delivering on these projects, we're very concerned that this rule language is going to mean significant delays and increased costs for planned projects. Now, I think it was Bill was saying it. This is not a NEPA level analysis for these projects. What level of analysis is going to be required, I think is really unclear. And so we're hoping that can be really refined and understood. Palmer shared that there's an implementation spreadsheet that DLCD has sent out to solicit actual detailed feedback from cities and counties on the cost of each specific rule requirement, and that's going to come back on August 15th. And as I said, as you've seen and heard in our previous testimony and previous hearings, we've got a large gap between the work that DLCD thinks the rules require and how cities are interpreting the rules. These rules contain both ambiguity and heavily prescriptive requirements. For example, the transportation planning rules, I think I heard have grown from 16 sections to 80 sections. This is complex transformative work. I'm really hopeful that this implementation funding template and exercise will support more productive conversation between staff and cities to clarify what work is truly required and where it may be needed, refinement and clarification of the rule language to make that clear. And if the price tag remains too high, it's time to have a real conversation informed by local expertise on how to reduce complexity in the rules and make them more cost effective. I'll say it again, your cities are frustrated. Your local government partners have come through this rulemaking process feeling like the partnership is broken. So I'm urging you today to make an effort to begin to repair that partnership. Please believe your local government partners and trust them when they tell you what this work entails and what it costs. Please direct DLCD today to increase the total funding for the next biennium. I know we don't have exact numbers, whether that's 30 million or more. Please direct the department to ask the governor and ask the legislature when we go into the next session for the appropriate amount to fully fund this effort. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Does commissioners have any questions for Ariel and or staff in relation? Yes, Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, I have a question for Ms. Nelson. Would an option be to have cities and local jurisdictions kind of get together and kind of lobby the state legislators directly for that funding, or does that have to come through our agency?
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. So certainly, whatever the department ends up putting forward as its formal budget request and what gets included in the governor's requested budget is one thing. And the legislature is free to adopt that amount, to ignore it, to expand it. And the league is fully prepared to, as we have in previous sessions, to go into the session advocating for the needed resources for local implementation, whether it's for the CFEC rules or other efforts. That's absolutely part of the process, but that process starts now. And it's really difficult for us to go into a legislative environment pointing, in a disagreement with our state partner, with DLCD and what it costs to implement these rules. I think it's going to undermine the rules themselves as well. We're going to have legislators who may necessarily, find policy and philosophical objections, right, to the work that's entailed here. And if we're not in agreement on, how these rules are implemented and what it costs, I think it undermines the goal that we share, which is climate action. So absolutely, yes, we need to advocate for this. But that's, it starts now. I also have to note though, that, coming out of the pandemic, facing all of the multiple overlapping crises that our state and our local communities are experiencing, these rules are, I think cities are gonna be hard pressed when asked to prioritize, do you want funding to replace your stormwater system or, our funds for plans? It's really, really a difficult question. Of course, all of it is needed. It's all, as you've noted in your discussion, this all relates, all of our goals, we need to fund, ideally everything, but I guess the point here today is just to be really clear about what the rules on paper are requiring, and making sure that, whatever the department ultimately is putting forward, that the funding for your local implementation partners is there, or the work simply just doesn't get done. And then our goals aren't achieved.
Great, thank you.
Chair, hello, if I might.
Yeah, and
go ahead.
I had a question that maybe you're going to say. I don't know.
Maybe speak to
yeah.
the question that Commissioner Sandoval was asking and maybe answer it in a little bit different way. I think one opportunity that we have is we do have the benefit of some more time. We have some time to get more information from the cities and go to the governor's office. There's no guarantees. We don't know who's going to be the governor. We don't know what their agenda is going to be, but we do have the opportunity of bringing back more information to the process. And I think if there's one thing that we all can agree on, the commission, the agency, and the cities and our other partners, is that we need real implementation money to make this program work. So if we do get more information that tells us that the number is larger, needs to be larger, we'll have an opportunity to try to make that case. No promises, can't guarantee that will happen. We can only ask, but we do have the benefit of some more time. So that may not be a complete answer, but there is that opportunity. So just wanted to point that out.
And my question just had to do a little bit with the numbers, in the sense that we're talking about current funding support being this 18 million ODOT money, and then basically DLCD money that totals up to 19 million. And then asking for this pop for 12, which I guess that all totals to over 30 million. And so I was trying to see how that 30 million number that, which is currently funded / asking for compares to the 30 million that Ms. Nelson said is needed. And it seems like that those match in some ways, unless.
Well, I'm happy to respond, Chair Holova, but to the question, I think what I heard Ariel say is that the number that goes directly to local governments from the department for more of the land use related work needed to be higher than the 10 million that we're providing now. But I don't want to speak for Ariel. I see her nodding her head, so I think I may have that right. I think that's really the number that's under discussion, and as I was saying earlier, we have more time to try to get additional information to understand if that number needs to be different than something that is proposed in this.
Okay, just because we seem to skip over, it feels like the ODOT 18 million that appears to be there to support the same things that we're talking about.
Chair Holova, that's a very important number. It's a sizable commitment, not only by ODOT, but by the state to the program. But that money is limited to the work around the TSPs. And again, I think what I understand the concern from the cities is, well, then there's all this additional work that goes with establishing the climate friendly areas and the parking updates and so forth and so on. The dollars to support that work, and that is more the 10 million that would directly go. So if that clarifies a bit how the funding streams work.
And if I may, thank you, Chair Holova, for the question. And yes, Palmer was right in his characterization. We're asking for 30 million directly from DLCD. The funds, that's in addition to the funding at ODOT, which I think some of the questions that came up earlier as well from, I think Commissioner Lazo, maybe those funds at ODOT are, I think, federal in nature, and they're a little bit programmed out in terms of, they're less flexible than funding that would come through DLCD. They're still going to be incredibly important and helpful, but they don't cover the full breadth and range of work that's involved. And so that's why this is an addition. Also, I also want to make clear that, this proposed budget ask, should we be so lucky to see an appropriate amount get funded in the next session, that's not that legislation, that funding isn't actually authorized until June 30th or the end of the biennium. It's going to take time for the department to get that out. I know they're doing the work with their staffing to expedite grant procurement and all of that, so the funds can go out quickly. But that's a considerable amount of time from now. And based on the rules you've adopted today, the work for cities starts now, basically, particularly, and it also depends on, which parking option, if they're pursuing one of those, then that work starts now. So it's going to be really critical that, that potential $30 million price tag includes work that starts now, and it's going to need to be eligible for them to cover their costs that they're going to incur, starting in the next month or two.
I have a follow-up question.
Commissioner?
So, Palmer, you had said that, you're waiting for kind of additional information or need additional information to kind of look at, what the actual cost cities would need. What exactly are you waiting for or needing for that additional information? What is that?
Yeah, Chair Holova, Commissioner Jacobson, I could try to answer that, although I'm not the technical staff expert, but basically what we sent out was a spreadsheet that was a spreadsheet for each jurisdiction that was required to implement the climate friendly rules, and then break out the tasks for those jurisdictions, jurisdiction by jurisdiction, and get more specific information from them about the cost of each of those actions. So it's basically, we were trying to go to a very granular level to try to tease out what the costs would be. And I don't, my expectation is that first iteration, the information we get on August 15th will not be perfect. People won't necessarily know how to code activities and stuff like that. So we'll probably have to have a conversation with Ariel and the cities and city staff to sort of tease all that out. But that was my point. We have, a couple of months, give or take, to try to work through that process and really draw out at a jurisdiction by jurisdiction level a better idea, a clearer picture of what the implementation costs would be. Again, with all the caveats that we talked about, there is flexibility in the rules about when you do work. This is a program that will extend over multiple biennia, and this is only initial biennia cost. But yes, we want to try to get a clear picture, at least in this first biennium, what would it cost activity by activity, action by action for each jurisdiction. That's what we're hoping to learn.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I was just gonna say that I think if our city partners are telling us that they think it's gonna cost more than we think, that we just sort of ought to trust them on that they're probably right. But I also think that because this is a relatively large ask, I think having the data to support that ask is really critical. I mean, for everybody, because you know, it is a big ask. And so I think being able to look at the data that was filled out or is being filled out by cities as a way to help increase that ask and hopefully make it relevant. I think that's really important. But I think if cities are telling us that it's going to cost more, then I think, you know, they're probably right on that. And I guess the last thing I would say is just, you know, hoping that Ariel and others can really encourage cities to fill out that form, which then, you know, helps us sell getting the funding that is needed better.
Director.
Go
ahead. Oh, Ms. Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Livable. I just wanted to thank Commissioner Dickinson, if I may just share that.
I think you're breaking up.
Absolutely, we are encouraging cities to fill that out. It was actually
You're breaking up. If you can hear us, you're breaking up.
Suggestion that this template be the next step to really drill down into those. I'm not going to be successful and get it up. Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Yep.
Better.
Okay, I was
heard about a template being out and successful. I think that's all we heard.
Sorry about that. That template was actually at the request of LOC. As a former agency lobbyist, I fully know that to be successful in any funding ask with the legislature and with DAS and the governor's office, we've got to have, to the commissioner's point, the data to back up the ask. So yeah, that template is really important, and we absolutely are encouraging our members to fill it out.
Director Bateman.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I just wanted to set expectations so there are no surprises and everyone understands what's going on. So the budget build is iterative. And if you've watched any game shows, there are numbers we have already locked it in. So we've been audited by DAS. We've been given the green light and they've said, you can ask for this number and only this number. Now we're working on narrative. That's going to be locked in here in the next few minutes. Our budget is, our ARB is due now, but that's only one piece of it. We'll have multiple chances, as Palmer was saying, to then come back and provide more information and perhaps a different ask during governor's recommended budget. And then yet again, there's a stage that's the legislatively approved budget. So that we've got a long ways to go, but stage one is pretty much already set at this point. And so please don't be disappointed. You will see the $12 million in the ARB, but we're still working on it.
And so Director, maybe you can tell me based on process, this is going forward on the ARB. If there was a desire by the department to change, what's the technical process that one would go through, just for my edifications?
We'll be called in to explain ourselves during the fall, and then we likely won't see. And actually, once we turn this in, we'll be in radio silence because then it's out of our hands. It's not our budget anymore. It's the governor's budget. And then we likely won't see anything else until the first of the year under a new governor. So it'll be quite some time. Go ahead, Palmer.
Yeah, I would just add to what Director Bateman is saying is, as she indicated, we will start having conversations with the governor's office. They'll ask, well, what did you intend for this POP to do? Why do you have this many positions? Why are you asking for this amount of general fund? We'll start getting those questions. And that would be the opportunity for us, if we looked at the data that we're going to get from the cities and we had conversations with them, done our review, that there needs to be a different number. We can start talking about that. as the director clearly indicated, isn't really our budget at that point. And so the power of our ask is diminished. Somebody else's decision to make, but we could at least present the data, show the information to them, and then it would really be the governor's office call. And this is going to be, again, we talked about a little bit of tricky. There's going to be an initial budget that starts being developed by Governor Brown and her staff. And then we'll have an election, we'll have a different governor, and then they have an opportunity. I want to say it's sometime in January, but it's a little later than normal to submit a different budget if they care to.
And,
So,
this might be a weird question, but do we know what ODOT is doing in terms of POPs? Does that fit into any of this at all?
I should know the answer to that. I don't know. I know they are asking, I want to say, and I'll get more information, Chair Halova, some positions around this, but I'm looking at you, Kirsten. Do you know? You might know more than I do.
And the only reason I ask is I know we're first in this ARB. We're early on
Yeah,
and
we
some
are
people are
early.
later. So
Thanks, Chair Halova. And Palmer, I'm just sort of looking to and through Cody too, but I don't, ODOT is very close partner, so I want to represent that. Amanda, has been with us. Amanda Peets has been with us. She's been on this project for 12 years now. And I don't think they have a POP to directly support this work. I'm not sure, because Palmer and I aren't briefed on that, but they did go to the e-board just recently to ask for administrative support to process their 15 million.
Yes, that's what it is. Thank you.
So they just did get approval for administrative positions. I think it was 5 or so to support moving, as you can imagine, moving that amount of money that quickly takes a small army of folks. So they did just ask for that support to be able to move their IIJA funds that came from the federal government. I think that's all I know right now without texting Amanda. Thank you.
So I think the takeaway from what Deputy Director Green is talking about is that they'll have the staffing to be able to manage that money and provide that. Again, I think the real question here is how much DLCD pass-through money goes to local governments. That's the real question that we have. Yeah.
understand. Vice Chair.
Thank you. I think this conversation just reinforces some of the comments that I made previously, and I think we agreed to, is that today is a real milestone day in terms of adopting the rules and adopting the POP, but it's all going to be iterative going forward. We're going to have to be flexible. We're going to have to engage our local partners every step of the way. I mean, if we discover that clearly, if the money's not the right amount, that's one factor. But we may very well discover that there aren't enough consultants to help the cities do the work, as the cities are struggling to find staff themselves. So I think as long as we go forward with an open mind and a strong partnership with our local governments, and we're committed to working together, I think we're probably just about as far as we can get today, based on what I've heard and what I've learned. But just recognizing this is all hands on deck for years ahead.
Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. And I think the thing I'd say is, Ms. Nelson, I'm hopeful that this partnership with local cities can be repaired. These partnerships are vital. We know that in this work. None of this work moves forward without a lot of different pieces of the partnership. One of the things I think will be critical as we hopefully can move in the same direction is to make sure that when we are bringing data together, that, for lack of a better way of framing it, that we're looking at apples to apples, right? The sense that I said earlier around, if TSP is a funded mandate for somebody else like ODOT or the feds, that we're counting it that way. Another piece I'd bring forward, for instance, under the CFAs with Smart Growth 2040, the Regional 2040, that's work already being done by the metro jurisdictions. So should we count that as part of this mandate from the DLCD funding? So it's pieces like that I think we're going to have to look at carefully to make sure we are arriving at the right number, so that we know, are we 10 million apart? Are we 2 million apart? We're throwing around a lot of numbers, but as you said, Cheryl, if we add it up, it sounds like there's 32 or 37. The ask is for 30 or 40. So let's make sure we're comparing the right numbers together. So I think that'll be critical. And I don't think we're there yet, and we're not going to do it before the ARB has to get done, but it sounds like we're trying to get to that point, and that's what I would encourage us to do.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the work to date, because of the way that I guess government works with regard to this House bill and that one and this legislation, and it feels very additive, like we're layering this, but what I'm seeing, at least because I've participated in the housing work and then it's circling back almost in a way, is that it's starting to come together in some ways where I feel like, I'm not saying this is going to diminish the amount of money to do this particular effort, but in some parts, like integrating the housing, the staff has started to link those together with the climate friendly areas and then the housing work, so that they're not hopefully each one is a brand new exercise, that there has to be some overlap over time. So I'm hopeful for that, but yeah, I think more data and information as we embark on this journey, and yeah, pulling on new forms of partnership, I think could be helpful. I don't know what they are at this particular second. So I think today we have and I'm looking at the time mainly, we have a motion in front of us, which I don't know. Esther is going to put that up. And thank you, Ms. Nelson, for your testimony. Is to move forward with our work here. And so I want to see if there's any further discussion before someone might give a motion, if there's anything else one wants to say, or if someone wants to give a motion.
Chair,
Yes.
I just noticed that it should be 2023-25 before somebody reads.
1 year.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's correct in the packet if you're reading from the packet. Would someone like to give a motion in this regard? And it's basically approval of this 2023-25 POP request. And I think, as we all are realizing, us who are here longer, this is the largest POP, most extensive POP ever asked, and was an increase from the last version that we saw. So I feel in many ways even quite responsive, maybe not to the level needed or desired, but I've seen a huge jump in the number. And so, yeah, I want to know if anybody wanted to give a motion. I don't think I can. Okay, Commissioner Sandoval.
Okay, I move the commission approve the inclusion of the 2023-25 policy option packet POP request to be included in the DLCD's agency request budget, ARB.
A second,
I'll second.
Commissioner Warren seconds. And Esther, take the roll call vote.
Commissioner Jacobson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Sandoval,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lilac,
Aye.
Chair Halova.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, and we are moving on. Oops, let's see. The last agenda item of the day is commission business. And I guess the question is, do we take a 5-minute break? Maybe, I think would be good. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, which means we'll be back at what time? I don't have the look. Let's make it 2:55. No. Should we just make it 3?
You're the chair. You can have it.
Otherwise I have to do the math. Sorry, Esther.
Yes, 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. Okay, that'll give us a much needed break. And then we'll move into the last agenda item, which is commission business, agenda item 5. See you after the break. Yep. We're waiting for them. I know.
Great, thank you. Our next agenda item, last agenda item for today is item 5, commission business. The commission will receive a budget and management subcommittee report and conduct other commission business. Carol Bovet, Administrative Services Division Manager, is here to provide that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. For the record, if we need to repeat it, my name is Carol Bovet. I am the Administrative Services Manager for the Department of Land Conservation and Development. And I'm here today to give the update on the Budget and Management Subcommittee of the Commission. The BAM, if I'm going to call it, the BAM Subcommittee met on Tuesday of this week to review what actually was the April financial report for the department. April has been a month in which our trend toward reflecting a budget savings has continued. In fact, our general fund savings as of the or projected general fund savings as of the April 2022 report was $344,000. That actually kind of puts us in a territory where we need to start concentrating on what we're going to be spending those potential savings dollars on. And so the department has began that in gusto. Our savings has really been driven primarily by difficulty finding staff and staff vacancies. Not surprising in the hiring market that we find ourselves in. It's tough to recruit good talent right now. We also have on, I would traditionally say on the negative side, we have an unanticipated hit to our financials in that we have a liability for the funding of an additional COLA increase for our staff that was announced by the governor earlier in this year. And so that's going to impact our bottom line by right around $80,000 to the negative. But we have sufficient funds, so we're carrying forward. The cash flow issues that the department has experienced, and just to give kind of a summary to the commission, if you don't recall what those issues were, of the 3 different kinds of funding that we receive. Of course, we talked a lot today about the policy option packages that will bring in primarily general fund into the department. We also use other funds and federal funds to help fund the different work that we do. Of the other funded programs that we have, and we call them other funded, they actually come from federal funding initially, which is FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Administration. Anyway, FEMA funding comes to us through another agency and therefore is considered other funds. It's other funds that have presented the most difficult cash flow problem for the department. We have to kind of keep those funds going as the biennium continues because we're paying, of course, our staff costs in part with those cash revenues that we receive. Unfortunately, the Office of Emergency Management has had the same kind of hiring difficulties, especially in their accounting services and administrative services. And we got quite a backlog that I think approached about $300,000 earlier in this year. However, OEM has really stepped up their commitment to kind of catch up on these things, as well as filling some critical vacancies that they held on to for a while. And we are now doing terrific, honestly. They have taken the commitment that they made to our former director and have really pretty much cut that in half at this point. Apologies, it didn't come with the updated numbers today, but suffice it to say we're looking very good in that regard. We also, of course, have the story of the day along with CFAC, and that is our budget build and our budget activities. I think the commission has probably heard plenty today about what our budget requests look like, but if we're going to put a fine point on it, we are looking at approximately 47 million in total funding for our agency request budget, assuming everything that we receive is granted by the legislature, which really, I haven't gone back probably before 1999, but I think that may be a new high for the department, at least as far as any budget that we have been granted. So some real watershed moments in there. The total full-time equivalent for the department, if all funding is granted, will be 81. And number of positions with the department, again, assuming the ARB goes through as fully funded, would be 85 positions. And that even outstrips what our staff level was, I believe, when Measure 49, I think, had quite a lot of additions in limited duration terms at that time. But that is the report that I have to share today. Are there any questions?
Commissioners, any questions? I certainly had a question, but I didn't ask you this question before, which I should have. And you don't have to answer it now. You can answer it later. I was just curious, almost like on the ask versus received, like I said, you don't have to answer it now. In the past years, like what percentage of that ask versus received we were able to get? And it was more out of curiosity. I don't think it's critical to where we are now in the world, but yeah.
I do have something that I would kind of point out just based on our current biennial budget. I believe that last biennium, we received every single policy option package we requested. Now, it was a short list of only 4 at that time. I would also add that, we did have the caveat of having some money that we wanted to be ongoing and represent, future established programs, and we're only given 1 biennium only. But that may have also been a first, but I haven't done the research yet to say.
Thank you. I think that's it. No questions.
Okay.
Great job.
Thank you very much.
And then I don't know if I know how this agenda item is supposed to go. There's different parts.
Chair Halova, in the attachments, we did have a matrix summary of liaison volunteer opportunities. And I can pull that up into the screen.
Yeah, so we're basically looking at the chart, attachment B, which this might be new, definitely to Commissioner Lazo, but we basically have a chart that we've been refining over the years in thinking about what committees we serve on as commissioners and really starting to separate out which ones are standing committees versus time-bound committees. Because and then talking about how much time is involved, because that's usually the question is how long am I involved in what frequency? But the time bound have a start and end where the standing are ongoing. So I hadn't thought through how one would talk through this chart, but maybe Esther could guide us through it. What?
I know it's very difficult to see on the screen. This was, I believe, more of an opportunity for Commissioner Lazo. If you had had time to review the different committees, and if you had any interest in particular committees.
Yeah, maybe as he thinks about, maybe we just go through each one of these. That might be the best, just to refresh ourselves. So we have the BAM, Budget and Management Committee, which I thought that me and you, chair and vice chair, were on that committee. Or we should be on the committee. Can you even are you on that in meeting invite? So it's usually, somebody can say specifically when it's, but it's right after the internal staff meeting, but only on certain weeks.
Okay.
I feel like you should be there. Is that okay? I just volunteered him. Just because I was there prior, so that's the reason I thought that.
Okay.
Then we have the Citizen Advisory Involvement Committee, CIAC. We have Commissioner Sandoval and Commissioner Warren. So I think that's going well, I would presume. Director's Evaluation. Myself and Commissioner Vice Chair Lilac. Grants Advisory Committee, which I think is a one time a year or something. It's very limited duration. Commissioner Sandoval and Commissioner Boyer. Is that happening this year?
Right after the legislative session.
Right after the legislation. Okay, that makes sense. Legislative Committee. I'm wondering if this is my first time being on that. I'm trying to think. So I'm on it, and Commissioner Sandoval. I'm assuming that wraps up more later next year.
Yep.
Yeah.
Chair Halova, it's I believe we met monthly. The staff team meets every 2 weeks during legislature. Commissioners are welcome to join every 2 weeks, but just a little bit worried about, our footprint on your time. But so I think we were having the commissioners join once a month. Does that sound right, Commissioner Sandoval, from your memory? Yeah. It was Chair MacArthur and Commissioner Sandoval. Thank you.
And that's more closer to the session.
Yep. Sort of in the fall and then during. Yeah, thank you.
During the session. And then the Local Officials Advisory Committee, Commissioner Jacobson is on that. And she's also on the Ocean Policy Advisory Committee and the Territorial Sea Plan Advisory. And I guess the question is, I know some of those have very different commitments, as I recall. Did they require, or do they require, or should they require another commissioner? Or is that's sort of, I'm just throwing it out there because we're looking at.
I would say OPAC and TSP, I don't think I've had any at all commitment from me. I mean, I've been the person with the box checked, but they really haven't asked me to participate or weigh in much.
Okay. So it's really the LOAC. Okay. So then I would go on to the time-bound committees. I know we have two areas, this 50-year anniversary and the strategic plan retreat in November that have nothing, but let me go through the other ones first. So climate vulnerability assessment community advisory team. Is that's not a RAC, right? Is it considered RAC? Okay. Commissioner Boyer and Commissioner Lazo are on that.
I'm not on that one. I think.
No.
I'm on the Oregon Housing Needs Assessment and / Housing Capacity Work Group. That's where my X should be.
Can somebody talk just really quickly about the climate vulnerability assessment community advisory? It's very long.
I know, and then my first meeting I was to attend, I was out of the country and I tried to sign on and I had terrible. So I did not.
Deputy Director.
Thanks, Chair. I missed, did we skip the 50th?
Yeah, skipping the two.
But we're gonna come back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Why do the easy ones first?
Okay. Easy. I'm sorry, Patty, I think she's not with us right now.
I can.
You can give an update on the climate vulnerability?
Yeah, this
Thanks,
is the
Director.
outgrowth of the climate change adaptation framework that Chris Shirley was working on with the other agencies over the past couple of years. And this is the first major project outgrowth from that. So she's currently undertaking a vulnerability assessment and is really getting herself organized and gathering a team around her. So that's what this is. You might have heard of the fuzzy logic project that she's working on. And so one of the things she's doing is working with a consultant to try to figure out how to capture community input and store it and display it in a way that makes sense that folks can get their heads wrapped around. So first thing she did was to go get that tool. And then the next step is to gather these folks and start a conversation. So we're very early in the process.
And then goal 5, Cultural Resources Rules Advisory Committee. Commissioner, Vice Chair Lilac and Commissioner Sandoval. Has that started, that work? Yeah.
We can give an update if you'd like. Director,
Yeah.
would you like to start? I can go. Chair Halova, thank you. This is so putting a little, I'll put a slightly different hat on right now. Director Bateman's also asked me to continue as the tribal liaison for the agency. So in that role and with a small team, we've assembled down at DLCD of about 6 folks that are staffing the various cultural resource cluster, natural resource cluster, and economic development cluster of the Legislative Commission on Indian Services. This one is obviously for cultural resources. We are ready to begin. Director Bateman just wrote a letter to the chairs and chiefs of all 9 tribes, introducing herself and also reporting back out a survey Amanda Penton just completed it with Kyle Byers of all local governments on how they're working with the tribes and how they're processing required steps according to SHPO, the State's Historic Preservation Office rules. And that survey was very interesting. It came back with like a lot of information that the local governments would want. So we were sort of surprised at the great response of the survey is 53 local governments returned it to us, and then also clearly called for more education and information about the rules. So that's one track. On the kind of a bit of a kind of a deliberate path to consider updates to the Goal 5 rule. And we should probably say rule because we wouldn't be changing the goal itself, but there is no rule that implements cultural resources in Goal 5. The goal names it, and then there's no rule. We were specifically silent on that in the 90s, and the representatives of the nation said, we don't want inventories of cultural resources because that would lead to inadvertent discovery and all sorts of other stuff. So, or actually, intentional discovery or looting. We're being very careful about this and starting slow. So our immediate next step, Director Bateman's letter to leadership of the tribes was to invite representatives of the nations to sit on a tribal work group. So that'll be the initiation of this process kind of, I would guess, sort of this fall. We might look to get together maybe for our first time in October. We have heard from just one nation who they're sending, but we need to pull and follow up the other 8 nations. We know they're interested. They asked for this work. So we just need to kind of over summer kind of follow up and say, okay, who from your nation would like to participate on the tribal work group? And then as we kind of to and through seeing what else the legislature assigns to us next year, we'll, schedule in that actual rules advisory committee work and come to you for initiation at that time. So starting in a very deliberate manner, trying to meet with the tribes and trying to, work on scoping out the project. It could go, from very sort of consistency type rules with SHPO's rules. So kind of a low hanging fruit to some interesting models. For example, there's a model in Coos Bay that's used to do long range planning kind of with the tribes, making sure that they're consulted when new areas are brought into development. So we'll bring back those ranges of options after, consulting a bit with tribes and also local governments and keep you apprised there. But the actual rulemaking itself, we don't think would initiate until we see what else is happening on the policy agenda. But we are starting the work group now. So it's an ongoing project. And Commissioner Lilac, Vice Chair Lilac, and Commissioner Sandoval, let us send you an update on that in the near term. We're trying to get together internally and do some whiteboarding on that relationship of the work group to what would be a RAC and kind of pencil all that out. And we'd love to come back to you for maybe have a conference call with you to just run that by you, that kind of process architecture, if you will. That's where it stands. Sorry for the long-winded. Thank you.
And then the Oregon Housing Needs Assessment Housing Capacity Work Group, Commissioner Lazo. And there's small descriptions of all of these in the packet. I kind of just want to go through them. Oregon Transportation Commission update, Commissioner Jacobson. And then I'm skipping to wildfire mitigation.
This might be.
Oregon Transportation Commission update, we're thinking is Commissioner Warren. Is that what we think?
I'm on the policy coordinating committee for that update. I'm not sure if that's the same thing.
Yeah. And so is Commissioner Jacobson on that or no?
Oregon Transportation Plan update, is that the one?
Yeah,
that
Oregon
is
Oregon
just
Transportation Commission.
No, I'm not on the transportation plan update that I know of.
Okay, we're updating this chart here. And then wildfire mitigation, Senate Bill 762, 2021. Commissioner Warren, is that you? Okay. So that leaves us with the two that we need to fill, which is the 50th anniversary and the strategic plan. And so I was just gonna I looked at the packet. Staff is looking for a commissioner or two to give advice on the reflections, events, celebrations of the 50-year anniversary of the land use planning program. Senate Bill 100 was signed on May 4th, 1973. Events will take place next spring. Commissioners would attend monthly planning meetings as they're able, or provide strategic advice to staff as their schedule would allow. Do we have any people that are super excited about the 50th anniversary celebration? And they might go together. So you want to read the strategic plan? Sure. And so the strategic plan one, but I think it's shorter. Well, maybe it's longer. Provide strategic advice to the staff on the formation of the strategic plan. That's like one thing, I think. And then help the director's office plan for a one-day retreat in November, which I feel like is so November for our retreat. And then the strategic plan is going to be final next June, which is around the time of the 50th anniversary, let's say. That's right.
Well, Chair, I'm certainly happy to serve on both, but I also want to recognize our new commissioner who hasn't had an opportunity to share anything else. But and maybe you're looking for a couple of commissioners. And of course, maybe Kirsten would like to draft us to serve as well. She knows these projects.
And I guess also in the light of, do you feel like all your other check boxes make sense? I mean, it feels like you do, but just throwing that out there.
Did I just hear Vice Chair, did I just hear Vice Chair Lilac volunteer for that? That's
I did.
great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Accepted. Thank you. And if there's anyone else, please welcome, but thank you. I mean, Vice Chair, with your deep ties in with local government, it's really meaningful, and we welcome others as they have time. But we do, did I already say this earlier? I'm sorry, but we do plan to do a look back at successes, farm forest land protection being in that sort of circle. And we also want to challenge ourselves to look at what hasn't been working so well. Racial wealth equity gap comes to mind, home ownership gap. So, please know that we'll come to the commission and at your retreat and kind of ask for reflections on both those. So we'll have we'd love all your guidance on that. But we do kind of really want to take stock and survey the community about what's worked well and what challenges we have ahead. So we'll take just Vice Chair, if that's what folks have available now. We certainly respect. I think every single one of you is working a full-time job in addition to this commission. So and going to school, some of you. So respect the constraints on your time, but Vice Chair, thank you.
And I think they were looking for two folks for the 50th anniversary.
I'll volunteer.
Thank you. I sort of haven't volunteered, partly because I'm like, I probably hear about all these things anyway. Regardless, I probably will volunteer my opinion. That's good. But not necessarily be on a committee for it. Was there any other? I'm just throwing it out there. Okay. Yes.
So regarding the strategic plan, how elaborate is that going to be? So with the Housing Stability Council, we actually had Kristen, she actually did ours, and it was very extensive, and we had just really substantive community outreach, and the agency has used that plan like as our kind of compass for the last 5 years on where to invest the state's money around affordable housing. That was pretty extensive, but how are you viewing our strategic plan?
Thank you, Chair Halova and Commissioner Sandoval. That is a very interesting, I never thought about it like that. And you're right. I had
a great opportunity to begin the statewide housing plan and had handed it off to Eco Northwest for a brilliant finish there when I joined this agency. We are doing our strategic plan with staff resources. So there's no outside consultant help. So there's a bit of a difference there in magnitude. And of course, the agency size and budgets are different. So ours will be a little bit lighter, if you will. But I think that the focus on data is very compelling. Director Salazar was from the beginning, very committed to a focus on data in their statewide housing plan. And it uncovered a lot of racial and economic disparities that research did. And I think continues to impress us at DLCD, the results of that plan. So we adhere to those findings as well. So ours will be probably about 5 pages. That was probably about 200 pages, including technical appendices. You probably remember earlier today when I talked about kind of a strategic framework. So it is aimed to be quite a bit lighter, but the data focus I don't want to lose. So whether or not it's in the preparation of the strategic plan or in the work plan to prepare the data, if we don't have it, I really would recommend that stay at the center for us as well. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I guess, so I would say that, so having a strategic plan helps the organization be really proactive, almost get in front of like what the legislators want. And so for the housing agency, it's been critical. Like, so yeah, but no.
Thank you. Yep. I've sort of watched Chair Halova and Commissioner Sandoval. I've watched Director Salazar very closely, sort of from this seat, watching how that statewide housing plan has guided their work, and her I think bi-weekly or at least monthly reports out to the community always are pinned to that. It's been very impressive, their adherence to it. And I would hope that actually, I really need to work with Director Bateman on this. We have an opportunity to more closely utilize our own strategic plan in the day-to-day operations of our agency than I think we did with the last strategic plan. So I think that there's some behavioral components there that we could focus on, as well as how do we want to utilize the strategic plan internally to prioritize projects. We know that the 2-year work plan, so you'll have to stop me because obviously I like this topic, but so the strategic framework is 8 years, and then we'll have objectives that are 4 years, just about 5 objectives, not many. So we're trying to constrain ourselves to 5 to 7 main objectives. And then actions within each objective just for 2 years, but those should closely align to our policy agenda. So it's meant to be the new design is meant to be very operational. And I think we can use it to report out internally a little bit better to our staff and to commission, as well as to outside stakeholders. So we're excited about building a machine that really runs this time instead of kind of being a backdrop, which our existing strategic plan was a great backdrop. It was correct, it was strong, it was sound. We've used it for our legislative reports, but we didn't use it as sort of an operating manual, if you will, on a day-to-day basis.
You can add my name.
Okay, thank you. Something I said in there convinced you.
Short.
What was it? Yeah, 5 pages. Thank you.
You said no consultant. It's like, oh, what did I say?
I know.
You said 5 pages. It's like, I'm in.
No, but I like that, someone can pick up, is this happening, right? You can read it and be like, is this what's happening right now? Is this what we're doing now? I like that. That's where the short, I think, is really valuable.
Thank you. I have to shout out to, we are mirroring the Oregon Department of Energy's model. So they had a really nice model developed by an expensive consulting firm. So we're relying on that model, the Coraggio group. And I am impressed that Commissioner Jacobson is not saying a single word here, because I think that she was one of the fans of strategic planning. When we went through this in the fall, there was all different opinions on commission about the value and interest in strategic planning. And I remember, I don't know, Commissioner Jacobson, if you want to say anything at this juncture.
Well, I don't actually like strategic planning. I like strategic poems. That's what I always call them, where you sort of had the flexibility to do stuff. So actually, I think a 5-pager is great. That's where I'm at.
Thank you. Good. Phew. Yes.
Yeah.
Nice. So Esther, I feel like that's the last item, but I'm going to interject a new item that Esther's going to love. I would like to spend the next 5 minutes, all of us filling out our scorecard.
I have
the CIAC and LOAC.
Okay.
After this update, that's what we're gonna spend our 5 minutes doing. Yes.
Thanks. Chair Hello, I really don't want to get in the way of your scorecard, so I'll make this super short, but on page 2 and 3 of your commission business packet, we just have short reports. These are the two advisory committees that are prescribed by law to advise you. One is the Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee, and Sadie has put her updates in there. She mentioned earlier the next meeting is on July 29th. They are engaging with Dr. Marisa Zapata from Portland State University on the housing needs and assessment in that work, and would like to bring their public participation guidelines kind of findings to your September meeting. So I jumped there in the paragraphs, but an important line there in that first paragraph on page 2 is that the CIC would like to discuss meeting with you. So we'll work with Director Bateman on the right time for that. The next time I think we'll be in person in Salem is January. So I know it feels so far away, but maybe that is the best time. So we're not kind of too hybrid in John Day or Lincoln City. And then they're also reviewing their public participation guidelines, which some of you may or may not have seen, but they're actually commission's public participations guidelines or public participation guidelines for rulemaking. And were adopted by LCDC, I believe in 2019, approved. Yeah. So we might have some updates for those from the CIAC, and Sadie will bring those to you in John Day in September. Thank you. And then on the local officials, Commissioner Sandoval and Warren, would you like to say anything on that for the CIAC updates? Anything additional there? Sound okay? Okay. And then the local officials advisory committee, super grateful for Commissioner Jacobson being our liaison there. We're really excited about having a chair and vice chair. Benton County Commissioner Nancy Wise will be serving as chair, and Westland City Councilor Rory Bialotowski will be serving as vice chair. Really nice urban and, urban city and county blend there. It just happened naturally. So we didn't have kind of 2 county commissioners or 2 city councilors apply to be chair and vice chair. We'll be celebrating those appointments, making them official, and discussing bylaws at our next meeting on September 12th. I think that is it. Commissioner Jacobson, anything else on LOAC from your perspective?
The only thing I would say about it is that I'm glad it's up and operating. Everyone seems very engaged in the process, and I think there'll be some good outcomes that come out of that. So I'm glad that we got it up and going, and thanks for your leadership on that, Deputy Director Ring.
You bet. I don't go anywhere on that without Esther, but thank you so much, Commissioner. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Was there any more?
Nope, we're done.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay. So, Esther, put the timer on. And I think it's at the beginning of the packet. You should have, and this would be new for Commissioner Lazo. I'm trying to find out where mine is. So we have this, we have this form that it's at the end of section 1.
Chair,
Item 1. Yes.
Isn't this for the whole meeting, not
It's for the
just
whole
today?
meeting, but we want to finish our first day today.
Okay.
Because I'm part of what ends up happening, is we just don't do it. So at least we'll get half of it.
We'll have one day.
Half of it when it's fresh in our minds. And then, let's just do that before we end the meeting.
You're gonna lose it.
It's at the end of section 1.
I could.
All the way back there. Yeah. Yes. And I can actually, while we're doing this, I can close the meeting. So for today, I don't know if that's the right term, but I will adjourn. I'm going to read it. That concludes our last agenda item for today. We'll recess the meeting from now until 8:30 a.m. tomorrow, where we will begin the executive session, which is closed to the public. Agenda item 7, public comment will begin at 9:30 a.m. Thank you.